So growing up in Colony Park, I lived with an amazing woman who was down the street from my home. My mom literally lived down the street from my dad when I was growing up. They were high school sweethearts, and so that's how they met. And my grandmother, my father's mother, her name is Dorothy Turner, and she's an amazing woman. She was an amazing civil rights activist here in Austin, Texas. And I was literally raised on advocacy, grassroots advocacy. So growing up, seeing her do everything she did for workers' rights and, police brutality and just, food access, it was something that in the back of my mind, I knew that I wanted to get into someday, but I didn't know what that looked like. But I knew that she was being of service. And that's the same thing with every other person in my family. I come up from a family of military servicemen. Like I said, I'm a Navy veteran. So being of service has always been my purpose. And I think that just finding farming just really brought me again back to my grandmother growing up in Colony Park in East Austin, like back to being an advocate for food and police brutality and, just advocating for our rights. But I think for myself, I could never fill those shoes, but I got a deep love for food, and Austin is a foodie culture. This is a food place, so that it just came natural to me. I think I like to eat. I like to be fresh. I'm from Texas, so I like to eat. I gotta have my brisket, so
Come
I like
on.
to have my cheese and broccoli casseroles, so
Hey,
I gotta
hey,
have
hey.
I gotta get it fresh. So, and I was always bringing stuff to the party, a dish here and a dish there. And then I was like, man, I'm gonna just start growing food, and that came about with getting pets, but just I'm just gonna bring the cantaloupes to the party now. I got them out my backyard, y'all.
Why
Like,
not?
how can you know what I'm saying? So I turned into that, Tiffany. I turned into that auntie. Like, here she come with the cantaloupes, y'all.
Yeah. They all talking about you before you come in. Like, I wonder what type of vegetables she bringing today. What's she gonna be talking about
Yes,
today?
yes. So,
Okay. I mean, I like
yeah,
that. You kind of you got the mentorship as a young person. Now you're becoming the mentor.
right,
You're becoming the one that the young people look to for guidance and understanding about their place in the world. And
right.
that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. And I think, a lot of people don't really know the history, and we don't really have time to go into it, but just the history of how segregated this city is, and
Yes,
and the ways in which the black population in particular was controlled,
yeah.
um, and manipulated in different ways. Can you just talk briefly about that and maybe give us a little insight just quickly?
Yes, definitely. So the city of Austin was built to be segregated. I mean, not it wasn't initial. Yeah, it was built to be segregated. Like after emancipation, there was no wanting to let go of your free labor. So in order to still have a stronghold on that free labor to continue to promote that agriculture and continue to promote yourself as such a grand city, the city of Austin literally in place so many policies that stood on segregating the communities. It stood on keeping whites away from blacks away from whites, Hispanic. It separated three groups of people on purpose, by law, um, and it was done so that white supremacy would continue to just reign here. And that doesn't get talked about. The city of Austin gets talked about as such a liberal city and such a, we have so many opportunities to be a part of this grand plan when that's a false narrative. I'm not living that experience here in Austin, Texas. I've never lived that experience and I'm born here. So when we have people that move here and they seek out the Black culture, they can't find it. So they have to start to build this narrative of what they think Austin's Black culture looks like, which is unfair to the families who are descendants of slaves that were here, whose ancestors are buried in unmarked graves scattered across the city, um, whose families came from freedmen colonies that are here. Is so many of them, and I think that it does a disservice to the entire group of us, because people not from here would much rather know our story so that they can help preserve it, and that's always been my thing, is preservation. There's never been this in-depth look and care taken at our heritage, especially around agriculture. So for me, it's all about the Black farm heritage. It's all about looking up those old Black farm families and just understanding how they moved through time, in a place where time's still standing still, honestly.
Got it. Got it. I mean, was there a call? Did you feel a calling, or how did you start like really getting your hands in the earth? Like, I know it kind of, you got some sprinkles when you were young, but like what made you just kind of want to jump into the homesteading and things that you're doing now? Can you start to talk about that a little bit?
I think what happened was I really was seeking out healing. I was really seeking a healthier mindset, a healthier body. I wanted better health for my kids, my husband. I just wanted to be better overall. And I just got that when I was outside in the soil, working and growing stuff. I was at peace with myself, and then I started to share it with people, and everybody just started to take to it. Everybody started to appreciate the value that I was bringing to them, because they just would ask me stuff, and we would just have conversations. And so it just became, yeah, like this. It helped pulling me, and then I started having dreams.
Okay, this is important stuff right here. This is the real stuff. What kind of dreams do you have?
So I started having dreams of like running through these fields, right? And like just people chasing me and my family trying to hide away. And I'm like, man, I gotta be tripping. So,
Yeah.
but it would be the same recurring thing, right? And then I started going to like farm share and like learning how to farm and actually being on the land. And it's like the dreams got easier. They weren't as frantic. It wasn't as like terrifying, right? So now I'm just like, okay, and I just got this green thumb. People call it a green thumb, but I just think that is just what I was meant to be doing. It's just it, and it takes some time before you get to that purpose. That's really that gift, and you can really bring everything together, and it just makes sense. Like, I feel like so many times we find ourselves seeking that gift. You know, from the Most High, we keep seeking it. Like, what is my gift? What is my purpose? And then we start spinning into this cycle of depression and this cycle of anxiety and nervousness, and we need it. So it's like finding that peace for me. Um, yeah, that was definitely it. So I
And
just
you've talked a little bit about, and things that I've seen about PTSD,
mm-hmm.
from being in service to the military. Did you feel like whenever you were doing that, it was helping you getting in the land? It was helping you with the.
Yes, I call it soil therapy, and I'm getting to the point to where I really want
You
to.
better trademark that. You
For
better,
real, right here today, y'all
you
hear
better
that? We
get it.
put it out there.
Hey, man.
So, but it's just yeah, definitely it's soil therapy. I grew up playing in the dirt, and my mama used to be like, get out the dirt. Why y'all don't play in that dirt? You're gonna get wingworms and all kind of stuff. But I used to,
You didn't even know she making stuff up. You won't get the cuckoo berry buzz on
yeah, you really had a little red berries, be rubbing them on the concrete,
you.
getting them
Yeah,
hot, touching people with them.
yeah,
She
yeah.
used to be like, stop playing. And I used to be like, Mama, no, like, I'm making a potion, you know, I got the soil, then I'm like getting the little plant, the roots is dying. I know, I'm like, watch me,
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring it back to life.
Yeah.
But she just kept telling me to get out the dirt.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, so now as a farmer, you know, learning about the soil web and like that never connected to me in school in biology and chemistry. You know,
Right.
I'm just like, man, I don't want to do this CH2 plus nothing
Right.
no more. Like, we didn't cut this frog open. Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't a
Wasn't
soil
connected.
anatomy class, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't, you know, biology is like this. Look at the soil web. This is how the food grows. Like, they need to teach classes on the food system in school, like literally, because it will change your life. And so and so just realizing that all this time I had this knowledge about the soil and plants and just nature, and I didn't have anywhere to put it. I just went head first. I just started reading books, learning, taking classes, and doing it. Like, I can read as much as I want. I can take classes all day long, but unless I put my feet on the ground and unless I put my hands in the soil, it's not gonna happen. So that's what I did.
Let's start talking about doing it. So you started kind of in your backyard, just growing stuff, and your family think you crazy, and then you're like, all right, now I need a farm, and they think you crazy. So how did you, how did you? I know you got land over on the east side on Maynard. How did that materialize? How did that happen?
So yeah, they did start to think that like I was buying bags of soil, right? Like coming home from Home Depot with like 20 bags of soil, 10
Right,
bags of compost. And like my husband friends is like, what is she doing? Just like
right.
let her buy, buy that. She's got bags of soil. And he just
They
like,
don't they
man,
don't know you rich. They
just
don't know you
right.
rich.
He just like, man, put that in the back. I'm like, whatever. So I needed more. So I found I was able to connect with the local property owner who was interested in having a farmer on her property. And you know, to me on surface, it's like tenant farming, right? But who got access to land inside the city right now? You know, who has the ability to actually go out and buy property? You don't have that opportunity right now. And I was just getting started, so I didn't know what farming looked like to me. You know, I was just like, you know, this is a agricultural business. I wanted an agricultural business. So as a startup business, I just kind of was testing the waters. And the first thing I had to do was find the land, but I was doing it already in my backyard. So I was just like, I just need to take my formula from the backyard, my mom's backyard, all these places that I had been kind of tinkering and just times two it, you know, just scale it up. Um, and so I did that. It got more expensive for sure. I was able to my stepdad actually helped me. He was able to come in and basically finance me, him and my mom, but more so him because my mama thought I was tripping too. Just woke up like she want to be a
Yeah.
farmer, you
I
know. But
mean,
my
one second. We gotta clarify for everybody that think they trying to make change happen. People are gonna think you crazy. Everybody gonna think you crazy, but it takes the crazy ones. The
man.
crazy ones are the ones that make it happen. All right, continue.
So, but my stepdad was from the country, you know, and he was like, yeah, you know, we can talk farm, you know, we got some cattle in the back. He's always cool and smooth. Cattle in the back, you can farm over there.
Hey,
So he was like,
hey,
let's do
hey.
it,
That's a
you
little
know. So,
cattle in the back,
so we
sun
did it.
rooftop. All right.
I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna put that out just for him.
Yeah.
But
Got the cattle
and
in the
we
back.
did it.
What?
And we did it. So he told me, he was like, find the land and do it. And so at the time I didn't have a car and I lived like maybe 20 minutes away from my farm, maybe 15 minutes away from the
Okay,
city.
pause. She didn't have a car, y'all. Don't make excuses. Don't make excuses. Go ahead.
I didn't have a car,
Come
so
on.
you know, and like my house ain't close to a bus stop. So sometimes I have to ride my bike to the bus stop,
Look
you
at you.
know,
Look
just to
at it.
get to the east side. And you know, I got kids, so it was always a struggle. I'm like, man, I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop. And my stepdad was like, I'm gonna come get you and take you to the farm. He lived in Elgin, so he would come to Pflugerville to pick me up to take me to East Austin just
Wow.
so I could work on the land and farming and get it started. Um, so we signed our lease September 1st, and then we lost him in a tragic like gun hate crime September 14th. So within 2 weeks
Is this
of me,
2019?
this was 2018,
18.
September 2018. And so just within that 2 weeks, the one person who didn't think I was crazy, I lost him, right? So
Wow.
that sent me into like this really dark place. And I didn't know if it was something that I wanted to keep doing, but I started having those dreams again, and I just started having people tell me that you have to keep going, you got to keep going, you can't stop. Um it's not meant for you to stop. Then I started realizing I was the only person that looked like me in the space. I was the
Hmm.
only like black farmer actively turning over the soil and growing food. Like we have local community gardeners and growers, you know, that's what they, you know, that's no discredit to any grower ever, but we didn't have anybody that looked like me that was standing up in the agricultural industry. We didn't have a farmer that was able to go sit at the farmers market with other farmers who were local. And when I talk about a food system, I'm talking about a local food system. Like Bastrop is not local. I don't live in Bastrop. You know what I'm saying? Like those that's local. When I talk about Austin, Travis County local, there were no black farmers here, and this community makes at least $300 million a year in agriculture. Where from like farms but there's no black people in that space. So that bothered and baffled me, and that just made me realize that I'm still living in a community that has this conditioning for enslavement and entrapment. And that's like constantly the mindset here. And they don't even realize that they do it to the new farmers. Like, because we're all the old farmers are old, like they 60, 78 years old, they're are elderly. But when you look at the new crop of farmers that are coming out, like we don't even stand a chance pretty much no matter what color we are, because they have such a stronghold on a food system because it was meant to fit that condition of slavery and that mindset. And Austin has not let it go, and they gonna have to, because I ain't going nowhere.
And that's why you're here, because you're a visionary, and we have visionaries throughout the weekend. So I just want to thank you. One thing that is clear to me about people with vision is that, you know, people think they're crazy. They do it regardless of whether they got a car or a bike or whatever. They do it, right. And
Yeah.
then three, well, there's more than that, but the three main things I can think of right now is dreams. There's something beyond your walking life that's encouraging you, whether it be your ancestors or visions. You know, you get stopped, you see something, you're like, where did that come from? And you
Yeah.
got you got to look for it, because you know you got it for a reason. Those three things are so important, and those three things live in you. And so that's why I know you're going to be successful. We want to help you as much as we can, not just through this weekend, but also into the future, because I think what you're doing is so important for the future, for our
Thank
children,
you.
and the people that are coming behind us, for your children and their children.
Yeah.
Can you tell us the difference between urban farming and gardening?
Yes. So gardening is something, in my opinion, that is very personal to you. So when you garden, you're kind of in a on a smaller plot like your yard, your backyard, and those are going to be foodstuffs that are going to be for you and your family. And if you have a large enough backyard and you're gardening, you're going to be able to provide foodstuffs for maybe a friend or two, you know. And then when you talk about community gardening, you're going to see community gardens that are on city property, um, that are going to have plots that people can pay to use. But the produce that you sell from a community garden that's on city land, you cannot profit from. So you're putting your time into this volunteer thing for community growth and gardening, but you're not getting anything back outside of the food. You can't pay your bills. You can't, you know, buy clothes or anything. It just all goes back into the garden. Well, I'm gonna keep it real. I ain't got time to labor for free. I just don't. You know, I got 4 kids. You know, I got a husband. I got myself. Like I'm trying to figure it all out. So, gardening is a personal desire to do this thing and not care about how you do it. You know, so urban farming, that is a business. That is a entrepreneurial opportunity to generate wealth within your family and your community. Um, yeah, see the because we
There
need
they
it,
go.
right? You know, it's an opportunity. You know, it's an opportunity to teach trade skills, business skills. You know, on a farm, you think of all kind of stuff when it comes to agriculture, blacksmiths, locksmiths,
Yeah,
you know, horseshoe, that's the people that put the shoes on the horses. Like you think of all these trades and these things, cowboys, you think of all these trades that you can learn how to earn a living wage, just like because we still have to pay to
yeah.
live, you know.
I got you.
um
I got you. I mean, you're an entrepreneur. You're an entrepreneur.
yeah, and so
It's the difference
and
between just
so
kind of doing something for yourself, and then
right.
farming is like your business is actually feeding people. That's your business.
Ex- exactly, and that is my business. And so I see it as it's another form of oppression when every time black people speak about growing food, they're placed in a community garden or they're placed in a
Mm,
garden. They're
mm,
never placed on a farm.
mm.
So they're never placed in a position of being an entrepreneur, as a
Power.
farmer, as a
We're talking
food
about power.
grower.
We're talking about power.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So no, don't put me in a garden. I ain't
Right.
tripping. I come over there and chill
Right.
with you all day. I come help you. We can
Right.
hang out. But that's my choice. Just like it's
Yeah.
your choice to be gardening.
Yeah.
I'm over here because I want to leave my kids something. I
Yeah.
want my I have 3 sons. Black boys out here getting killed every day. I don't know too many of them riding on tractors. I
Right.
just, I don't know too many of them, you know, out here growing food,
But
learning as a
this is
baby.
honestly our legacy, though. We did do this at a
And
time,
so
right?
and that brings you to the generational gap that's these things are like purposely done. It's like how do you just have like 200-300 years just generational gap? Like for me, there hasn't been any black farmers in Austin like 150 years. Like my last ancestor that was farming was like the 1920s, 1940s. Like that's a long time for the knowledge of farming within your family. When grandpa used to be sitting there making his crop plan, like that's a lot of grandparents to not remember those stories. I don't get those stories. My grandma be telling me leave her alone and get out her face.
Keep it 100 out here.
She be like, why you keep asking me all this
I
stuff,
don't know. I
girl?
don't know.
She's 76. She like, stop. I
Yeah.
don't remember it.
It's
Leave me
2020. We ain't
alone.
doing that no more.
So now I'm talking to her son, my uncle. He's in his 60s. I'm like, so what you mean y'all was going to Mexico
Right, right.
To the farms. What you
Man,
talking about? Look, he
man.
got me wearing ponchos now. He was like, we was wearing our ponchos and our sombreros. I was like, what?
Wow.
Like what? So yeah, like we do. That's our heritage, you know, and we gotta
That's
preserve
it.
it. Like
That's
we
it.
gotta. My grandmama Dorothy Turner used to tell these people, "Hey, y'all better jump on it and reclaim your thing."
That's
So
crazy. Okay, wait. You just said two things there because it's funny. I gotta send a shout out to Nook Turner. I don't know if you're watching right now, but you just said two things. You said Dorothy Turner, who he's talked to me about at length,
mhm.
and he used to be up under her, and she was basically responsible for him starting something called Jump On It, which was a
Yes,
huge
so
community event. So it's funny that you said those things right next to each other. I just want to send a
yes,
shout out to Nook for being, and he's been out there since he was a teenager. He's still out there doing things in the Black community.
yes.
With the
So me and Nick don't talk.
oh,
Yeah.
well, we're not gonna go into that.
All I'm gonna say is my grandma told the community, y'all better jump on it and reclaim your thing.
Uh,
That's all I'm gonna say.
okay. All right, we'll bet. So let's go into what you're doing now and what you want to see in the future. Like what you have the land now. What does the next 10 years look like? What do the next 15, 20 years look like for you in terms of what you're doing now, the seeds that you're planting now?
Oh man. So I'm planning, I'm going to be sure that my grandmother's wishes are honored. She wanted a historical library and museum in the East Northeast Austin community in Colony Park. She actually wanted it to be inside of her home. Um, but my goal is to be able to get land. I want to try to get at least 20 acres, and there I want to put a black farm, a black heritage farm on it, where inside of the infrastructure we teach agriculture, we learn about the food system as a whole, the soil web. We collaborate with Austin Rodeo for 4-H training for kids, especially with so many high schools and middle schools in that area close to the Texas Expo Center. And like I say, I grew up in County Park, so I grew up watching that Ferris wheel go around every year. They would do the carnival right there, you know. So I grew up seeing that. Um, but nobody never took me and signed me up like for the goat races. You know, I'm like, well, the disconnect drives me crazy.
Yeah.
So I definitely want to bring that back to the forefront in our community, and just be able to grow on that property, grow food that goes into the community, that goes into our food system, and gives us a stake, you know, and we become stakeholders in our local food system.
Right. And you were talking about having a last time we talked, you were talking about having a store and other things like a
Yes, yes. So I want to that's so I see that as like the history of it, the Black Heritage Farm. I see that as like my 10-year goal. As far as like a 5-year goal, is really then, because in 20 years I'm gonna be chilling writing books. So but like in 5 years, I want to have my farm become a food hub where we have the opportunity to bring growers and food producers together in a co-working space, that also allows for marketing opportunities and a store. So I want to have my own grocer. I want to be a grocer. I want to have my own grocery, like throwback classic type grocery store. When you think about the old black towns and you go in the general stores right there, you're
yeah, yeah,
walking
yeah,
up the
yeah.
wooden steps, and
Yeah.
it's bags of beans and flour and
Hey,
fabric and
hey.
teapots. Yeah, like I'm getting chills. So I want to be your vintage grocer, and
Okay.
that's the plan. So that's what I see for myself definitely in the next 5 years. But I definitely want to have continue to work with the city, continue to work with other people. It's so hard because this is a new space. There's nobody in this space that looks like me. So many times I get people who come to me who have the ideas that they want to do, and I'm just like, that's just not what I'm trying to do. It's a big enough space. We can all do whatever we want to do, but my voice I'm gonna use for what it is I got to say. So, so
Mhm.
that's just
Well,
but people, it's a brain picker. It
yeah,
gets rough sometimes trying to bring people into, like, to help me out, because
oh yeah,
people will try to take you over, man. They'll try to co-opt you quick. So
absolutely. And
you gotta keep it
you gotta stay true to that vision. And
right. You gotta
I think,
protect it.
I think one of the keys is to have people witnessing you and sharing your story and believing in it. And so,
Yes.
I think that what you're doing is exceptional. What you're doing is excellent, truly. And your ancestors are most definitely proud. They live inside of you, and I see nothing but success. And not even wishing you success. I see success in you
Thank
already
you.
through what you've already done. And so what we want to do is help you continue to do what you're born to do, you know, um, truly born to do. Um, what I wanted to ask about is just where people, because we're gonna open up some time for some questions. If anybody has any questions right now, you can type them in if you're on Facebook or if you're on YouTube, wherever you are. If you have some questions for our sister Farmer Nancy, please feel free to ask those, and we'll get those questions answered. But where can people and maybe we this last minute. I should have thought about this before we started. But can you tell them just verbally where they can find you? Social media and all that, because everybody's on that right now.
Yeah.
And then also you have a GoFundMe going on so they can support you. So like, where can they go to find more, see you your transformational work, and also like how can they support you?
So you can find me on YouTube, definitely Nancy Farm Fancy. I'm also on Instagram as Nancy Farm Fancy. You can also follow our farm. I'm trying to do more farm focused social media, on Facebook, Dabenkav Garden Farm. Got to throw that in there, got to keep them guessing. But Dabenkav Garden Farm on Facebook. And then my GoFundMe, you can definitely donate to my GoFundMe. It's I'll have to maybe drop it in the chat or something. I don't know.
If our admin can go and find that for us and put
It's
it in the chat, or put it on a little ticker thing, that would be great. Find a link for the GoFundMe, please. There's that little
and
ticket
it's
thing that we can get on scrolling across. You can put it on there.
yeah,
Go
and
ahead.
there's the Veteran Seeks. It says on GoFundMe, Veteran Seeks support for Family Farm. Um and just, yeah, y'all just share, just, and people ask me, how can we help? I'm because I do suffer with PTSD. Like, people really be like, "Are you sure?" I be like, "I'm so nervous right now talking to you." But
Mhm.
I've just learned how to, like, um center myself. I've been working on inner poise for real. And so I sometimes I can't deal with, like, a lot of people and a lot of information coming at me. Sometimes it gets hard to focus. And so I'm trying to figure out how to do volunteer work at my farm, because it's it just gets to be too I have social anxieties that
Mhm.
are, like, appear sometimes. So I've been working on that. So as far as, like, volunteers, we're not taking volunteers right now at this time. Um and just tell somebody, right now, because of COVID, because y'all have to remember, I literally was just kind of experimenting with the soil because my farm had never been in production before. It was a vacant lot. Like it was like amaranth growing all over the place, like wild weeds, nuts hedge, like Johnson grass, all kind of stuff. And I cleared the land. I cleared the property. We tarped it for almost a year. But I worked on the front half of it just to kind of see and test the soil, did soil testing, see what would grow. And so I just started expanding um my market because I only had like 10 people who were on my CSA, just like a couple veg, different varieties of veg, like 10, 15 people. My mom, the elderly from the church, a couple friends, a couple of their friends. And so I wasn't fully operational when COVID hit. I was still in the process of becoming operational. My farm hasn't made any money. I'm like I was losing so much money over the first year and a half, and after my stepdad died, I was having to do everything with the income from me and my husband. So COVID hit, and then my spring crop that I had fully planted out died because we got quarantined. So that was before they let out the essential workers, right? So I'm like, well, I'm an essential worker, but I also got 4 kids. I also have children and I work outdoors. So any people walk past my farm every day. I interact a lot with homeless people. I interact a lot with like the neighbors on the street, people just at the bus stop waiting to catch the bus and go to their job. So I had to stay home. So I lost my spring crop. Summer was 115. So
Yeah, people don't know
summer
about this
was
Austin heat.
hey, summer was 115. So we didn't get started back up to the beginning of August. We just started kicking up the soil, turning it back over, getting the seeds planted out, transplants in the ground. So hopefully we'll have some produce because people always ask, can I buy produce from you right now? No. So and it's like, but I thought you farming. No, I am. This is a struggle farm right now.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
getting
yeah. I
there.
mean, I think what oftentimes gets glamorized about starting a business is the end result. You see like the end, but I can speak for us personally. It took us 6-7 years to get our foundation together in terms of our business and music. And
Yeah,
you have to lose money, you have to make mistakes, you have to be on that edge and really ask yourself continuously, like, is this really what I want? To,
exactly.
to find that success. And shout out to you, as a Black woman and being in this city, that a lot of people, we talked about it earlier, some people might be just tuning in. A lot of people don't understand how racist and segregated Austin is, and how much it's denied, with the um, progressive, liberal, and it's not just white people; it's like Black people buy into it too.
Yeah,
People tend to think that somehow this is a ground, like some type of holy ground, and just overlook all of the ways in which our land has been taken from us, all the ways that we are um,
disenfranchised.
franchise. And I've only been here 10 years, but I've definitely been over the last 10 years been very vocal about how this plays out and within Austin music. But that's a whole other conversation. But what I'm saying is that this plays out in just every industry that exists,
Right.
including education. You think any system that exists, these things are playing out. And I just want to, just be there as a support for you, as a witness to say, yo, you're doing it. Congratulations.
Thank
Much
you.
love and prosperity and success to you. Because I
Thank
know,
you.
I know it's not easy. Like people don't understand what this Austin thing is like.
Right. And so when you say all that, it is in music because my husband is a musician. It is all over the place. But we talking about food.
Essential.
You trying to starve us to death?
You
Are
can't, yeah,
y'all trying
you
to kill
can't. I
us
mean,
on
this is something
purpose?
you can't live without, and that's crucial.
Right. So to see it so hard hit and there be nothing, you get crickets, I be like,
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah.
all right. They gotta
Mhm.
remember, I'm a Navy veteran. I've been to war.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
see it. I know
Yeah,
I can recognize it when I see it.
the
So
tactics.
yeah,
Yeah.
I can recognize it when I see it. So, I'm just here to be of service, do the work. Um, and I'm just, your local agricultural socialite. That's what I tell people.
But. All right. Does anybody have any questions out here? We got 15 minutes or so left, or whatever we got. Think. Does anybody have any questions for Farm Nancy? I can continue to ask questions, but I love for somebody to pop in and ask a question. Just feel free. We'll keep going. But please, y'all, if you're watching, this is your time to communicate with a truly gifted
Yes,
um,
definitely. Don't
person.
get off of here. Yeah, don't get off of here and then go
Um,
DM me 150 questions
yeah,
and be
yeah.
like, I was just talking to you.
Well, I'm just gonna keep talking. That's what I'm here to do. But I
All
wanted to
right.
give people a chance to just insert themselves. But I think one of the one of the aspects of this weekend is us recognizing that it's time for us to share a vision of our future. And
Yep.
so much it's so important that you're at the forefront of this issue, because food is, food, shelter, clothing. I mean, like, those are the basics. And we can't have a strong community. We can't have a strong society if people can't get those basics, right?
Right.
And we have over 2,000 billionaires in this world, on this globe right now, and people
One
can't.
live in Austin.
One live in Austin. We can't find food for them, and that's crazy.
But
It's mad.
that's funny that you say that
That's
because
madness.
it shouldn't be that way because Austin has over 60 community gardens. We have over at least 12 urban farms. Like we have at least a good five, four in East Austin.
Right.
We have access to food. The problem is the food is not being distributed. Like the food is not being distributed to certain markets. The food in Austin is being distributed to the tourism markets, to the
Restaurant.
restaurant
Yes.
markets. It's
Yes.
being distributed to the Austin Eat Local initiative. It's being
Right.
distributed to the Austin foodie scene. It's not being distributed to the people. That's
Right.
on purpose. Y'all know
AKA
better than that.
gentrification.
Thank
AKA.
you. You know better than that. There's no way that you can tell me farming and agriculture is making $300 million in this
Okay.
city and we hungry.
I got a couple questions popping in. I didn't mean to cut you off, but
No, no, no. Yeah.
let's see. How many people work with the land and with you, Farmer Nancy? I think you answered that, but just go ahead and answer that again.
Myself. So it's just me farming, my husband, the kids. Sometimes I have friends who come out and hang out. We do like wine and seed. you know, I'm gonna start that when COVID goes away. But yeah, it's just myself. I'm just, your local farmer. I'm just at the
Well,
crib farming.
that's going to change. I know it takes time for you to get the trust and build
Yeah.
build your
Yeah, it's
team. And I
gonna
understand what you're saying. I'm glad that you're transparent and vulnerable about social anxiety and things like that, because that's an important thing for you to know, and it's also an important thing for people that are going to come into your circle to know, because
right,
when those things do hit, they're very overwhelming, and they can
right,
take over, and they can create all types of problems. So you knowing that about yourself and putting that on the table is key to be able to build things around you that are going to be able to support you. People that
right,
understand, that know that that's something that you're dealing with, can deal with you and communicate with you in a way that's going to help you grow.
right.
Um, Someone said, would love to know what's a great starter plant food we can grow like in an apartment or balcony. A good starter plant
Good.
for apartment.
I would say good starter plants in apartments with no good lighting, but a nice windowsill. Um, herbs, cilantro, parsley. It's the season for all that right now. Basils, stuff like that. You can probably pull off a little leafy green lettuce, like leafy green lettuces, baby lettuce. Do baby stuff. Take your hand at growing quick 20 to 25 day to harvest type of veggies. Baby veg does good in situations like that.
Okay. Cool. Any other questions? I don't think so.
I wanted to say something
Yeah.
too about what you said about me letting people know about that. I have to because I don't want people to think I'm like being unprofessional or like I'm like blowing them off or like it take me 5 minutes to get
Oh,
out my
trust. I
house
worked hard to
sometimes.
get in touch
So
with you. Yeah. Trust. Y'all need to know I was persevering with her. Trust me. Trust and believe. This didn't just happen.
for real, because it takes me some time. Like sometimes, like my husband get mad because I won't drive. Like sometimes I'll be like, "You gotta drive me," because I cannot drive myself sometimes. So it's like I really have to get in a space where I can let people know, and then it's just a part of being somebody that other people can come to if they're dealing with stuff like that because people, like you say, other people don't understand, sometimes. So I thank you. I definitely appreciate you for understanding and taking the time to persevere because I did say, and that's funny that I had to be like, just text me. Don't let me forget. Even if you had to be like, hey,
Say,
don't
say,
forget I
say,
told you this. Say.
say, say.
So I'd be like, all right, I
Yeah,
got
man. I mean, that's the challenging part about trying to do anything with people. And I think people are so quick to judge
you. Yeah.
today. And you really have to give people the benefit of the doubt. You really have to not take things personally. I think people are so ready. We live in this call out culture. We live in this cancel culture, and it's like, man, you have to assume that people are doing the best that they can. We
Right.
have personally been attacked by people in the community saying that, just making judgments and just going off and saying things about us that just are not true. And it's hard. It's a challenge, especially when you're trying to build community. So you have to,
Right.
if you're a leader, you have to understand your weaknesses and your strengths. And I think it's really important, to be transparent as you are about your weaknesses. People can see your strengths; they're drawn to your strengths, but if you have weaknesses, you have to be honest about those things. Um,
Right.
like for me personally, like I don't have a lot of patience sometimes to for people that can't pay attention to detail, things like that. Like I have my own, yeah, I have my own things, right? You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
you have to know that. So once you start getting triggered or whatever, you start
Yep.
getting annoyed. You have to do what you got to do. Maybe put your hands in the
Cause
soil or just go outside,
I just walk off. Nope, I
rock
just
off.
walk
You
off.
know what I'm saying? But at the end of the
I'll
day,
be
this is real life, but you can't just, people want to go on as soon as it happens, they want to go on Facebook and see this is why, woo, woo, right? So
exactly.
we just have to be as understanding as we can,
Yeah,
knowing that we're all broken in some different type of way. We all
yeah,
have our challenges, and because of being raised in a culture that separates you from the earth, that separates you
right,
from the natural environment.
right,
That
and that
in
brings
and of
us back to
itself
that
causes all
mental
types of problems.
to yep to your mental health, and it's just this vicious cycle that we continue to live trapped inside of, and so like you say, that place, that nature, just being there, being grounded, is where it's at for me. So
We got one more question. What would you say is the best way to transition from gardening to farming?
I would say that the best way to transition from gardening to farming is to just build a customer base because you can, if you have people who want your produce, and like I said, I started with my mom and a couple of ladies at the church, and I was like, well, if they gonna really want it, I'm gonna go big or go home. So I literally found like 6 people who were like kind of dependent on, tasting my veg, wanting to see, what I was all about. And so I started just growing. So that's the first thing. Just find people who are gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna buy it. You grow it, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna take it from you. You gotta have somewhere to put it.
Okay. Well, I wanna say thank you, Nancy, for joining me. I hear the kids, they must sense that this is about to end.
Yeah,
It's
it's
all
new
good.
time. They like, all right,
It's about
mom.
that time. You know what I'm saying? But I wanna just thank your ancestors, those that invested in you, for you to even be here. Because I know it hasn't been an easy road, but had they not seen your vision, had someone not done that, to make you to give you the opportunity, then we wouldn't even be talking right now. So I'm thankful for them. I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for all the people that are going to be supporting you after they see this video, and after they go to your Instagram and learn more about you, because
Yes,
you're a leader. You're an important person here. People are piping in. They're saying that you're inspiring them. You're inspiring
I
me.
know. I'm seeing the comments.
Yeah,
Thank y'all so
yeah,
much for all the
yeah,
comments. I can see y'all on Facebook making them and YouTube. I appreciate it,
yeah.
and
So
I'm
please,
glad to be here.
please stick around, join us, enjoy some of the other speakers, and we're definitely going to stay connected. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We're going to take a little bit of a break here, and we'll be back with our next guest,
All
in about
right.
15 or 20 minutes.
Thank y'all. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Peace. All right, y'all, like I said, we'll be right back. Y'all get some stretching on, get a little bit of food on, whatever you got to do. Take a breath, take some deep breaths, and we'll be back. Yeah. We back. We back. We out here. We out here. What's up, y'all? What's going on? It's your boy Shaka, and the place to be. We are talking about freedom and sovereignty. I just did a rhyme. That's because I do this. You know what I'm saying? I ain't new to this. I'm true to this. Excited. I'm geeked, stoked, pumped, crump, all of that to bring up a true homie in so many different ways, in all the ways that are important, in all the ways that are meaningful. I met this individual, man, we're talking about almost probably 20 years ago, at a CD release party for the Seeds of Wisdom, which was a rap group started by the children of the Move organization in Philadelphia. And for those of you that don't know that story, you should open up a tab right now and Google Move organization, Philadelphia. They were some of the first people to be talking. Well, not the first, obviously. Just people, our ancestors didn't need to talk about this because we lived it, right? So, but in the 80s, they were a group of Black people that were talking about sovereignty, talking about the ways that we are polluting our environment, the ways that we are polluting ourselves with the food that we eat and all that. Google the Move organization and know that these folks taught me, these folks taught Jason about what we're about to get into, living off grid, being a sovereign being, sovereignty, land, its importance, and all of that. So, on themove.com, there are so many people that are responsible for us being in this moment right now. But I met him at this the CD release party, and he was shooting a video, and we've been connected since then. So I'm thankful for that because it's rare that you have those type of connections with people that last so long, and we can see those things as coincidences or just chance, but when they last, so it's a real authentic situation. So I'm gonna bring my my friend, my homie up out here, up around here. There you
go. So good to see you, brother.
It was good, man.
I'm just chilling in my mobile office at the end of my road where I can get enough cell phone signal that I can join y'all.
I mean, it's a perfect setting because I'm assuming you're always on the move, like our friends from Philly. You're always making things happen. So it's actually a perfect backdrop for you. I feel like this is exactly where I see you in my mind, like in a car, in a van, getting ready, packing something up, making something happen.
Out in the woods, you can see it's fall around here.
Yes, man. Yes. So we're so thankful to have you, on this journey with us. I want to just give people a little bit of background in terms of just, a bio type of situation of who you are and what you're doing right now.
All right. Well, I'm first off, let me say I'm just honored to be here in the presence of so many positive and uplifting people. The presentation last night was phenomenal from the Queen Mother. Body Rock was getting us grooving, and like y'all said, it all comes back to Mother Earth, and you either go with the flow or you get flowed over.
Come on.
And so that's really what the why behind why does somebody live off grid and take that step. A lot of people these days, maybe in the last few decades, talk about it. It was a thing in the 70s. People were doing back to the land. Move was doing it in the city, which was unusual. But a lot of people were thinking outside the box at that time and thinking about the importance of a simpler and a more natural way of life. So to give a little background, I actually threw together a few photos into a little slideshow that I'll kind of narrate to give folks some background, and then I guess it'll provide some points for maybe a dialogue and questions. Okay. So am I able to share my screen with you? Okay, if I hit share screen?
We're gonna try. It's the first time doing it, so let's see what happens.
Okay, we tried it in the tech rehearsal.
All right.
So
Let's see.
let's see your entire screen. Click share. Oh, it don't. There we go.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna open this into a full page view. Let's close this window down and let's go to the top. And full screen mode. Are you able to see that full screen now?
Yeah, well, not full screen, but they can still see us, and then they can see this, so we're good.
Okay.
Like, it's
right.
like, yeah. Go ahead.
All right, solid. Well, I'm just gonna so I'm a visual storyteller. I like pictures. I've been doing photography since 1975 when I was 3 years old, and at the time, for 2 years my family lived in Providence, Rhode Island. And I found a broken camera and a trash can, and my dad took it home and fixed it, and I've been taking pictures ever since. And so this is a little introduction of me. That obviously I'm on the side. My wife Tahila is in the middle, who moved here from Austin, Texas. But who grew up in this area. And where we're situated, we're in the Finger Lakes region, central New York. This is the homelands of the Cayuga and Seneca peoples. I'm a citizen of the Seneca Nation. I'm from the Deer Clan. And here's just some familia with us after we got married 2 years ago. And this is in the background is Taganic Falls, which is the tallest waterfall east of the Rocky Mountains, and that's just a short drive from here. That's a little bit of where we're located. Here's me and my uncle just cruising around a little while ago. I had to throw my uncle in there because he passed away earlier this year, and he was just a shining example to me of a good-hearted human being who really just lived life to the fullest. And so here's some more fam. This is some Boston and New York City fam. This is my brother from another mother, Jomo, who Chaka and Kidada know very well.
Oh, yeah.
This is at Red Warrior Camp at Standing Rock 4 years ago. And Jomo is a acupuncturist, a healer of a higher order, you could say, and he traveled with me multiple times in the fall of 2016 into the winter to render aid. And that's our brother E-Rock from Foundation Movement in Boston. I'm sure you all know well. So in addition to being a photographer, I'm a filmmaker. This is a year later at Standing Rock at the healing gathering that was held. And this is me interviewing some of the water protectors from my community, from the Cattaraugus territory where my mom was born and raised. And this group is known as the Onondaga Protectors, because that's our real name for ourselves. You know, there's nowadays a lot of people's got names that were given and that are commonly used, you know, like Sioux, but really those people are the Lakota, Dakota, Nakota peoples. You know, people say we're Seneca, but our real name's Onondaga, and that's the Onondaga Protectors. And yeah, I've been a big proponent of renewable energy for quite some time. When I reconnected with Chaka, maybe 8 years after that initial encounter at the Move Children's record release party, I had an organization called Green Gorillas Youth Media Tech Collective. You can see the bus here. We had a vegetable oil and solar powered bus. We had a job training program for youth of color in Ithaca, New York. And so we would travel around and we linked up at the Northeast Climate Confluence and really been rolling. That's when we met Key and saw Riders Against the Storm, and you know the comedy work they were doing, the music work. You know, it's been a beautiful thing since then. I'm also a PhD graduate from Cornell University. That's the Aguego House, the native house dorm there that has some of our wampum symbols in the background. And my PhD is in natural resources and with a focus on environmental education, traditional knowledge, and digital storytelling. So why in addition to my influence from the MOVE organization, I spent most of my teen years and young adult life as part of the American Indian movement. And I had the good fortune to be around a lot of amazing elders, people who are leading resistance to genocide and oppression in their communities. And these elders talked about the importance of remembering our traditions and how to live in a good way with the earth. So, you know, these folks are with the ancestors now, but they were Roberta Blackgoat and Ben Carnes were just two phenomenal influences on my life, along with many others. And so I just took it to heart what they said about living the old way. And I'll say, when I went out to visit Grandma Roberta Blackgoat and her land way and out there on the Navajo Nation, she was completely off grid, way out there, just raising her sheep and her goats and living that traditional way of life, and it's quite the example to us younger folks. So this is where I live. This is sunrise just a couple days ago. Garden in the background, you can see the water pump. Water is life, and when you're living way out, the basics are very important: water, warmth, food. This is the home and what it'll look like in a few months as the snow comes and the winter hits. And that's just the original cabin you can see on the left, built in 1976. And then there's a 2-story addition next to it, built in 86 by a really powerful activist back to the land couple who were allies of many movements, allies of the Panthers, allies of the American Indian movement. And they had got too old basically to continue living such a physically demanding existence out on the land. So they passed the reins along to me, and I've been rolling ever since. Standing Rock, I've been building on to it on the uphill side, and this is a little bit of the woodwork we've been doing with the hickory floors, pine walls.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man.
Thank you. That's a big old Amish wood cook stove. It's got an oven. It heats your house. It heats your hot water. It's amazing. I just knew I wanted to have that in this edition. And Tahila, my wife, you know, had the vision for how to make things beautiful. She was like, let's raise these ceilings up. Let's make these windows real big. You know, all these nice elements. Her being you know, an artist and a photographer herself, having quite a good idea of natural aesthetics. So heat, right? It's getting to be that time of year. The wood stove, this has been the main source of heat in the cabin for over 40 years. Heating up a little coffee and breakfast there. There's the nice new in the other part of the house, that good old Amish cook stove, making breakfast with a hot cup of coffee. And it's just a great thing to be able to cook your food and never have to worry about, are the utilities going out? Did you pay the gas bill? Pay the electric bill? It's free. The wood is all, you know, you just got to go put in the labor to get the wood out of the woods.
I don't think they hear you though, but I hear you. That's beautiful.
It's good exercise.
Yeah.
And in the warmer months, we got the outside campfire going. Makes it nice and easy for feeding large groups of people. And taking care of business. And that's the firewood shed in the back. This time of year, it's filling up with the wood to get us through until, you know, we'll be burning wood through May of 21 to stay warm. Here's how we do earlier in the year, you know, planting some food, planting some tobacco. That's kind of the view that we have from our land. And the land really provides everything. You know, there's a lot of food. There's a lot of, these are edible chanterelle mushrooms. I hear they go for a lot of money in the city, like $50 a pound. We go out and pick, you know, bags and bags full of them every year around here and freeze them and eat them all year long. You know, the land provides medicine. This is just some pine needle tea, super high in vitamin C. Really good for keeping you well. This is something I went and started collecting at the beginning of the pandemic. It's really good for lung issues. This is just the resin from a spruce tree, spruce gum they call it. You can actually chew on it like gum. and you can make a really powerful medicine and tea out of it. Here's how things look for the power situation. It's solar power out there. The funky mosaic array is made of the panels that I salvaged from the system that used to exist in the house. And there's a little funny story behind that, and I'll try to be brief with it, which is back in the summer of 03, I moved into the cabin in the fall equinox of 02, so just celebrated 18 years a couple weeks ago. And they the summer of 03 in the Northeast, anyone from New York City or around this area will remember there was a huge blackout when the Niagara Falls
man,
generating station went down. And
yeah, we were in New York when that happened.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
A lot of people from that were in the city were just like, wow, and told me what it was like later. So the funny thing was, I was off grid. I was all arrogant and like, haha, I'm off grid, I still got power. Well, 2 weeks later, the battery bank died because the folks who had lived there, they were kind of DIYing it, and they weren't really taking care of the batteries the way I learned that you should. Okay. So I said, well, I could buy a new battery bank, or I could gut this system, take the panels and rebuild everything and put them further out in the yard where there's more sun. And so I lived without electricity for a year while paycheck to paycheck. I bought the parts, and I bought a few other, there was 9 panels to start with. I bought 3 others to sort of mix and match and create an array. And that was my first bit of power. Then the next summer, added the other array, and that's the juice. That's what they look like in the wintertime, just a little bit of snow on the ground. Here's all. So we got a finite amount of electricity to work with. It's not just flick on a switch and pay the bill later. You got to keep track of your energy and what you're using, especially in the wintertime. And until we add a windmill, which is going to happen soon. I actually yesterday picked up some parts for the turbine tower, and that'll be realistically another year or two till that goes up. And yeah, I'm all about the solar. This is back at Standing Rock 4 years ago. This brother, he built all the solar trailers that were powering different parts of the camp. He's a Dene brother from the Navajo Nation, through a company called Native Renewables that are just doing awesome things, educating our people about the benefits of renewable energy. One of the benefits of living in the country is you got clear skies and stargazing. I like to take pictures of the night sky. This is that comet Neowise that came through a few weeks ago. And this is just a quick picture I shot at the bottom of my driveway. The moon is so bright and present in your life when you're walking.
What you got on that, bruh?
Huh?
What kind of lens you got to get that picture? What?
It's just it's a Canon 5D with a good zoom lens on it, and that's just sort of blown up a little bit too. And that's the nice thing about working outside, especially a week like this when it's the full moon, is you get longer amount of time with visible light to work outside. Sunrise. So the snow does come around here. It can get high, it does get cold, but I love living in a place where there's 4 seasons myself. I know it's not for everybody.
And you don't know nothing about that down here, man.
No, and yeah, if you're in Austin, I mean, it's been a big adjustment for Tehillah. To go from Texas to this is a big adjustment. But we just got her hooked up with some good new winter gear, and each year we get her a little more prepared,
a little warmer.
There's just a fun little picture of the panels at nighttime with the fireflies in the summer, cruising around. And here's just a fun picture of some folks singing by the campfire, and just with the long exposure. This was actually out at Standing Rock. And so, why do we do this? So the elders were always talking about 7 generations, and our teachings and our philosophy and our values often talk about, taking into account 7 generations in all the decisions that we do. So this is my little nephew. He's planting strawberries right here in our yard, and you know, I'm doing this for him and for all future generations to inherit something, and to inherit skills, to inherit culture, to inherit as clean of an earth as possible. I know in this day and age it seems getting to be further and further from the reality that people are dealing with. And then this is him. This is the one. It's funny, the one time I actually turned on the filter effects in Messenger to send a picture to somebody. I hit this and it just like was boom, the only time I've ever taken a picture, and it expressed perfectly. We're empowering these youth to really charge up and feel their power and to make the change in the world that's so needed. So
yeah, he looks like he's like, oh man, I'm about to do this. You really want this? Hold on. That's beautiful, man. Is that the end of the
yeah, so I'll hit the stop sharing, then we'll go back to boom.
Wow, that was awesome. That was awesome. That was a good sense of kind of where you are at, literally geographically, spiritually, in so many different ways. We brought you on not just because you're our friend, but because of your immense knowledge about this concept of living off grid. And last time we talked, you were talking about it as a mindset, and I was wondering if you could kind of delve into that a little bit and talk about what living off grid means to you.
Yeah, for me, it can manifest itself in wherever you're at. It's really about having the sovereign state of mind that you are in control of your destiny, your reality, your decisions. Some of the most free people I've met spent years, if not decades, in solitary on death row for things that they didn't do because of the political movements that they were involved in. They were some of the freest people mentally and spiritually that I've met in life. And there's people who have all the conveniences in the world, who are enslaved to the debt that this society and economic system creates. They're and enslaved to mental conditionings, so it's really, like Bob said, it's about emancipating yourself from mental slavery first and foremost. For me, because I've always been I've always liked being out in the woods and nature. That the way I do it is what works for me. But people can be off grid anywhere. People that work for themselves, that get outside of the system and that are entrepreneurial and they're their own boss, that's going off grid. People that choose to follow a unique path to discover, their gifts, their vocation, their whatever in life that's their passion. That's going off grid. And so it's beyond just solar panels and a wood stove. I mean, that's how I do it. That physically, and if you want to get off the utilities, you need to be prepared to put in a lot of work, a lot of work working with the land. Unless you got a whole lot of money, you can be off grid, with $1 million, like these billionaires are making, bunkers all over the world, trying to prepare themselves for an apocalypse, I guess they see is coming. So people do it on a budget. People do it with billions. It's really how your heart calls you to live your most authentic life. So for me, since I was young, I knew I wanted to be off the grid utilities and to be self-sufficient. I mean, for our communities, it's not that far removed. Many reservations, many rural communities of color in the South, just got electricity and running water, you know, in the 80s. And it wasn't that long ago. Some places, you know, there's still the Navajo Nation that's the largest population and size wise. You know, a lot of people there don't have access to water or power, things that people take for granted.
Hey man, and you know, living in America, even if you do have access to it, we got Flint. You know, do you even want it? You
Mm-hmm.
know? So, you know, you know, this is a serious issue. Like actually having access to clean water and things that are actually going to provide you with life. Um, I love what you're saying about, you know, this being a mindset. I want to talk about some of the mental challenges that you come across in pursuing this, you know, in this journey, this path through the woods or whatever you know you want to call it. I mean, there are many challenges. So can you just talk about some of those challenges you faced, you know, when you first decided to live this lifestyle, or not lifestyle? Let me sound like say this way of life, to follow this way of life.
Well, from the get-go, it was I mean, the first couple of months was just like, you know, being like all excited, like kids in the candy store. Oh, hey, we got all this, and you know, look at all this land, all this view, you know, and just sort of being like, wow. And then you know, winter hits. And
Mm.
so we were in a process at the time of we we're like, okay, we'll redo these floors in here before we move in. We got a couple months, and then we'll get somebody to take over our apartment, and we'll move in full time. But the financial reality of that after a couple months was like, this is no longer tenable. We need to move into our house ASAP. Well, it happened to be December of the worst winter in a decade. December into January. So the road up to the place is 6/10 of a mile long. It's a dirt road that I live on, and then the driveway itself wasn't even a driveway. It was just a Jeep trail, 4-wheel drive only. It was like a logging road, basically, passable at best half the year with 4-wheel drive.
I remember that.
So that had to get well, you know, we tried we were driving stuff in while the snow was still hard, but then eventually the snow got so high. Tried to drive in one time with some furniture like the end of December of 02, and just got stuck at like 1 a.m. coming back from a trip. I had a truckload of furniture that was from my grandparents' place, and we was like, okay, gonna move this in, and got stuck. Had to hike up to the top, get a shovel, hike back down, shovel out that wheel, get some stuff in there, get it traction, get out of there, and then come back and realize that we had to take a sled and be the dogs for the dog sled team and move our stuff every day for a month up a hill. And then at the very end, some friends who were dog sled makers actually came with a snowmobile and a thing called a sledge. And this is like a platform with skis. And so the heaviest stuff that we had, like the cast iron pots and the, you know, mattress and things like that, went on that and got zipped up to the top. And then after that month, it was like -10 every night for a week.
Ooh.
And windy. It was just cold, and they hadn't, you know, taken care of all the drafts in the house, so we discovered every little draft there was that winter, and so it was, you know, it was real. But so that from the get-go, it was like, okay, you gotta really put your best game foot forward, and you got to be willing to be sore, to be tired, to sometimes feel like, okay, is this really worth it? But for the most part, it really has been rewarding. It's just you know, when you set the goal to be self-sufficient, just like when you set the goal to be an entrepreneur, be your own boss, you know, you're going to put in more work than maybe doing the okie doke, doing the status quo. But
did you I mean, was there a time, we've never talked about it, but was there a time you were like, I don't know if I could do this? Was there ever a time where you just thought like maybe I made the wrong decision?
not really. There were just times where I was really tired and felt really challenged, and but the land is so beautiful, and you know, the being close to the earth and being able to go out and garden and gather from the woods and go out and hunt and supply their own firewood, it you know, it's such a good feeling for me to know that I'm taking care of my business, and literally you say taking care of your own shit too, because you got a composting toilet, you got a composting outhouse, you're recycling your own refuse into fertilizer for fruit trees.
Man, and I tell you, like, you know, you know, I had been camping here and there, you know, but you know, some of my first experiences with all this, like composting toilet, all this was through you. It was, you know, it was this, you know, it was great, you know, but I've never been there in the winter like that. I'm I mean, I can't imagine. I always like try, you know, I would always think about you whenever I was cold, even slightly, and be like, man, this ain't nothing compared to what he's dealing with.
It's all about the gear. If you got the right gear, you know, and you can live anywhere. I mean, people live in the Arctic stuff. They wear seal skins and whatnot that performs better than Gore-Tex. So you just got to have the good gear.
Okay. What there are probably some people watching here that are thinking like, okay, you know, maybe I want to get a solar panel or this or that. Like what steps you encourage people to take if they're thinking about just depending less on the grid? What are some like initial steps or things, maybe some reading or something they could do to just start moving in that direction if they're interested?
I'd say just the education process of learning about these technologies, learning about these skills, whatever you feel drawn to. You know, people, some people like gardening and canning. They like to, you know, pickle sauerkraut and make raw probiotic things. There's so many skills. Maybe other people feel called, they want to raise chickens or guinea hens, sheep, goats, bison, who knows. You know, some people be attracted to the wilderness survival type skills, and you know, that kind of thing. For me, I was already into a lot of that. So my education was around the green building technologies, the solar. Like I had never even messed with electrical work. It always kind of intimidated me. I could work on a car, but when it came to the electrical part of the car, I would defer to my homie who was a professional mechanic. I'd be like, yo, look at this. But when having no power, and my homie that lived a couple states away, was a professional solar installer, I was like, yo, can you come here and like camp out for a week? We get this built. He said, nah, I can't really do that, but I'll tell you what to read. And I got the textbook for solar installers that trains them. I got a subscription to Home Power magazine, which unfortunately I don't think is around anymore, but there's a lot of resources out there, and now the internet is so even more prevalent in our lives than it was 18 years ago when I started this journey, that information is at your fingertips. Somebody I saw posted a question about what dimensions would I advise for a starter solar panel. So my suggestions to people is going to be kind of different if you own a home versus if you're renting or have some other kind of living situation. You know, if you own a home, you can start to build a whole system for your home. If you want to go big, you could just start you know, building something on a shed. If it's too, the shed is too far away to run an electrical line to feasibly, you could just get a little system. Some of the tool catalogs sell them. They're not really the best bang for your buck. You're better off learning a little bit more and buying the parts themselves rather than these sort of pre-made kits that like Northern Tool and Harbor Freight, places like that sell. So you can you know, you can get started for a few $100s. You could get a little portable fold out thing, you know, that the people use on expeditions to power their laptops and GPS. If you're the traveling kind of person, or if you you know, you rent and you want to just, you got a sunny window and you want to be able to charge a few things and not have it come off your electric bill, you could start there. But they sell these little portable kits that's got the batteries, it's got a panel, and you don't even have to think about it. If you're not the technically inclined type, you could just buy one of those, and then you've got something that you could roll out with in your vehicle, take to the next spot. Yeah.
Right on, right on.
So to answer the specific question about dimensions, it
Okay.
really doesn't, you know, you're going to see the better made panels have more power per like square inch. You know, they're going to be more efficient. You buy some cheapo ones, they're going to be larger. And so it's really based on your budget and your comfortability with you know, starting to put things, wire things together. And the most important thing, bottom line, for all of it is to take an assessment of your energy use in life and to become very conscious and aware, because people are very generally unconscious about the amount of power. And there's so many appliances in the United States and Canada and you know, the modern world really, that use phantom loads of electricity, that when they're off, they're actually still on, drawing a little bit of power, because you want to be able to click that remote and it pops on instantly, not takes time to warm up. So there's all kinds of ways that you can start assessing your electrical use and try to minimize it. That's essential for going off grid. And just energy in general, like if you own your own home, or you got a whatever, you're living out of a vehicle, figure out every single place that where you're leaking air and caulk that bad boy up. And that's a thing that you can do to save a lot of energy for very little time and money.
Excellent advice, man. Excellent advice. I wanted to, and y'all, everybody that's watching, just like I don't know who that was. You can pop a question in, and we'll put it up on the screen so you can see it. Feel free to ask any questions that that you have, and we'll take a little bit of time at the end as well. But you know, feel free to just type in a question, and we'll get to it. I want to talk just briefly about your connection with the reservation. Or traveling to reservations, and like what connection or what things can we, being just the general population, whatever you want to call it, people that aren't connected to reservations, what kind of relationships can we, is there opportunity for building, is there opportunity for just a relationship coalition building, those type of things? What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, well, you know, nowadays, and in general, indigenous people have been kind of out of sight, out of mind in the public, and that's by design. You know, they hyper visibilize people of African descent, and they really invisibilize indigenous people, and we're just a thing of the past. You know, that was the 1800s, and they don't really exist anymore, or you know, because we don't live in the traditional structures or walk around in buckskin and things like that, that we're somehow not real natives or something. So important thing to note is that while there are, reservations all over the place in so-called United States and Canada, these are just little POW camps often, basically, or severely restricted amounts of people's original homelands. And at this point, at least half the population lives away, lives off their territory, lives in cities, suburbs, might be overseas serving in the military, whatever. And so, we're everywhere, and there's also been a large growth of the indigenous population coming from south of the Rio Grande, in recent years, coming to work over here. So, and the other reality too is our communities, particularly in places like the East Coast, where there's been hundreds of years of contact. There's been a lot of intermarriage with people of different backgrounds, different ethnicities. So we come in a wide array of looks that, if you're looking for just the Hollywood cowboys and Indians look, yeah, there's some people that have that look, and there's a lot too that don't, and come in all shades and persuasions of the spectrum. And that's a whole touchy subject, and indigenous identity, because of the way that the government has tried to get involved to in paper genocide, basically. That's a whole long conversation, as well as that there's always been there for decades, but there's kind of grown in recent years, these various groups that are like, no, those people, they're not the real indigenous people of the Americas. We are. And they'll buy some Chinese made eBay headdresses and put them on and be like, I'm the chief of the Waka Waka clan, the Waka Flocka clan. I mean, he was doing that same thing too, talking about, I'm a blacktail and redfoot Indian, and them people, they're fakes. So that's an important thing to understand, is that too, that so-called Indian country, or the indigenous world, the fourth world, as a great leader once said, that we weren't third world, even though many of our reservations are third world living conditions compared to the rest of the country. He said we're the fourth world. So we have a lot of diversity, and we're out there. And I think in 2020, the Black Lives Matter movement shed so much light on the injustices in the world that more people were, taking note, and to see things happen, like, in the city of Minneapolis, where they murdered George Floyd. There's been a large Native presence there for years. That's where the American Indian movement was born, out of the police brutality that was taking place in the 60s against the Native community there. And so to see, that jingle dress dancers, which is a style of dress that's a healing dance, for them to dance there, a couple days after his murder, and that there's the connections have always been there, and particularly for hundreds of years with the African diaspora, people, communities, and people have resisted together. Not to paint a glorious picture, there's also, there was Buffalo Soldiers, there was people like the so-called 5 civilized tribes dealing in slavery. But around here, Harriet Tubman's home is just up the road from here. She was using old Cayuga trails as she navigated the Underground Railroad from Maryland and down south to up here. So I think it's just important for us to remember that there's been a historical connection. For some communities, that connection has always been maintained, and it's just important for all of us to see the shared reality that we have of an increasingly polluted and strained world, that we have a responsibility to turn this ship around together as people, and that as indigenous people, having lived here for countless generations, we have something very important in our philosophies and ways of life to share with the world at this time. So please, wherever you're at, make those connections, build those bridges.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. So enlightening, man. Just got to thank you for all the work that you're doing in the world, all the bridges that you're building, all the great example that you represent for us to, get out of our boxes. I know you've played a tremendous role in our lives and opening our minds, because no matter how much you think you're an independent thinker or whatever, we're all kind of been programmed to live a very destructive way, consumerism, capitalism, all these things. So you are one of our great teachers in terms of just the will, just showing us the will, like what it is to really have the will and determination. So I thank you for that, being that example for us personally. So I just want to say that publicly.
Well, I was wearing my Ross Day t-shirt yesterday. I didn't even realize I had thrown it on until it was the evening, and was checking out the program on my phone as I'm heating up water on the wood stove to get ready to take a bath so I could look a little presentable today, because I took the week off from work to rebuild my chimney. I got 2 chimneys, the 2 wood stoves, as you've seen. So fortunately, one was able to stay keeping us warm while I rebuilt the other one. And so I've been sweaty and just working all week, and I had to at least freshen up to
yeah,
come up with, I know Ross keeps it fresh.
you know that yeah, if we're gonna talk about the future, it's got to be fresh, man. It got to be fly. We ain't
exactly. We got to make sustainability sexy. Like that's something that we used to say a lot. People would feel like, okay, oh, it's dry, oh, it's a lot of work, it's labor on the farm, and it's a bunch of old hippies and that's into all that. It's like, no, being able to do the green thing is what's in. It makes sense for the land. It makes sense for your bottom line. If we're all, no matter how much we criticize the economic system and work for change around it, we all like to save some money, and not so being green, you saving energy, you're saving money, you're conscious of the things that you do use that are particularly impactful on the environment. It is like you said, it's a way of life when you really embrace it. And I've met people from plenty of cities that do that live very simply, and they barely use any resources. Their electric bill is probably like $5 a month. So doesn't have to be out in the woods. I just, I like to be, that's where I like to be. And I share that with the world, with a forum called Woods News, just a little private Facebook group. And at different times we have conference calls, and we check in, and it's a whole network of people from around the country who are into these kinds of topics.
Yeah, man. Definitely. Is there another way that people that you're kind of communicating with people via the internet, or ways that people can find out more about what you're doing right now?
I mean, honestly, that's about the best, because I don't do a whole lot of social media. All my time goes into working at my day job as director of media and communications for the Seneca Nation, and all my free time, it goes into building our house and spending time with my family. So I would like to have a blog someday.
Can they search that on Facebook? Can they search Wood News and find it?
Yeah. Yep. You can find me on Facebook. My profile picture is a little bonfire. You can find Woods News and request to join it. And that's the only forum I've got going right now. where I just share a little bit of pictures of what's going on, and other people share what they're doing, information about sustainable agriculture. Because they're, like Soul Fire Farm and what Leah Pennyman has been doing, that's not that far from here. That's just a couple hours, with her book Farming While Black, and the whole food sovereignty movement that's blown up in Detroit and Atlanta, reservations all over the place. There's that's the kind of information we're sharing, the connections we're making. So looks like the link is being shared in the comments, so please find us there.
Yeah, man, for sure. Shout out to Leah and Soul Fire Farm and all those folks. We definitely wanted to have her as part of this conference. It didn't happen this time, but we definitely want to send love and energy out to them, because what they're doing is really incredible. And we hope to have them on as guests, or introduce our community to them as soon as we can, because I think what she's doing is necessary, and it's just incredible. So yeah, thanks for bringing her up, for sure. Y'all should check that out. Soul Fire Farm, or Farms, I'm not sure, but Google that. Soul Fire Farm, Leah Penniman. I think it's Penniman. Doing great work in New York, just around, just taking the land back, growing food sovereignty, all that type of good stuff. So Jason, to wrap it up, man, I want you to kind of just tell us what you see, with this society today is about us visioning a future that is what we want, and we have to figure out what's important to us. What type of energy do we want to use? How do we want to get our food? What does it mean to be sovereign? What does it mean to be human? How are we going to live our lives, right? I want you to talk about, your next 10, 20, 50, whatever years. Like, how do you see your society today and in the future?
Yeah, well, I think, I'm thankful for the influence of a lot of creative geniuses and teachers to get me to really think about the future. Whether it was Octavia Butler or Baba Kalindi Aye, who was a founding member of the Woods News Collective. Rest in power, Baba. And a master martial artist and mycologist who traced so far into the past and the history of human coevolution with mushrooms and the societies we've created through time, and pyramids and astronomical calendars and all this high science, and things have come and gone. We've seen Mayans and Olmecs, ancient Kemet. Things have come and gone, but their monuments are still there. And so, as we sit and reflect on all that history and where we've been as human beings, the good, the bad, and the ugly, let's have an honest assessment. We don't need to romanticize anything, because that's too easy to get reactionary against the system. And then you start to romanticize something that wasn't really, a historical fact either. You want to imagine what the past was like. Well, we shouldn't worry about imagining what the past is like, but we can imagine the future. And I think most people want to see a future where their desires and dreams are fulfilled, where their children have, safe places to live and to grow and to eat, and that there's healthy food and healthy families. Most people who are not psychopaths or sociopaths want these things. And so my final thought is to just find your power place within. Nature is a great place to clear the distractions, to clean away some of the stress, to get focus. And that's what I'm thankful for in living this way of life, and being connected to the seasons and the weather, and just having to be in the flow and noting the moon cycles and the yearly changes in the sunlight. It helps me to find my power within, to say, okay, we can make this better. Because some people that live off grid, they're prepping for an apocalyptic future. They're thinking there's going to be civil wars and unrest, and all the survivalists, are using the stuff that's going on in the news now to get more riled up, more fearful, more stockpiling, food and ammo and everything else. And I think if myself, I'm optimistic about the future, even though as we sit on the brink of civil war potentially, that these maybe are the painful things that need to happen to evolve to a higher form of society, where we have so many diverse influences that of people that have come from all around the world to this land. And we should, we just need to celebrate and each other's diversity of spirit, diversity of culture, diversity of music, food, every last thing, diversity of thought, and just make a world, like the Zapatistas say, a world where there's room for many worlds, room for all of us.
Ashe, man. Well said. I'm going to end it on that note, man. I really, this has been a great conversation. Very powerful words there that I think we all can digest over time. But yeah, this is a very critical time, and it's not a time where we should bunker ourselves in and be overwhelmed by fear. This is a time for us to expand out and look in, and then use whatever we're receiving inside and bringing that out into the world. That's what this weekend is about. That's what this conference is about. We're not moving in fear. We're moving in love. We're moving with the energy that, we have already overcome. Not we shall overcome. We have overcome. And the future is ours. We're claiming it today. Thank you, Jason, for being such a shining light, such an incredible example to follow, man. And hopefully you guys tune in to Woods News. If not, we'll be having more conversations down the road, and continuing to gather around these important issues. So thank you, Jason, for tuning in, man. Thank you for being a part of this. It's so blessed.
It was such an honor, and thank you for all the comments I'm seeing popping up. It's nice that it's resonating with folks. And yeah, it's a pleasure. This is so needed right now, what y'all are doing, and this is that evolution that I'm talking about. Just bringing people together, sharing, and we're all going to walk away just a little more juiced up and ready to live our best lives.
Ashe. Heads up, y'all. So we're going to take a little bit of break. We'll take about a 15-minute break, a little more than 15 minutes, and we're going to be back with Justin Botany Bay Robinson. Man, this guy, Botany Bay, he's cool. He's bought some land with some friends. He's doing some great things on the land. He's reconnecting with plants, and he's going to talk to us about the medicine of plants and the importance of plants. Jason, please, stay with us. If you want to enjoy some more of the conversation, but if not, man, we're always connected. We'll talk to you soon. All right, brother.
Yeah. I'm going to tune in on my smartphone. I'll at least be able to get the audio while I'm outside in my yard working on building a set of stairs right this afternoon.
Okay, that's beautiful, man. Well, thank you again. Y'all, we'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes with Justin Botany Bay Robinson. Stay tuned.
Love everyone. Thank you.
Peace. Yo, what's going on, y'all? Welcome back. We streaming, we beaming up in here with the team, and about to bring out somebody that I've learned about just recently. On this journey, on this path. It's a spiritual path. It's a mental path. Oh, hold on, Key, can you come in and close my door, please? It's a journey, y'all. And when you're of a certain mindset, you find yourself coming across individuals that just kind of speak to you. And this is one of those people, man. I'm not exactly sure. Actually, I am sure. There's somebody that knows me and reached out to me on my Instagram, and they were like, "You need to check this brother out." And I went to his Instagram, and I was like, "Okay, I get it. Now I'm not Mr. Green Thumb. I'm not Mr. Grow your food. I have never, been super successful with gardening, but I have a lot of people in my community that are successful. So therefore I am successful because, my village, the people around me can support me in that way. And I can support them in the ways that I am and the talents that I have, the skill sets that I have. One of the skill sets is putting together things like this, producing things like this so that our community can learn and grow. So I'm really excited to have him join us today as a part of this great weekend that we've had this side today. Thank everybody for tuning in. I'm gonna bring my friend, newfound friend, Justin Botany Bay Robinson up in her. You ready, Justin? Hey, there he is. What's good, man? You might have to unmute yourself. I'm not sure. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Justin? A little technical difficulty. Can you hear me? I think you muted yourself. Can you hear? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Say something. Okay, we're gonna figure that out. This is in so many ways, this technology is amazing. I mean, we're literally, broadcasting all around, this all around the country, all around the world right now. People are tuning in, but at the same time, it's frustrating because there's little hiccups like that happen, and you just got to keep it moving, man. Let's hear some folks in the comments here. What are you guys been learning? What have you guys been thinking? Anybody that's been here with us since 10 or anybody that's tuned in recently, leave us a comment. Let's see where you guys are at. How is everything going? What are you thinking? We can do that. We can also really fantastic program, exciting for Justin. Yeah, he's coming up. He's definitely coming up. Anybody have any questions or any comments or things that they've learned so far? Any thoughts? Any feedback? You can definitely drop that in the comments. An important, just so y'all know, like it's so important to just not be a spectator, not just be a viewer, but to process this through commenting, through giving feedback, because this is a conversation. So when we call for feedback, please insert yourself. Let us know, what you're learning. Let us know what's happening out there. This is not about you just sitting and us just pouring into you. This is also about a conversation, a call and response. That's how we learn. That's how we grow. So please participate, interact. Justin, how we doing? Are we good? We ready? Let's try it again. What's up?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
There it is. Bong, bing, bong. We out here. Michaela says she loved the variety of perspectives so far. Michaela, I'd love to know what perspective resonated with you. What have really resonated? We can get back to you later, but we would love to hear what is generating interest for y'all. That feedback is so great. Okay. Roman said he's loving seeing all these incredible BIPOC operating with the values of human integrity, with a connection to nature. These are our people. Indeed. These are your people, Roman. These are our people. And the perspective of doing this right now, this is an inaugural event, but we want to do this every year. And we want it to be a gathering of our people. the gathering of people that are thinking about our future in a holistic way, not in some specialized, compartmentalized way. And it's about profits. We want to think about people. We want to think about land. We want to think about energy. We want to think about spirit. And that's what this is about right now. On that note, we got the big homie, Justin Robinson, Botany Bay. What's good, man?
Not much, just chilling, getting set up and making sure all this technology stuff works.
Man, I'll tell you, we made it. You in here.
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful thing, man. It's great to see your face again. I look forward to seeing you in person, man, and getting to spend time on your land for sure.
Absolutely.
Before that can happen, let's talk about where are you at right now? Where are you?
I am in Central North Carolina, so in the Raleigh-Durham area.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And so you have recently bought some land. Can you talk about that move? And we'll start there. What's going on with the land?
So me and 13, well, 13, then 11, then 8, now 7. People got together. Let's see, this has been about 8 years. How was the oldest baby? 8 years ago. To come together because we knew we wanted to own land together. We wanted to do it collectively. We wanted to do it outside of as much outside as you can be of a capitalist model.
Hold on a second, Jessica. Can you maybe hold the? There's like
that better?
I think so. Let's try that.
Yeah, we knew we wanted to come together to do something outside of sort of a capitalistic model, even though, of course, we still have to work within that system. And so in 2016, it's 4 years ago now, we landed on a piece of land that is 48 acres. It's got 4 residences on it. We've got a barn that we turned into a community space. We just built another thing. We've got different projects going on there. So there's farming, there's movement, there's plant classes, there's capoeira, there's bomba, drumming, singing. Our kids are there too. So it's become a real community.
And so what were you doing before you did this? Like, this is a process. So take us through the journey, man. Tell us a little bit about how you go from, maybe living in the city to like, okay, we're going to buy land. Take us through that journey a little bit.
Okay. Well, so it was me. And so I'm a country person, as you can tell by my handle. So owning land and being around family is just something that's just normal to me. That was, how both my parents grew up. And so I saw that growing up myself as well. I grew up in the suburbs, my sister and I. And so, but I knew I wanted to go back to that feeling and to that space that, I had grown up around when I got grown. And so basically that's what I did. And so it took from, I met sort of my good friend who me and him have sort of been working on this for a long time since I was in my early 20s. I'm 38 now. And it finally all came together. We knew that we couldn't do it alone, right? We didn't have the resources. We were early in our careers. We didn't have the money. We didn't have the credit. We didn't have none of that stuff. And we knew that we could not do it alone. And finding other like-minded people, it became possible, even in a way that I didn't think was. There were moments in the process I was like, we can't do it. Like we ain't got the stuff. And it came through. Like the ancestors really, truly made a way that I could not see it. And it was also the power of collective thinking, right? And so if it had been up to me and me as a single decision makers, we wouldn't have gotten the other, because we originally bought 12 acres, and then the sellers, which is all family land, said we got another 35 acres. That's just woods, and if you wanted to buy that, we would sell it to you too at a reduced price. And I was like, we don't have the money, we ain't got the credit, we ain't got the whatever. What are we gonna do with this land once we get it? Blah 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 blah. And collective reasoning, man. Other people were like, nah, we can do it, and it turned out to be true.
So, I mean, you're in your early 20s, was this just y'all just sitting around just like, hey, man, wouldn't it be cool if we had some land, my man? And then it just grew. Like, can you give us some more specifics? So, like, it's like, like year one to year whatever. Like
so for the first, for
hold on a second. A lot of people are thinking about this right now, right? They're like, oh, yeah, it'd be cool. We got some land. Let's get into the nuts and bolts of
it. So first, it just again start talking about just sitting around vibing, drinking, whatever, right? And just to be clear, but my buddy who I ended up doing this with, and other people too, not just him and I. That's one of the reasons he moved to North Carolina. I'm from here, but he moved here because he wanted to do this thing. And so I already had like a partner in that way. And so he's the like person who was he had been looking for land for years. So he would write letters to people, or I see these people land, are you thinking about selling it? But for years and years and years and years, and a piece of land that we're on now, he had written a letter to them years ago. So it does really help to have somebody who was like that and got that kind of like, he's got a trader's mind, I would say. Like he's just a whiz at like wheeling and dealing, that kind of thing. Everybody's bring their own gifts to a situation, right? And so because of that, because he had been looking for so long, when this property finally came on the market, we knew already it would work, right? So that was one thing. And then when we started getting together,
how did you know it would work?
Because everybody came and said it was in the right place. Because we didn't want to be too far out in a rural place, but we of course we couldn't be in the city, right? So it was the right place. We had folks set up in terms of folks who had their credit together, who could actually, go and get a mortgage for a home loan, because these were both one of the big things that are really important is that buying raw land without cash is hard to do. Right, trying to get a mortgage for raw land is difficult. You got to have a lot more money down, and the mortgages are not as the terms are not as long.
So it's different. You getting a mortgage, you have to have less money to get a house, and you have to get land.
Correct. Right.
Ain't that interesting?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you have to have 25. You have to have 20 or 25% down to buy raw land, and the terms are mostly 15 to 20 years. Okay, so you got to have cash up front. Now, if you buying a residential home loan, that's very, very different. And the acreage, depending on the lending agency, like if you just say you got a house with 10 acres, they may be less willing to lend to that, because the land is not going to, because what they want to know is that if you default on the loan, how can they turn it over? So having more land for them is not necessarily a plus. They would rather have the house. The lending agency would rather have the house, because it's easier to move for them. So it's a funny thing, which is why we started off with a house and 12 acres. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Then the additional land that was quote unquote undeveloped, has trees on it, had to come through another. We actually ended up having to use another lender, because a regular lender is not going to let you buy a house. Let you buy land like that without. And we had used all of our savings and whatever to purchase the other thing. One of the other things is when we started getting together collectively, we started taking up money immediately. So we came up with a system in that what was the lowest amount people could pay per month, the lowest amount a month that everybody. So if it was, I think it ended up with like $20 or $25 or whatever. Again, we were much younger in our careers. We didn't have very much money. And so we did that every month for however many years we were together. And when it came time we found the land, we had enough cash to make a down payment.
Okay, now see, that's what I'm talking about. That's beautiful information. For those of y'all that are out there, listen to what he just said. Okay, so whatever people could contribute on a
whatever they could contribute on a month.
Everybody was different, and there was no pressure. Like everybody had to give the same amount, right? Like,
no. That was the minimum. Of course, you wanted to give more.
And they gave $100, but 25 or whatever was the minimum. And after a certain amount of time, you guys had a pot of money.
That's right.
With which to invest. That's a beautiful thing. Go ahead.
One of the other important things is to make sure, if you're doing this collectively, that you have your strategy the relationships between the people is probably the single most important thing, because once you put your money together, as anybody who knows who's in any sort of business together or partnership or life or whatever, is that then the stakes get different. And so, we still have issues with this in terms of making sure that, because we all got different class status, and we just people, right? We bring the stuff that we bring with us. And so being able to be upfront about money, which is not what our society is trained to do. Like, I don't have any money, or I've got way 6 or 7 times more than the other person, right? Those are real things that we still grapple with. And it helped to have somebody, who had worked a job for a long time, who had long history of W-2s, had, that was also helpful. Those things are not, they're not negligible. Now we worked as many angles as we possibly could. We ended up getting an easement on one of the lands. So after we bought the land, they paid us some money. And so there's all these different kinds of ways that, for lack of that other people have been doing for years and continue to do, that sort of, it's not illegal.
Right.
It's just slick. It's just slick, and you can do it till the cows come home.
Yeah. Thank you, Admin. I wanted to try and get some of these questions up. We're gonna leave this question up for a second, and when we have another break, we're gonna get into that. But just check that question out. You can read it there. This is all important stuff, man. So how from sitting there, and you can keep that question up there. You can keep that up. You're drinking, everybody got this kind of fantasy, like, oh, let's just buy some land, right? A lot of people, probably have sat down at some point in their life and thought this, right?
Yep.
So you go there. Then how long till you started having like a collective of people and you're collecting money? What was that?
Basically, once we decided on the people who were down, like, this is what we want to do.
How long did it take to find those people? Was it like a year, 2 years?
We knew a lot of those people we knew already. And sometimes it was like we knew one person and they came with their partner, right?
Got it.
So that made it. And then, of course, people left because that's the nature of things as well. Humans come together and they come apart. That's just the nature of things. Yeah. Doesn't mean it's just because it's sort of normal. Don't mean it's necessarily easy to handle in the moment. But that is the nature of things. But we started collecting money as soon as we could. And in reference to that question, is that we became an LLC. It made more sense for us to become an LLC because we're in North Carolina. That was the most flexible financial instrument that we could use for what it is that we needed to do. Now we also have a fiscal sponsorship so that we're able to take donations should people want, and apply for grants and whatever should people want a tax deductible, donation. Now all of that, my personal belief is all of that people wanting tax deductible donations is BS in a capitalist system. However, you still need to be equipped to be able to take the money. So that's how we've done it. It didn't make sense for us to become a nonprofit. Even though lots of us have worked in or around those sectors. But that didn't make sense. That didn't make the most sense for us. The most flexible financial instrument. And because there's, at least for North Carolina, there's not many rules about what can happen in an LLC. You can literally wipe whatever it is in there that you want. So it could be a collective process within this financial instrument that is recognized by the state.
I got it. So then you form the LLC, and then so you have your people are putting money in. How long until you felt like you saved up enough money?
So we were just putting it in until we found the land, right?
Okay. So whatever you had when you found it, you were just going to use
that's what it was.
Okay.
And so it, had it taken 10 years, it would have been 10 years more, 10 years worth more of money in there, ostensibly. But it also required somebody to be looking for land actively all the time, because the area we're in was quickly, becoming more suburbanized and urbanized. So the real estate things became an issue, and like looking all the time. We ended up hiring a realtor, I think, by the end of it, which was helpful. And let's see. One of the other things is that, because it was a kind of a long process, and there's a lot of, sort of hurry up and wait or push for uncertain results, is that people stepped up and stepped back. Somebody would push for this particular thing or push for this particular property or try to get all the documents ready for a particular thing, and then it wouldn't work out. And then that person would fall back and somebody else would come forward. And so it was a lot of moving pieces. Of course, there's a lot of frustration and whatever in the getting to that space. So it really has been more like a marathon in the getting of the stuff. And then getting is only step one. I mean, honestly, the acquiring of land is fairly easy. Have money. Right now, the acquiring of money is not necessarily easy, but the step is clear. Have some money, buy the land, and then once you do it, what do you do once you get the land? Is the question that is as big as all outdoors, which is state agencies, federal agencies, private landowners all grapple with the same question every single time. What do you do once you get it? Because if you have it paid off, you still have to pay the taxes, and so we've got.
Okay, so how long did it take you to find the land?
About 4 years.
Okay, so it took you 4 years to find the land. You put down the down payments. Now, now what's due on the land? Let's get to that.
So now what you do on the land? So there were 2 residences that were more or less ready to live. One was totally ready to live in, was in beautiful shape. And the other one was just needed a few repairs and like renovations. And so basically we got those up and running and got people living in them sort of immediately. So that sort of, that money, because you'd have to pay rent anyway, just pay rent to the LLC. And so we got those up and running, got the sort of farm started, and then sort of in an iterative process, we renovated another space. So now another family lives there. We built like a tree house where sort of people can sort of rent occasionally if they want to like camp outs or whatever. Then we renovated the barn, which is a big push and took a long time. I'm not sure I would recommend that. Because it was a lot of time and took a lot of effort to get done. And then we just built a new structure recently. And we fundraised for almost all of those things so that we weren't, because we still have a mortgage on the property. So it's not like we got the land and we're on it, but you still got to keep it up. You got to keep the grass cut. You got to keep the trails open. You got to make sure the wells are running. You got to make sure that, we had to remove fences and tear down buildings. And like, there's a lot of pieces moving all at once. Then you have to have, like, if you want to invite people out, because that's part of how we were making our money pre-COVID anyway, is that you got to have your insurances up, and then you got to make sure, there's a lot more to it than it seems like it's on the, and then you got to see, like, what's the relationship between the people who are coming as guests and the people who live there. Like, there's a lot of, it's especially when it's residential and, got some community aspects to it. Yeah, it's a lot to think about. And then, how is the land sort of sustaining itself? How is it paying for itself? So, but that requires upfront money, some capital, in order to get people to come to a space that people want to be in. And so we just finished an outdoor space now because of COVID that allows people to gather on the outside without having to worry about a lot of additional, it's a lot of outside space, but this is covered and you could have a dance party or whatever you want to.
Yes, we got to bring us there for that. We do that, bro. We do that. Trust. We just had a dance party last night to kick off the weekend. So please believe I'll be out on your land. Somebody asked, what characteristics make it a good property?
That's up to what you want to do with it. That's always the question. What is your objective? Because the land has its own ideas, first of all, right? It's its own entity, don't have nothing to do with you in that sense. And so that's number one. But then it's like, what's the objective? Well, if you want to farm, which was part of what we want to do, it was helpful to have the land already cleared. Because if you're trying to clear land for a farm, how much of that can you do? That's an expensive proposition, depending on how old the trees are and stuff. You got to get up roots and stuff. It's a lot of work. That is the reason why people brought our people over here anyway, right? Is to do that kind of hard labor. So,
talk about it.
so that's not even with modern machinery is not easy to do. And so it was helpful for us to already have houses that were more or less ready to live in. We wanted outbuildings. We wanted water on the property in terms of flowing water. It had a pond, a small pond, and a creek. We wanted all those things. We wanted open land. We wanted woods. For us, it worked very well. And we didn't want it to be too far out. We didn't want to be, and we wanted to be relatively close to Black communities. Because, it's one thing to be in a rural area, but it's another thing to be in a rural space when you have other people who you can call on.
First and foremost, it's really clear from what you're saying is you have to know what you want.
That's correct.
This is not, this is not a game. This is real life. You really have to know what you want. It's not just in terms of space, in terms of the land, but also in terms of how you're going to deal with people.
That's right.
That leads us into this question that we have here is how do you maintain the collective vision in the midst of frustrations or miscommunications and things of that nature? This is a big topic for anybody that's trying to build community.
Well, the answer is sometimes that you won't. Because remember that things are all moving at all times. There's nothing that is static, including our own perspectives, right? So even if because I've been with these folks in terms of a collective again for 8 years, and 8 years ago we ain't had no kids. Now we got 5, and so that changes everything.
And we as a collective, or you personally?
Yeah, as a collective, we have 5 children now.
Got it.
And so the collective has grown sort of naturally in that sense. But, our focus didn't have to shift. Everybody got kids. There's a whole set of things that that's not on the table anymore. And because our kids live on the property as well, that our access to it has to be, other people's access to it has to be different. And so that's the thing. It's continually moving. There is no singular target, right? Or you can have one, but know that is going to shift, and it will continue to shift as things move around. As we are in this political moment right now, we're in North Carolina. We live in it's a rural area. The town closest to us is very sort of quote unquote progressive, but everywhere around us is not, or to the north of us. And so there's some, security issues that we then have to think about. We're right on the road, and so it's not like we're back in the cut. We're on the road for real. Lots of people. We make sure that we don't have any signage or anything up. You can just look out and see us out there. So it's a lot of frustration, and we have outside facilitators, and we have all the stuff that you wouldn't do in any kind of organization, family or otherwise. Because people are who they are, and they continue to change. So it's a lot of work, and this is what I would say, because I had the pleasure of talking to somebody else who's doing something like this in Alabama. Make sure that you are spiritually aligned with the people who you're in your collective. I don't mean religiously, I mean spiritually, because you are going to be tested. Collectively, it's going to become internally. I don't mean from the outside, about what it is you believe and the way that you understand the world to work and what it is that you want. So as clear as you can be about it individually, and as clear as each individual can be about it and able to express that, the better off things will be. Where's the alignment? Because that's what you're looking for at all times, and that's constantly shifting.
I love that you make that point about spirit versus reality. I mean, religion. I'm sorry, spirituality versus religion. Can you touch on that real quick?
Yeah. So I think of spirituality or your cosmology is like your relationship. It's how you understand the world to work, right? Like, so if you have some fundamental ideas about how the world works, and those things are really, really different from the person you're trying to be in a collective with, you're going to keep coming to that same spot, because people don't quickly change their fundamental views. And so that's what I mean by spiritually aligned. Not that of course, you're not going to be in lockstep with anybody, but some big fundamental things have to be true, or have to be in line. Otherwise, you're going to keep coming into those same spaces over and over and over and over and over again, as we do. I mean, again, anybody who's been in a relationship with any other human already knows this. So that's not different. So it's that much work. And it's worth it. It's worth it. It's way more worth it than, you buying your townhouse and me buying my townhouse and we not know. It's a different level of work, but the payoff is also different. The amount of emotional and social work that must be done to live in a collective is very, very different. I would also say that the importance of ritual is very, very important. That is outside the business, outside of the business aspect. Because you got to talk about taxes and surveying and all the things that need to happen on a piece of land. That's one thing that's going to be there anyway, no matter what sort of situation you're living in. But what are the rituals that you guys have together, or that you create together, that help to build a sense of community just for y'all being humans together in the same space?
Wow, that's huge. So what do y'all do in terms of that? Do you have like certain celebrations in terms of the seasons, or what are y'all doing?
Yeah, so we almost always have a solstice situation. That's one of our sort of big things, because once you're living in a rural space, it's, again, that's not necessarily religious. That's just what the earth is doing. Like that's a celestial event that everybody, at least in the northern hemisphere, and anyway, is experiencing all at the same time. And so that's just a recognition of where we are on the planet. So we do that. So and we've incorporated the kids into that now. So we, leave our offerings out for animals and whatever. And then we also usually do a lantern walk in the woods. Now the kids are a little bit older, we can do that because for one very long while. That's one thing. We often do something to mark each of the season equinox and, the spring equinox and whatever. Sometimes we do that, not always. It's important for us to eat together. Again, that does not turn into a business meeting. It's important for us to play together, go on trips, all of that stuff. To just get together, just to do anything. And also, like, the groups break off sometimes, and so like we just do men's circle sometimes. Like we usually do that every 2 weeks or something, and the women have their own thing. And so it's important for like there to be big group stuff, smaller group stuff, and of course there's the always dynamics of individual relationships.
I love that, man. This is all stuff that I didn't get from our first conversation that we had, and this is just very important things for people to understand in terms of just human relationships.
That's correct.
Because you have the relationship with your land, which can, in a lot of ways, heal human relationships. But also, you're working on your own things within your own relationship. If you have a partner, and then with your children, and then with the other children, and all of these things all happen in a once. So it's really enlightening and awesome that you're sharing this with us, because I think a lot of people. We're talking about the future, right? And that could be tomorrow, it could be 100 years from now, but people just are in fantasy worlds. We've seen too many movies and the montage. You know what I'm saying? You get the awesome montage and then it's like, it's done. We made it. It's like, no, like this is continuous. If it's going to be successful, if it's good, if your kids are going to take it on, it's got to be continuous, and they have to understand why you're doing these things.
That's right.
And what this is about, why you made this move, and why you're living collectively, and why that's important, and they have to take that on. So this is great information that you're sharing. I want to ask you about your connection with plants in general. You call yourself Botany Bay, which is the name I love. Is awesome. I hope you have that protected or whatever. Make sure you copy.
I wish I did, but somebody already had.
Oh, dang.
I just made it work.
I got you. Well, it's a great name. Can you just talk about your relationship with plants? What does it mean to be a botanist? What is that?
So the botanist, I would say, is the is the European term for it. The way that we would say that in our language is elewe, which is somebody who is knowledgeable about plants. So technically, a botanist out of the sort of Western tradition is somebody who just studies plants. And that's not fully what I consider myself. I do that. I do that for a living and have done that. But that's like what's its molecular weight and all that kind of stuff, which is important. But it's also, that's one aspect of plants, but also sort of their medicinal properties, their spiritual properties, all of that stuff. So my mother introduced me to plants as a healing thing, just as kids. This was every day, what I would consider kitchen medicine. And so I just grew up being very, very used, and that's just old country stuff that she would do. And that's what I call it. She would get mad if I said that. But and then as I got older, I was like, oh, there's more here to do. I have a brain that likes to categorize things. And so plants are lovely in that aspect. And of course, they keep defying that because they got their own business. And you know, I love plants because of they make life possible for humans on Earth. Without them, we don't exist. We just don't. We ain't got nothing.
I swear.
You got rocks and you got dirt. Without plants, there's not anything else. They, in fact, make a lot of surface water possible, right? The rainforest is rainy not because it's a rainy part of the Earth. It's because of the trees make them clouds, by the way. The trees make the rain.
Talk about it, man. Let's just get to the basics. Just the fundamentals.
All right. That's why that's like that. Right. So it is, without plants, life on Earth is not possible. And, you know, I'm actually teaching a class right now about the relationship of Black men to plants specifically. We have our own long history of plant healing and plant medicine and whatever, and also a capitalist version of that, right? Because people who are members of the African diaspora who were brought over as slaves, specifically because they were enslaving so many men, specifically here in the South, to do work. Like our bodies have been used as colonial tools to hurt the earth. Right. And that's something that we just have to deal with. We didn't do it under our own auspices, but still it happened. And so that's another space that we have to enter into just so we can get all that cleaned up. Because it's something to clean up. Right. It's not our fault, but it's something to move forward from, but we can't undo it. Right. There's no undoing. And to know that our experience on the earth as human beings, as indigenous people, goes way beyond that experience also. That's just a stop on our history, right? And it goes much further than that. And we'll go much further than that in the future. And that's a point. And we get to talk about it as such. So yeah, that's sort of why plants for me. And so
do you get messages from them? Do you hear things beyond just, you know, your kind of textbook, you know, this is how much water you give? Do you have a connection beyond that? Because I feel like, for me personally, like everybody I know that's like really just got that gift, is they hear stuff. And they can walk by and just be like, oh, do you have that type of experience with plants?
I do. And I would say that I have also worked diligently to cultivate it, because people often assume, I would say it's like singing, right? There are people who are blessed with naturally good singing voices, right? However, it doesn't mean that somebody who's not can't learn how to sing pleasantly, right? It's never going to be like the person who is naturally talented, right? And still, those people who are naturally quote unquote talented still need some training, right? And so I look at it that way. And so almost anyone can be trained, can get the right tools, right set of things to be able to communicate with plants. And that's available to most people because we are humans. right? And we can communicate with other things that aren't just us. Like we get to do that. And I would say I don't know that I have a gift for it, but I have learned.
That's such an important statement right there, and that ties into I get what Michaela is asking here. What are some ways we can heal and be more connected to the plant world, plant life?
So there's a lot to it, but I'll give you a quick one. There's two things I'll say. One is if you know how to talk to your ancestors, you know how to talk to plants.
Mm.
So if you don't know how to do one, you're not going to be good at the other.
Mm.
It's the same kind of thing. I think I would call those universal things. The other piece is that if you wanted just a small entree into it. So we are already locked into a cycle with plants already. We're locked into many cycles. But one of them is our breath cycle. So, of course, we breathe out CO2, we take in oxygen, and during the daytime, plants are on the opposite side. They want carbon dioxide and expel oxygen. So, of course, we're doing that all the time without intentionally doing it. And so you can go to a plant, any plant, and intentionally breathe with that plant.
Mm.
Just sit down and put your intention into it. Now, just be breathing. You don't have to do nothing else. You don't have to think about nothing. You don't have to do nothing. Just the act of doing that. It's an act of intentional connection.
Mm.
Right? I consider plants our elders. Right? They're our ancestors in a kind of way, but they're our elders. So what would you do if your grandma was in your house? What would you go do with it? Like your grandma could be like just talking, and you could sort of kind of be half listening, right?
Right.
But what happens when you go and listen?
Mm.
Right? What happens when you go and actually interact with your grandmother? Right? And like the story changes, though the intention that they're putting into it it's not different. It's not different than what you already know how to do.
It's always there, is what you're saying. That
already there.
Is always there. It's whether you're tapping into it. And someone just said intention is everything. Yes, how many times you go over your grandma's house, like you said, you're halfway present. You just kind of. But then those days where you go over there and you really block in the gems and the jewels and the stories and the things that you get, it's like she was just waiting for you to unlock them. And it's like what you're saying there is that this plant world, that outside our environment, is just waiting for us to unlock those things.
One of the things that this may have been a few years ago, but I, during the Thanksgiving holiday, which I don't celebrate on political principle, but I decided to take that day. It was before my daughter was born, because I knew after she was born, we weren't ever going to have like a Thanksgiving to myself again, kind of. That I took that whole day, because normally I cook for people, and I'm often the one who's doing the cooking.
I want to get into that too, because you call yourself a culinary historian, but let's
yeah. But I went out on Thanksgiving Day. I took a day of silence for myself. I just read poetry, drank water. I went on a walk in full gratitude. And as I ended up on my walk, this is the first time I can actively remember plants speaking to me as if I'm talking to you now. But as I passed each one of them, I said, I gave them each the gratitude. I was like, I passed an oak. I said, thank you so much for, providing the house that we live in, like for all the for keeping my ancestors safe with shelter. We passed the hickory. It's like, thank you so much for making sure that my ancestors ate, because that's a really important tree for us for cooking, and for keeping our house warm. That, and just going through that. And by the time I was done with my walk, they told me this was their direction to me is make sure they don't forget about us. And from that moment, I knew that I had to start teaching, which is what I do.
I should.
Which is, what I was doing before COVID. And once COVID hit, I didn't feel as comfortable teaching in person, which is what the IG is about. Being able to teach people that these are not to be forgotten. So that's, and also once you tap into that stuff, as anybody who knows who has a relationship with their ancestors, once they entrust you to do something, you better MF and do it.
I should. That is, man. Okay, so I all our presenters there. I feel like I just want to talk for another 3 hours, but we got about 15 more minutes.
Okay.
Let's let's dip off into the culinary historian real quick. What does that mean? What are you doing with that?
So a culinary historian. So I'm obsessed with food and knowing about the whys of food, why we eat what it is, why we don't eat this, why, this came from my own interest in history. I love history. And being from, a mostly African family. And I was like, why we eat this? Why does this look like this? Asking the questions that you might, a 3 or 4, 5-year-old might ask, right? Those questions never left me. And so as I've had the opportunity to be in relationship with indigenous people here on the land who I'm on now, I started to see these things. I was like, wait a second. And then started learning more about African food, West African food. I was like, this don't match up in the way that I thought it did. And going deep, finding the specifics. What is cornbread? How do we get it? How does it get into our diet? Like, what's a yam versus a sweet potato? Like, and being able to answer those questions, like rice versus potatoes, this part of South Carolina versus that part of North Carolina, all that stuff, coleslaw. What is this? What are the origins? What are the specifics? And what I know, so this is a whole sort of different way to think about history, is that food is both political, it's both sacred and mundane. It's everyday thing, and it's for gods. We offer food to our ancestors. We offer food to orishas, to the loas, to whoever. Right? That's what we do. And so it's both sacred and mundane. But it also traces your own cuisine, what's on your plate, traces your history. It tells you who you are.
Man, and let's look at the food that we eat now. What is it telling us about who we are as a society? The food that we are eating is telling us everything about where
it is. It's
not food.
Degradation and desecration.
It's not even food.
No,
it's something that fill your stomach, but there's very little to no nutrients in a lot of the things that we eat, and that's a whole other topic. And again, I wish I could get off into that, but I want to stop there. We want to have to do a whole nother segment about that. Mm-hmm. A couple more questions that I want to ask personally. Mm-hmm. So with the rituals and things that you're doing, the ceremonies and things you're doing on the land, do you have a group? Because I feel like, I can get on a personal tip, like, me and my wife, Kidada, like, we hold space, we throw events, ceremonies, rituals, in the form of a dance party. Some people call it body rock, whatever. It's really a space for us to transform and shift and see our potential. Mm-hmm. And that's part of our gift, right? That's part of our offering to our community here in Austin and beyond. Do you have specific people within your group that kind of take that charge on, or is it kind of a collective thing, or how does that operate?
It's usually somebody is spearheading it, because we're all different people and we've got all different interests, right? And so there's somebody, one of our members is Puerto Rican and Dominican. And so it's important for her to bring bomba, which is, Afro-Puerto Rican drumming, to the space, which is what she does. And we all learned how to play it and sing it and dance. And it's become a part of our ritual in terms of the baby shower or party or whatever. There's going to be some bomba there. I think at every party, every whatever we've had, we have played. And I'm not Puerto Rican, but how that connects to me is that's Congo music. And on my mother's father's people, my mother's grandfather's people are Congo people. And so I've liked that music for a long time. And so I was like, wow, what is my connection to this? Oh, never mind. This is yourself calling to yourself. Right. Other folks are into capoeira, which is, of course, more southern Africa, sort of Angola area. And of course, that has its own connection because of its Afro-Brazilness. Has is a lot connected to Orisha worship and Candomblé in Brazil, and so that's
you have all those different Afro spiritual modalities in your space.
Yeah,
you have all these things happening.
Because we're all different, right? We don't even all come from the same places. Our diasporas, in fact, are not all the same, right? And so we, and for a while before COVID, we were having Yoruba language classes in the space, so for people who wanted to learn Yoruba, and so it needs to be that expansive, because we don't all enter it in the same place, right? If your people all came from Sierra Leone and Germany, well, these things may not speak to you in that way, right? And so we don't have to all be doing the same thing,
right?
And all of them are different modalities, right? As a friend of mine says, she calls it plug into the mainframe. There are many ways to plug into it. That could be through body movement, through song, through dance, through building, through material culture, through making things, through weaving, through farming, through hunting, through whatever. It could be, if you believe that God moves through anything, then anything's gonna work. Just about.
Talk about it. I'm gonna read this. It's regarding people coming and going in a collective. If someone leaves, do they take any equity with them, or is it understood that what is put in stays in? Thinking from a parent perspective, or worst case scenario, expensive medical situation where suddenly one's equity needs to be liquidated. Can you speak on that?
Yeah. Well, somebody leaves, you get your equity back, what you brought into it with. What you came in there with is what you'll get back. That hasn't happened a lot. But it has happened. And so we made sure that those people got in sort of what they put in. Now, after more and more years, because that was earlier on, after more and more years, it's hard to see how that would need to shift, but it seems like it probably would be, since it wouldn't be just what you put in 10 years ago or whatever. But yeah, we already have done that, and that is the sort of rule of thumb. It's not rule of thumb; it's written into our bylaws.
Okay, so y'all actually have laws written down.
Now, that's not a requirement for LLC as a financial instrument. Bylaws are more a thing of nonprofits. They have to have them, but it felt important for us to put that internally so that we, in fact, knew what it is we wanted to do. Now, one thing I will say about bylaws and writing stuff down is that is a very European way of thinking about it. It's almost backwards. And so bylaws and those kinds of other things can only follow after the agreements have been made in person. It's just a record, as opposed to the document itself won't build trust. It won't build policy. It won't build relationships, right? It's a shortcut, right? If you don't do this, then punishment, essentially. And so that's not the place you want to start. You want to start from the other end. And then
you made that infinitely clear in terms of you talking about your journey, that this wasn't something that you drew up, you made a PowerPoint and just like found some investors. That's not what this was at all. And anybody out there thinking that that's how it goes down, you're in for a world of trouble. I see a lot of folks, especially young folks, thinking that I'm gonna make a vision board and it's things just gonna happen. No, this is a great example, particularly for those young folks that haven't built institutions or organizations or things like that. You have to be realistic. It's not just about your vision or your idea. It's very simple, very easy these days, especially to make something look very impressive, very very thought out, and it just be a deck of cards. There's no foundation.
Yeah,
and so it's important. I think one thing we want to stress, through this conference a little bit is, mentorship. Elders, you need young people. You need elders in your life. You need people that aren't YouTube. You need people that aren't on Instagram talking to you. And looking at you, because a big part of this is witnessing and observation.
That's correct.
Because you're moving around in this world, and you can't see yourself. You know, so we all have to be that for each other, and you have to be able to take direction. You have to be able to take direction and critique, and let it become an armor. Let it become something that, you know, we say iron sharpen iron, that improves you. I think a lot of people these days are just so sensitive and unable to take direction, and they don't ask for it.
Yeah.
Yet they try to create these extremely lofty. They come with these extremely lofty goals about things that they're going to create, and it doesn't have the foundation that's necessary. You don't have the leadership and mentorship that's necessary to make these things happen. So I really extremely appreciate you, you know, laying this out for us. And I know there's so much more depth to it. And again, we have to find a way to keep this conversation again, and even take, you know, go back through this and take specific aspects and do longer conversations about them, because I know a lot of people out there watching, you know, again, have had this fantasy in their mind, this thought, I'm going to get some friends together, and, you know, why can't we just do this? Well, because it takes planning, and it takes real intention, and it takes prayer, and it takes ritual and ceremony and sacrifice and all types of things that, you know, most people honestly aren't prepared for.
That's correct. And you also swimming upstream. Everything about this happens even to us. And I would echo very much as the thing about mentorship. Part of the issue for us starting off is that we didn't really have good mentorship. And I think that sort of very much we had to figure it out on our own, which is a way to do it, of course. But you going around, you going all the way around Robin Hood's barn, as my mom would say. I don't know why Robin Hood had a barn, but anyway, I would very much stress that. And as somebody who was an internet personality at this point, I tell people about 14% of the story. So what you're getting is what I have carefully curated for you to receive. It's not the full story, and I do that on purpose. And everybody does that. That's not unique to me. But it is important for it to be in spaces where folks are going to be able to tell you about yourself, right? And for you to be able to hear that, because most folks, I think folks sometimes get it confused that it's an incredible act of bravery and love for somebody who loves you to tell you about yourself, because that's not easy. That's not an easy conversation for them to have with you.
No, it's not. And you know, a lot of times it's somebody that, you know, works with a lot of young people. You know, it's like, I've thought through how I'm going to tell you this. It's not like, you know, it's not like I'm just popping up and just being like, oh, you know, it's like I've thought for days, weeks, months, sometimes about seeing repeated behavior and just wanting to figure out a way to give this to you so that you can progress and so that you can be fuller. So that's a big challenge that I see with the younger generation, is not really being able to understand that there's people that are looking at them and want them to grow and want them to be fuller. And part of it is that you also, as an elder, you know, I'm kind of entering that phase, you know, mentor, whatever. You just also have to just sit back and let them
and let it.
Well,
let it happen.
It's a push-pull type of situation. But to those young people that are watching, you know, please, like, you know, ask people how you can be better.
Yeah.
You know, ask people what they honestly think about what you're doing. And when you get the feedback, you know, listen to it.
That's right.
It may not all 100% be true, but take what you can from that, because life is, I'm not gonna say it's short, but it moves quickly.
It moves fast.
And you need to get as much information as you can to be as to fulfill those goals that you have. If you have these lofty goals of doing something like this brother has done, you need everything that you can get.
And one thing I would say is that people don't talk about this very much either, but institutions, because, you know, we are one at this point, no matter how long it's been, as is your own family as institutions. Is institutions, both the individuals inside the institutions mess up, and the institution itself messes up. And the longer the institution is in existence, the more mess ups it's gonna rack up. That's just that's just normal, right? And so we often, and I have a lot of critique about institutions in general, all kinds of them. But the longer it is that they stay around, the more that they're gonna rack up. And you don't want to get into a spot where you can't move and grow, because that's just the point of it. If you're doing the same thing, you're making the same mistakes you made 10 years ago, that's a problem. As an individual or as an organization, you have to be able to be in this iterative process and realize that the goal is moving. That's okay. And even if the goal ain't moving, everything else is. So I find it important to be in that space of being attentive to what's going on right then, being willing to shift, being willing to listen. And when somebody tells you something hard, especially if it feels hard to you, it's probably true.
We're gonna end on that, man. Like we've been a full hour at this point. I want to thank you, man. This has been a great conversation. I'm so thankful I'm gonna have to go back to my Instagram for whoever introduced me to you via social media, because I'm so happy to begin a journey with you and get to know you better, because I feel like the work that you're doing is so inspirational, and you're gonna be a mentor, a source for me for sure. Like, I could say that, and I don't know how other people feel at this moment, but that's what this is about, man. It's about learning. This is about growth. And it's about taking on the real challenges that exist when you want to change something. When you want to change yourself, or you want to change something, a society, a city, anything, all these things. There are so many challenges, but approaching them with a realistic and very human centered aspect is what we're striving for. So thank you for being a shining light of that, and man, we'll be in touch soon, y'all. We got Roman Gonzalez coming up next. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Y'all find him on Instagram, and make sure you connect with him and learn more from him. All right, y'all, we're gonna bring it. We're gonna take a little break, a little 15-minute break, 20-minute break, whatever it is, 15, and we're gonna be back with Roman Gonzalez from Gardenio. He started an app that's working with millennial folks to help them learn how to grow simple plants in their home and try to get them into being more in touch with the land. And it's a great app, and he's going to talk more about that and his journey. So stick with us. We'll be back in a minute. Peace. What's up, y'all? Man, so grateful for all the conversation so far. I hope you are as well. This has been an incredible day for me so far. It's great to see kindred spirit and energy coming together to formalize and just think and just process. This is powerful. So, man, I'm just gonna take a moment and just breathe this in. And be present in the moment. Thank y'all for joining us. We are, once again, this is Society Day. You already know what it is. My name is Shaka. You can find me at that Instagram handle. I'd love to connect with you all. We got a great guest coming up. All our guests are great, obviously, and we're excited because we have some form of personal connection with everyone that is here, that is tuning in, but also with the guests, of course, that we have formally invited to share with us. Roman is living here in Austin. He's an entrepreneur. He's a visionary, as all our guests are. He's got an app called Gardenio, where he's helping people reconnect with plant life and all the magic that exists within that. And I'm not going to really say much more. I'm just going to welcome Roman to the space and bring him in. What's up, Roman?
Hey, friend. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Good to see you. I know you have a presentation that you're going to be sharing with us. So I think we're going to start there, and then I'm going to come back.
Yeah, definitely. I'll go ahead and share. Let's see if this works. Ooh, looks like I may need to do a thing. So the first part of this is going to be a little tech. I apologize, everybody. I just need to let it share the screen. There we go. And yo, Shaka, I may need you back for 1 second. You may be long gone. Also,
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second. What happened?
Yeah, no, I need something glitched on my end. I just need to come out and in real quick.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I apologize. In the meantime, everybody, just think of all the wonderful things that are about to happen. I'm so excited. Like, give me one.
Yeah, man. If it's not working, man, you can just talk. It's not a big deal. So we'll just figure it out, or we're cool. So yeah, go ahead. If you got to step out.
Okay, cool. I think I got an even better idea.
Okay. All right.
So I can start saying a little bit. So basically, Gardenio, we're on this mission and how do you empower an entire generation of people to grow their own food at home? We think that the way to do that is very much through community and through organizing people and not creating kind of new sort of unfair or like proprietary ways of growing or something like that. We think that a lot of the solutions in the past have tried to come change the space have been really anchored more in this idea of like, how do we build a better appliance? Bless you. But we're really interested in how do you use technology in a really mindful, conscious way to be able to organize people and bring out the best in people and not kind of just bring another tech gadget into people's lives. So I would really love to be able to show a little bit here. So I am going to step right out and step right back in, my friend.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
So yeah, in the meantime, if you guys have any feedback, continue to share. This is really, again, to reiterate, call and response. We're this is not just talking heads. We want to know what you're thinking. We want to know what's going on, what's resonating with you. Please share your thoughts throughout. Those that are tuning in, don't just be an observer, participate. You never know when you make a call what you're going to get back in terms of the response. So please stay active in that way. Yeah, man. I can say personally that last conversation was really super inspiring. I think it was so relevant in terms of just our connection to the actual work, and the work of this is not always about your business plan and your and your productivity plan. A lot of this work is very deeply spiritual and very about our relationships and our ability to communicate with people. So that was an important dialogue that I hope you guys gained a lot from. Roman, how we doing? What's up? We good? Okay, yeah. Let's bring them back in.
All right, cool. Thank you, everybody, for your patience there. So yeah, like I was saying, and what I'm going to talk about today is how do you empower generation people to grow their food? Our big mission is, how do you reconnect people to their food, their neighbors, and themselves? So the question when the first time I talked to Shaka about this was we were having a discussion about how do you build a future of technology rooted not just in a lot of what today's tech culture is really rooted in, is this idea of progress for its own sake or going deeper into a screen, and but how do you root it in harmony with and in progress of an alternative set of values, ones that really index on what we've done before and the thousands of years, especially that we've been growing food, 20,000 years by some measures, and really take that into the future. What can it look in the future, and what are we taking from the past there? And so yeah, today I'm just going to share a little bit of my story, the mission of Gardenio, and how we can build that future of tech, of food, and growing rooted in those values. So a little bit about me and Gardenio. So I grew up in Corpus Christi, Texas. Just kind of medium-sized town. I was always certainly left to center, and I liked building and leading things, no matter what it was called. And so in high school, as I kind of joke sometimes, even from like elementary, I was like Spanish club vice president in 4th grade, and then just ever since then I've been like leading stuff. And I really liked working with teams and building relationships. And to me, a small team of people can do pretty much anything. And so I was always really driven by that. I built out publications and zines. I worked on a bunch of different publications. I started organizations. I went and I was leading organizations, whether it was like debate or mentoring young Latinx kids on speaking and writing and things like that. But I my parents were sole proprietors. They didn't have really big businesses at all. They didn't know a ton about it in the context of the world that I'm in now. But nobody ever told me that what I was doing was entrepreneurial in any way, right? I just like making things. I also didn't like people telling me what to do. This is from a very early age. And the only thing I could show here for pictures is like me in a punk rock band back in the day. And I always had this healthy sense of questioning authority and questioning expertise, and really sort of asking, why not me, or why not people like me for, X, Y, or Z in the world. I would see a thing, I'd want to learn it and do it, right? And that curiosity took me far. And from a very early age, also very interested in questions of philosophy, right? I was like, how do you live a happy, fulfilling life, right? How do we make sense of the world? And I think for a lot of people, philosophy can be this thing that's like, really prohibitive or esoteric, or doesn't have any import into the way we live our lives, right? It's just armchair stuff. And what I learned and the things I were interested were precisely the things that affect all of us at all times, right? How do we find happiness? How do we relate to others? How do you live a good life? And no matter what level of income, no matter your background there, while we may have different answers to that, we're all asking the same common questions. So that took me to Brown University, where I studied philosophy. In the spirit of not wanting people to tell me what to do, Brown had a really program where you could take classes from all sorts of disciplines. So you didn't have to take basics. And that allowed me to really satisfy my curiosity and explore different worlds. Part of that was making films, which I'd started to do in high school. It was this wonderful way. Oh, thank you, Facebook user. Yeah, part of it was making films and trying to sort of take those same ideas and philosophy, try and take these really difficult things and make them easy to understand. Because I thought that if I could do that, kind of like a professor, or that's what I wanted to be at the time, that I could really have a large scale impact in the world. And I always knew whatever I did, I wanted to do it big. I wanted to do it at scale, right? And so after college, the plan was to come to Austin, get a day job, and then like go to LA someday and make it. And that didn't really happen that way. When I came to Austin after college, I was like, yeah, just get the day job, write screenplays on nights and weekends. I applied to over 300 jobs and did not get any, despite my fancy degree. It was 2011. And people didn't really value some of that background. And I always thought that was unfortunate, right? And so part of my journeys after that, continuing to do some videos, some social media, some marketing, after a 6-year career in marketing, I was a community organizer for the Obama campaign in Ohio in 2012. And that was a really transformative experience for me, showing just very firsthand, one, all the awful things that are done in the world by some people, but then the power of being able to organize people in your communities and neighborhoods and speak to them, in a way that can be heard. That took me, my marketing career took me into technology. So I was a digital marketer for several companies. One of them was acquired by Salesforce. I learned a lot about equity and that you should exercise your options. And then I transitioned in the past 7 years to user experience design and research. So still asking questions, right? Trying to learn from people what they really, the human need deep inside that we're trying to solve with our products, our services, or anything like that. It's a really awesome field. And there was this feeling all through my 20s, and I'm 31 now, all through my 20s that I was training for something, right? Like I was learning how to run product to the business. I was learning just enough about code. I was learning about marketing. I was learning about all these things. And I knew I was training for something. I knew I wanted to build something, right? It wasn't an if, it was a when. And so around my mid-20s, I wanted to change my relationship with my body, with my food. Like growing up, like when we were just little kids, my dad, he would tell us stories of, he'd come home, he'd get a can of ravioli, split it between me and my brother, get a can of ravioli, and that was his, right? We just didn't know, even though my mom was a personal trainer, like my idea of a salad until college was iceberg lettuce with ranch and tomatoes, right? Like that's just where we were coming from. And so I decided I wanted to reshape that, got curious about a thing, and it's hard for me to just have a hobby. And so I got interested in cooking, and I was like, okay, well, if you want to make a good salsa, what do you need? Well, you read all these articles, you hear from these big chefs, and they're like, it's the ingredient, right? Like you got to have good ingredients. And I was like, okay, well, where to get good ingredients? Where you grow them? And then like, oh, look, there are all these different kinds of tomatoes, right? There's all these different kinds of basils and all these different applications. And it felt like the secret world that had been hidden from me. And so at the same time, I started running around my neighborhood. And it was this experience of starting to notice things that I didn't notice before. It sounds a little cheesy, but I'd see like a jasmine plant and I'd smell the jasmine. Be like, oh man. And I would start to notice things all around me just by running, just by being a little more intentional, finding all these nooks, these beautiful yards, and see the orange trees. And all of a sudden the world took a different shape around me, right? It was really this feeling that I was physically seeing things that I hadn't seen before. And, the world was bountiful now, right? And I have a relationship to it. And that was really magical for me. And, I managed depression, anxiety, and, still do those today. But, back in the day, that was huge. That there was one of these things, one of these paths in a life just sort of saturated by technology and awfulness at all time, that I started to find a way out. And all of the things that previously I looked for in philosophy out there in the world, cosmic principles to govern everything, right? Like I'm looking for my answers. I never found them there. And it wasn't until I started paying a little more attention to the things around me. There's that wonderful thing that happens to a lot of people that we want to continue to share, which is maybe I had what I needed all along, right around me. So I got interested in it, right? I want to grow food, but it was one of those things like, I didn't grow up on a farm. My parents didn't grow food. My ancestors certainly did. And I don't wear a lot of flannel, trucker hats. Like, it's just not me. It's not who I am. And it was this experience of saying, well, there aren't really people like me out there doing this. I don't see myself doing that. What you see sort of like older folks, retired, flowery shirts. They have a house. They have this space. You got to have space to grow, right? That was the thought at the time. And so that kind of takes me into a little bit of Gardenia, right? So there's all these people who want to grow their own food, and in fact, from the business side, there's twice as many people, spending money, twice as much money spent now on growing food or in lawn and garden generally than there was a decade ago. And 80% of those folks are 18 to 34. They're people my age. They're my friends, my younger friends, my older friends. And we've seen this culture, right? It's kind of obvious at this point to sort of talk about how the zeitgeist has shifted this way, right? Like first it was to, farm to table and things like that. We sort of realized how deeply and flagrantly we were lied to by the food industry. It became mistrustful. And as time has gone on, we find more and more reasons to mistrust. And there's all these plant-based brands out there, and I'm a fan of them. A lot of them doing really good work. And I was like, hey, what about the plant, right? Like, we get so excited about plant-based things. Why aren't we getting excited about all these plants and the ability to do things with them ourselves? So if you wanted to grow your own food, it's just weirdly difficult to do, right? All the information is really, really tribal, and it's fragmented and it's inconsistent. And to me, so I went to a plant sale and I bought like 30 different plants, came home, and like a month later, they were all dead. And people were like, oh, well, you must have learned so much. I was like, I have no idea. I learned nothing. I have no idea what happened. I was making mistakes that were not particularly character building, right? And it was just weird to me that for something we've done for 20,000 years, it's still kind of weirdly difficult to do. And unfortunately, a lot of the old guard, it hasn't, for very good reason, has been suspicious of the advancements of technology. And so oftentimes that information is just held close. And it's one person to one person, one person to one person. And to me, that's not just an inconvenience, right? The ability to control where our food comes from, to grow it ourselves, to explore that space. The fact that growing your own food is good for you, is incredible for your mental health, for your physical health, for the environment, right? These are plants. They're so fundamental to what it is to be a human being, that to not have access to be able to do that, to not have the information, the supplies, the people you need to be successful, like, that's not just an inconvenience, that's a fundamental injustice. And when we talk about food justice, the right to grow, sell, and consume healthy, nutritious food, oftentimes we focus on the consuming of it, but we don't spend as much time talking about how we can all as individuals start that journey toward growing more, right? So we built Gardenio, and so Gardenio is a new kind of garden club for new food growers. It's very important that we talk about it in terms of a club, because it is not simply a product or set of things you get. This is what we think it's going to look like moving forward. A club is an organization of people, and really letting that power the future of what we're doing. And we call it a club in some ways because a club has this connotation of like a little bit uppity, and we explicitly want to counter that, and you'll see a little bit how. So for us, we send you a grow box every season. That's every 3 months with all the right stuff you need. And that it's 3 plant kits, right? So it comes with the right size container. Our containers are made out of rice hulls with a natural binding. There's no plastic in the setup whatsoever. We send you the right live organic plant for your area, so you don't have to spend all this time figuring out what do I grow, when do I grow it. Like, we have you there. We have your back. We send you the right kind of soil in the right amount for what you have to grow. Send you the right kind of mulch, because you can even have a suboptimal mulch, or mulch things you're not supposed to. And then we've created these care guides that we send to you. So we send 3 of those your first season. Every 3 months after, we send you a new one. Again, everything curated and tailored. We support you with a premium app and community. Again, my background was technology, so I was like, how can we play a role here, but actually use technology with some restraint and some mindfulness? So my thesis is that if you have the right information, this is stuff like, hey, it's going to freeze next week. Bring your plants inside. Oh, but leave your kale outside because it'll get sweeter that way, right? If you can collect that information, build a better system, not just based off the scientific reports, but all of the things that we've known for thousands of years, right? How do you get that folk data and codify that and allow us to build an ever-changing, ever-improving database of knowledge? So if you have the information, if you have the supplies, right? Know what you need, make sure it's the most sustainable option, make sure it's organic. And then if you have the people, then you can not only be successful, more successful growing your own food, whatever that may look like for you, but I actually think that you'll grow longer. And we know that the longer that you grow, the more the benefits of gardening make themselves apparent to you. Again, through environmentally, mentally, physically, and the way that food brings people together. And so we're not just trying to ship you shit off a shelf, right? Like and that's what everybody else is doing. I care about people knowing and continuing to grow and not losing confidence. And so half of what we do is just talking in a way that is approachable, it's casual, inclusive, makes people feel confident about the journey. And so just a little bit more about where we're at. So we launched our memberships offering in spring of this year. And our goal was to get our first 100 members. And we did that in the first few months. And people really like it so far, which we're really excited about because we tried really hard. And we had a lot of user feedback. We had 57% retained from that first cohort that we had. And so really strong signals and there have been in so many other ways. This is from an investor deck, so this is oftentimes the only way it's understood. But so many ways that are showing that people are really, really resonating with what we're doing, that there's a need for it, and a place for it. And the issues here that, we talk about kind of the old guard, right? Home Depot, Lowe's, Big Box, all those kinds of places are built for folks who have the space, who can do it at scale, who already know what they need to do, right? And look at any of their marketing, you'll see exactly who they're targeting. And then there's these other folks that are making these automated systems that does everything for you. It's the Keurig for growing plants. You can, we'll just send you a plastic pot every 2 months and things like that. And I think that there's a place for that for people who just don't have access to small outdoor spaces like a patio or balcony like we require. But often I think that totally misses, and this is our key insight, totally misses why people grow their own food at home. It's incredibly emotional. It's incredibly social, right? People aren't growing to have bigger, the greatest, biggest tomatoes. That's car salesmanship. That's the way it's been done. It's bullshit. So we really want to keep people around by serving them, by building tools to serve them, by connecting them to people of value. So we see a lot of opportunity. This is a slide with a lot of deck. But this is just to show you, this is my co-founder, Chelsea. She's incredible. We have not raised a ton of funding, and I would love to talk about fundraising another time with everybody because I'm very passionate about it. With less than 30K in fundraising, which is still an incredible amount based on what we were using before, we brought a product to market that people love. We're generating recurring revenue. We designed, tested, and launched an app. It's out there. Over 100 hours of customer research, shipped over 400 plants, right? Designed a custom box structure to ship plants safely. We recruited over 70 people, majority women, majority people of color, to volunteer and donate their time. None of us get paid right now. And we take a lot of pride in that, in being able to be a space where women, people of color, LGBTQIA plus folks, anybody can come here and be a space where they're not just supported, where they're not just included, but empowered, right? I want people who work here to feel powerful. And some cool news recently, the people that we're working with now, we've been mentored informally by folks from Blue Apron, Plated, connected with folks from Magic Spoon, Casper, Imperfect Produce, Books. So we have the eyes of a lot of people who've done this before, and we feel like the opportunity for us to be the major player here is really strong. Our board, our investor board right now, we're proud to have POC powered and women powered investors and advisors. And so we have this really big vision, right? Which is just become like the leader, the brand name for growing your own food anywhere, right? Like if somebody wants to start, they can go to Gardenia and we'll just kind of take care of them, right? But then being able to expand not just to the basics of fruits, veggies, herbs, and spices, which is an incredible breadth of food once you get into all the variety. But then sort of saying, how can we connect people to, more native plants to where they are, right? How do we start to leverage this to be even more sustainable, to create more consciousness to the environments that people are around? getting into ornamentals, pollinator gardens, indoor gardens, and helping anybody with any plant, including things like cannabis. Helping anybody, any plant, work together, right? And for us, we are not the heroes of the Gardenio story, right? The Gardenio story is we are facilitators, but to us, the plants are the magicians, they're the heroes, and it's why we don't have a little gadget that tells you everything and when to water, etc. Like, we want to be the tech behind you, not between you, right? And so it's a big part of our tech philosophy. Then lastly, because I came from tech, but I really hated a lot of it. And so while I think that it's necessary to build this online infrastructure for helping anybody grow anything they need to, I'm super passionate about events, about spaces, physical space, creating community in person. And so when that becomes a thing again, later down the line, we want to be able to reinvent garden retail, right? We've had this experience for a long time. It's been a little broken and is, again, made for more advanced folks. And so how can we architect an experience that's a little kinder, a little more thoughtful, a little more productive in helping people really not just buy a plant today, but continue to grow over time. And we want to be held responsible for that. And so it's just kind of weird because there might not be a better time to launch a food gardening startup than in 2020, in a recession when people are hurting and looking for solutions, looking for ways to feel better and reconnect. With indeterminate quarantine, more people working from home from ever, where we have this, there's so much awful about the quarantine. And one of the silver linings, if there's any at all to be had, is this ability to sort of reflect on what's important, what's meaningful to us, and really reconnect. And which is a big part of, we're reconnecting people to their food, their neighbors, themselves. Gardenio, but the whole idea is we have the people, right? So you don't have to grow it alone. And so that's all about Gardenio. I wanted to offer a little bit of perspective because I can be up here and, hey, Shaka, you can come back. The little bit of perspective here because so we have this like fancy photo we use a bunch of places, but I want to be very clear about what Powers is. Like, this is me in my living room, just with whoever we got, with a lamp underneath. Like, we are a scrappy ass operation, and like these are just some of the people that help, right? We've been hand screen printing boxes ourselves because nobody would give us the funding, right? So we just had to make something work. And everything's still based out of my house. I chose this room specifically for this because I want you to see we have a rack of soil. We have 1,000 boxes in here. And a lot of that has been because there are other people who maybe if they went up to the plate may have already gotten that funding and been, much further along. We did not have that luxury. And the only way that we've gotten anywhere that we are of meaning is because we had an incredible community of people around us who saw what we were doing, believed in what we did, and how we're trying to do it. And so we had an internship this program this summer. We had 12 interns, all women, POC, except for one, that guy's super ally. And we want to be a powerful place. And so last couple of things I want to say, and I'd love to engage on these with you, Shaka, is, how are we ensuring it? Well, we're a public benefit corporation. So what's that mean? Most companies are called C corporations. They're based in Delaware, et cetera. Their primary function is to their stakeholders to make money, right, legally. So we made a commitment through a mechanism called public benefit corporation, where we are legally obligated to advance or at least not hinder the causes of sustainability, public health, and food justice, right? We wanted to make sure at the fundamental level that we're held accountable there. And if we're ever not, like, I'm out, right? Like, if somebody wants to buy us and, start shipping Miracle-Gro, I'm out. And then one of the principles is using tech to get you off tech, right? The whole idea is, like, we have an app. There's every reason why we should be like, oh, how do we get people in the app more and just constantly in the app? But we have and Chelsea's huge on this, that's awful. That's bullshit. It doesn't have to be that way. We have the power to do something different. And so how do we reward people for the right things? And use tech to be like, hey, go talk to your plant. I love that earlier when earlier speaker was talking about talking to plants. And then I see the role as in tech is like, how do you codify these generations of full garden data, right? I think it's very easy for us to come and say, hey, we know best, right? Like, let's steamroll everything that's happened, no respect for anything that's happened, and we know best. And I just don't think you have to do it that way, and I don't want to do it that way. Again, I like people tell me what to do. And so nobody knows how to grow in the middle of Alabama better than somebody in the middle of Alabama, right? Why are we going to pretend like we know? And so it's all about empowering those folks and making the data better and better over time, not ignoring these things that a lot of Western culture may see as frivolous or like unproven or something, but saying, no, that's not going to be our paradigm. We can do it different. Just a couple more here. Again, no proprietary way to grow. I think trying to like have ownership over growing and how to grow is not the way to go. I think that's trying to overly commoditize. Then a culture not just of inclusion but empowerment, like I mentioned. And the last one, and this is important for me because we're in the private sector, right? So I very much view us in the realm of, there's all these people with this mission to help people grow food, and there's all these different ways you can do it. And we've heard some amazing ways to do that today for nonprofit, on the public side. And we said there's so many resources in the private sector, incredible, crazy amounts of resources, millions and millions and millions. And what if we could deploy that capital in a way to create a sustainable machine to be able to as one of the many solutions to how to get more people growing food and enjoying that. And, we also chose it because the potential to be able to acquire capital for the community, to be able to funnel that back into more founders of color, funnel that back into more, women, LGBTQIA plus founders. We see that as an incredible opportunity. And unfortunately, again, working within the capitalist structures that we have, it's, I wish the floor for everybody was up, and we advocate for that a lot. But while we have this, we can leverage that tool to create more financial power, more political power, to be able to advance all of these causes, all of these views, perspectives that we've talked about today. So, yep, that's it.
Sweet. Yeah, man, that's a great story, man. I think a lot of people out there can probably resonate with that, particularly the disconnect. I think what you were talking about earlier, where it's like, oh wait, I have a relationship with all this stuff that's I drive by and walk on, and you know what I mean. I think you having gone to I graduated from Brown too, by the way, in '99. So
Yeah.
just having gone to a quote unquote higher education situation and coming out of there and having no connection with your environment, no connection with your food, no connection, with all of these things is literally insane. It's literally insanity. And, congratulations to you for kind of breaking through that. A lot of folks don't get to that point and you just kind of stay in this artificial, disconnected way of lifestyle, not a way of life. It's a lifestyle.
Yeah.
And we get comfortable with it and it becomes our default. Yeah. So, props to you for, stepping out of that, stepping into yourself, stepping out of that, that nightmare or daydream, whatever you want to call it, stepping into yourself, and then also, providing a solution.
Yeah.
And even further, a solution that is, not degrading the environment. That cardboard can be recycled. The things that you're sending your plants out in can be composted. These are all extremely, extremely important things for companies to be thinking about. Because again, these big box folks are just about the profit.
Yep.
And you're obviously thinking about people. And so, that is huge.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I'm so intertwined with this now, and it's weird because I can't imagine doing anything else. I can't imagine, I just felt so lost for so long. And like now doing this, it's like I couldn't see another path happening just because it's so fundamental. It's at the intersection of like politics and social justice, of my background in media, but also like understanding a lot of, using a consumer brand, and like while other people are using the consumer brand to get you to buy just like some shit you don't need, or just is going to end up be another plastic thing sticking around. It's like, what if we could use those same tools, to get people to do something good and really better for themselves and for other people. And it's not lost on me too of you mentioned Brown, and I was thinking about this some time ago. I didn't realize at the time, but there were probably some people there that I talked to, like the only interaction they had with a Mexican American before going to that college, some of them might have been like with their gardener, you know? And so like the gravity and power for me of being like a Latinx person owning a gardening company. I mean, especially when the migrant farmer movement, right? Like, and in the fact that this entire country was built off the backs of POC, primarily Black people, right? Like, and so anytime we're bringing on an advisor, a teammate, like we're taking that into consideration and like deeply, and that's something that you can't fake, right? Like another company of folks, thanks. The like there's other companies, if they're just like run by like white guys or white folks, they can put an image out of a Black person, right? But like we're we're POC owned, we're LGBTQIA owned, right? Like we're women owned, and that is something you can't replace, you can't simulate, and that's why it's so important to us.
Yeah, man. I didn't realize that you hadn't basically you haven't taken a salary or anything yet. So everybody involved in the company it's just sweat equity at this point. How do you organize that? Like how are you set up so once a profit does start to come in, how is that all set up? How is that working?
Yeah, so we're actually starting to get some funding in. We've had a pretty successful last month, and we had some like high profile investors. This is like the former vice president of global media at Twitter, just came on board. Like,
okay.
So starting to get some really cool attention and some really cool things in the pipeline there. So all that may change soon. And in some ways, like it's tough, doing all this stuff ourselves and small team, and especially with COVID, we haven't been able to, enroll the help of a lot of our friends like we could have before. We want to be safe. But so it's going to change the dynamic, right? Like now some people are getting paid, and if some people are getting paid at all, then what about the folks who historically haven't gotten paid? And so, I mean, a good example of this is we had somebody who was helping us out with video. They just like produced some videos for us. And we did pay them as contractors at some point. Then afterwards they were like, hey, we just really like working with you. We liked what we produced. Let's continue to do that. And so now we have the opportunity, like we just messaged them the other day, and it was like, hey, we kind of need just a little edits on the video, and I think that was part of our contract before. Like, do you think you could help us with that? And they were like, oh yeah, we didn't see it in the contract, but we can do it for, but we can kind of help with that. And I was like, you know what? Like, you've always been good to us. Like, we're going to throw you cash, like more than maybe we even should, but it's like, it just is a thank you. Right. And like, because we're facing those decisions already. Like, what are we going to prioritize, these relationships or like saving a few bucks? And, obviously we want to be cash smart, but it's like we can, and they deserve it, and they've always hooked us up. So be good to your people, right? And so yeah, as more people come on, people will actually get salaries, which is good, and they'll be able to dedicate more time to it. And we're going to be looking for like an ops person and a growth marketing person. If anybody out there, you have this fantastic audience of people who know how to grow plants and from POC communities, reach out. But yeah, so it's going to change the dynamics, but it'll be exciting because we get to spend more time on it and not think about everything else we have to balance, right? That's so much of it.
What have you been doing? Because I just assume that this is like, so what have you been doing to support yourself if you're not, getting any profits from that? Are you like freelancing, or what do you?
Yeah, I was freelancing for a long time. And I would do that like I would try to do 20 hours a week. It's tough to get roles at that scale. I was very fortunate enough to do it. Lucky enough that my background as a designer pays pretty well, even at a contract level. So I was doing that. We'll still do contracts from time to time. Did not have a ton saved up. And so, we've done things like for funding of, we took out a credit card, but it's paid off now, which is good. And I see myself as kind of applying for new jobs every day. Every time I talk to an investor, I'm applying for my salary as a CEO, right? And so yeah, it's just been a little here and there. I mean, definitely took unemployment as well, when COVID hit and gigs dried up. And so yeah, right now I'll work on somebody's deck. I'll do some consulting here on design or entrepreneurship. So just kind of whatever you have to do, right? But I wish I could say, oh, my rich uncle's funding me and I'm doing great, but we don't have that. But yeah, now it's looking pretty close that we'll be able to pay ourselves in the next couple of months.
Well, I mean, I think in a lot of ways that just makes you stronger, right? Because, you know, first of all, a lot of businesses fail whether you have a rich uncle or not, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, having done it, having kind of started from, for lack of a better word, the grassroots, the roots,
Yeah.
you know, that makes you that much more resilient, that much more tough when, you know, hard times do hit. And, you know, you also have the base of that community that can support you, people that were there, you know, whether you had money for them or not. So those are all really important things. Can you talk about just the process? Because I think, you know, what we were talking about in the last session with Justin is, you know, I think people have this fantasy about entrepreneurship. They have this fantasy about building a commune or a collective and thing. And like, can you just kind of shatter somebody and get us into the reality of like, okay, like I have an idea for an app, like boop, 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 you know, what was that process like?
Yeah, I mean, it was a long one, man. Like I was lucky enough to have more background than a lot of my peers who were, you know, founders of color, and that I had been working in tech. I knew marketing and how to reach a customer. I knew how to build a product, right? And a lot of folks who want to build an app, they don't have that background, and so there's just a higher lift. That's not saying you can't do it. There's plenty of people. If you can be, you know, charismatic, if you can tell a story, so much of it in the early days is the storytelling, no matter how much people tell you the opposite. But if you can do those things, then, I mean, for me, the process is, if you have an idea, hey, like I have an idea, Uber for cats or something like that, because I want to laugh. And you should make like a 10-page Google Slides, a little presentation. Doesn't have to be too fancy. Just talking about, this is my idea, right? And there's a template out there, Guy Kawasaki, is the name of the dude, and he has this presentation template, and it sort of says you start with the problem, right? What's the problem you're trying to solve? Every company out there is trying to innovate to solve a real problem, and so I would advise you to solve a real problem, and then, okay, well, what's my solution for it? Now, again, if you're on the for-profit side, you're thinking about how big's the market, and, you know, is this something? Because if you're like, we're doing DVDs, it's like that's been, you know, maybe there's a new, I can imagine like some like cult startup or something, but then so you want to be on something that's on the rise, and then you want to say, and the problem is really bad, right? People care enough to be spending money, and also, you know, then the competition doesn't get it for XYZ reason, right? And this is why we're going to succeed. This is why we're the right team, and then you always have an ask at the end of everything, right? What's your ask? Is it follow me on Grow Gardenia, which you all should. Is it like I'm looking for funds? I'm looking for an advisor. Now, all of this can be overwhelming. So there's a startup accelerator out there. One of them is DivInc in Austin for women and people of color founders. They have a social justice a program going on now. I love them to death, and lucky enough to be surrounded by those people and have that community. Everybody, it really is a family. I've been through some other accelerators. I've heard of experiences from other accelerators. There's nothing like it, and I think it's because there's, you know, something else at stake there. And so they're good for early stage. But then it's just sort of just like with any community, just like go in, introduce yourself, and be like, hey, this is what I'm thinking, and talk to everybody about it. Like if I can say one thing, there's so many people out there that it's like, oh, I got an idea, but I don't want to tell anybody because they're going to steal it. Like idea, and this is to your point, right? Like ideas are worth nothing, literally nothing. It's execution. And you may be like, I don't know if I'm the right person to do Uber for cats. I don't even have a cat, right? And I don't even use Uber. Well, one, you should probably do the research to sort of understand what that experience is like, right? People think you need money. I have an idea, I need money. It's, no, you have an idea, you need a market. You need a show. And this is free. You can create a Google form and make a survey of just discovering how do people currently get their cats from place to place, right? And your discovery, you're going with an open mind. And you sort of say, oh, it turns out the real problem is that, you know, the cats, you know, need food or something like that. And it's like, oh, so our Uber for cats, every single one is going to have like a little cat cup holder. This is an absurd idea. And
we just keep rolling with it. I'm like, this is keep going. Here we go.
Yeah. And so you're like, we have this key insight that nobody else has because we really listened. We really took the time to research and understand, right? So you're not going in trying to validate what you already think. You're trying to really be curious and understand what the real problem is. And so if you're able to do that, you make this deck, you say, I did the research, I talked to all the stakeholders, this is what we learned, right? So much of early startup is, can you learn quickly? Good book for that is called The Lean Startup by Eric Ries. And then you just talk to people about it, and they're going to be like, hey, it's bad because of this, this, this. Or like, what about this competitor? What happens if Google does it, right? Why couldn't Uber just make their own Uber for cats? And so you have to have good answers. So in many ways, you're making an argument, which I thought philosophy was very helpful for. And you have a thesis. And just from there, that's before you've, again, put a single dollar, probably. Like, don't make the logo first, you know? And so once you can validate all that, then you test it. You sort of say, okay, cool. What's the one thing we need to learn? We need to, let's try and get our first 10 customers to pay, $5 to, Uber their cat from place to place. And then if you said, hey, like we got 5 people to do it, now we got 50 people to do it. Of that, 80% said they would do it again. And in fact, have already pre-ordered. Then you have a real business, right? Then you're just like, you can go and people will start listening to you. So definitely leverage your community, local resources, but most of all, do your research and validate as much as you can at the outset.
Great advice, man. It's a journey. It's a process, and I like how you started with that. You kind of like, hey, I went through this. It wasn't just like an idea and then boom. It's a lot of ups and downs. Like you even said, you've been on unemployment. That's like it's making decisions from moment to moment that align with that vision that you have.
Yeah.
And trying not to deviate from that vision as much as possible. Sometimes you got to just put the vision down for a little bit and go over here because you need to, make money or whatever. But it's always keeping that vision front of mind and being driven by that. So, man, props to you for your vision and everything you've been able to manifest up until this point.
Yeah, thank you very much, man.
I want to ask you about spirituality.
Yeah,
it's been something that's running through majority of our conversations thus far. How does that play into, if at all or whatever, how does that play into what you do as an entrepreneur?
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think I've had an evolving sense of what that is, and I think a lot of people who start getting into plants express that same sentiment. It's a lot of what we'd like to be able to talk about too. I think for me, my sort of religious background, my sort of like theism background is atheistic, and so I kind of come from just everything is just like material, and so I think for a long time that really made me definitely feel disconnected from things, and I just learned that, especially as I got more in touch with plants and started to see myself as part of a system, as part of something, right? I think that's its own kind of spirituality. Like I'm not a person who believes in like too much of like I'm not a metaphysical realist. I don't think that there's like a thing above, but I do think that there are very real things within, and that the stories that I can tell myself about what plants are doing, the lessons plants teach us, right? Like, and this has been a theme too of what plants have always taught us, right? And I've been reading a lot about what's psilocybin recently, and the idea that from some of the indigenous interpretations is that that was the psilocybin and those kinds of mushrooms were put there to sort of teach us lessons, right? And I just increasingly I believe that, right? That nature is this incredible system and structure, and it's so much smarter than us, and we should be humbled at every moment that it allows us to continue despite what we've done to it. And so that language is real to me, right? I don't think I'm talking about like something bigger than the material world. And in that connection, you're tapping into just a tremendous intelligence, a very real physical intelligence. And so for me, it's been, it's interesting to think about. And I love that question because I regularly think about it now as just being humbled by the complexity and intelligence of nature, and feeling lucky enough to play a part in trying to be a kind player. And I just didn't have that before. right? I was just disconnected from everything, right? Oh, there's just atoms and there's space, empty space between us, and now it just feels much more connected. And then again, not because I feel like I'm inventing a thing, because I think that is a real physical substrate of stuff. And that's been transformative for me. And so to further that, that's why I have a lot of respect for what would generally be considered more like, I don't know, folk things about like, this plant does this for you or it does that for you. Like, I think it's very easy, especially with somebody from my background, to be just like, well, you know, is that true? Well, let's look at the science and the studies. Well, the fact is there haven't been studies because people are, you know, the Western paradigm. It's like, can we bottle this and sell this as like a cure-all? And like, so that's a bad paradigm to kind of put it through. And so I have so much respect for that. Like, I don't care if it's like, oh yeah, you know, in Latinx culture, we have so much mythology, right? And like, you know, put an egg under it or something like that. And like, I don't care if that's what it is. Share that, right? Because nobody fucking knows, man. I don't know if I can say that. I'm sorry. And if somebody's found that that's true for them, and other people are finding that it's true for them too, like, who are we to say? And so I want to really respect that and hold that in high regard, and not be prescriptive about it, but really embrace and amplify those ways of viewing the world. I mean, there are people who garden to moon cycles and stuff. It's not something I've gotten into yet, but I'm like, yeah, I'm for it. Like, so yeah, I think that's important. I think we have a choice again at every time, at every moment, so to say we're going to discredit this and no, that's people have been doing this for thousands of years.
Right.
What do I know?
I mean, it sounds to me like the plants in the land and everything is bringing you closer to what might be considered spirituality or whatever. And you may not define it as that at this time in your life, but I think what you're saying is very much, you're basically saying that this is a spiritual practice. But yeah, I think you're kind of just coming out, what it sounds like to me, and I'm not trying to like dissect you. It sounds like to me you're coming out of this like, just very, disconnected robotic type of matrix, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, totally.
You're coming out of that and into something new, which is very transformational for you, which has created a lot of growth. And I know you're talking about dealing with depression and anxiety. I think that's symptomatic of our culture, right? Where we're constantly thinking about the past, that's depression, or we're constantly worried about the future, that's anxiety. There's no real settledness in the present, right? Yeah. And so, I think that, you getting this connection, helps, help with that. And I think that is that. I mean, we're all, whatever, we're spirit, it's something else. We've been disconnected from it because, we're about the material. Like you have to think, about that constantly, and that becomes your whole thing. Like it's all about the Benjamins, right?
Yeah.
But what I hear you talking about, well, you might not call it spirituality, but what I hear you saying is that this is a spiritual practice. When I listen,
I would agree with that. I think it's funny because I feel like I haven't like come into the word as much, because I feel like there are other people who just like, I don't know, speak more eloquently about it, or I don't know, they pull tarot or something, and I'm just like, that's never been, and I know it's much broader than that, but I would certainly describe the transformation of my relationship to the world to be something significantly more spiritual. Yeah,
and that's what's up, man. Been great talking with you, man. It's been great getting to know you. I'm very thankful that you were introduced to me. I believe it was what's your brother's name?
Alec?
No, it wasn't Alec. It was Najee, I think, introduced us.
Yeah.
Right? Is that right?
Yeah. I mean,
I was aware of you, and I had learned about Gardenia, but I'm thankful to have some, because I think we all have different skill sets, and I think your skill set is very important. And it's very important for us to be able to get these transformational ideas into a marketplace. Because that it has to be accessible, and it has to be. We were talking about it in a few sessions ago. It has to be sexy. It has to be something that we can grasp and understand, because we have been immersed in this culture that's very much about branding and all that. So we have to use those things, those tools, to get people into something that can be transformational and can like connect them. So I think you know, what you set up here is should be inspiration for folks that are thinking about, you know, ideas that are sustainable, that are healthy, and that are human centered. You know, we have to think more and understand more about that actual branding. And I think you're a great example of that. I think that's a strength that you have, and I definitely look to you as a mentor or leader for me to tap into your thought process on that.
Yeah, man. And I love the opportunity to continue to learn from you specifically. And I've seen you in all the incredible work you've done over the years. And then to all the other people on this talk, I think that if we're all bringing our own skill sets to the table, we can tactically, practically move the needle forward in terms of progress, not only of the values, but of the material conditions of our communities.
I share. Does anybody have any questions before we end this conversation? What are some of the regular rituals you have around growing and then eating healthy, satisfying foods? Thinking about how these are ways to feed your spirit as well as your belly.
No, that's really cool. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that. So breakfast was very important to me. And in like a very deep way, I remember when things were not... when things were a little bit more in a dip and a darker place in my life, and I just really hated going into work and just felt like I wasn't on the right path and I knew something was wrong. I remember I would get up every morning and I would make sure I took my time, and if I was growing something, like I'd usually do like, you know, eggs, and like for me it was like some kind of sausage and like some sweet potatoes and spinach, and I'd pull something from the garden, some cilantro from the garden, the fragrance would fill the room. And I would just like take my time, and it'd be a slow cooking, it'd be a slow eating. And I remember the feeling of just like, no matter what happens today, they can't take away this beautiful, luxurious breakfast I get to have every morning. Because I mean, at one part I didn't mention at the start before, is like I was living on a futon in a kitchen of my friends for several months while I just like tried to figure stuff out in Austin. And again, I'm just like, I did all the right things. I went to start all the clubs, and I led stuff, and I built organizations. I went to a fancy school, and like, here I am just like, can't pay my $300 rent.
Yeah.
And so food is one of these things that just reminds me that it, is humbling and so satisfying physically, but then also emotionally and spiritually, and kind of sets me in a really strong way, and reminds me of two things. One, sure, the progress I've made in some material ways over time. But two, that it's like the eggs are still the same eggs. Is, like it's still a humble thing, right? Like as much as people, I like it when people introspect and think critically and deeply about food. I think it's important. I think it makes us mindful, conscious, and more connected. But for all the fanciful, elements of food in society, it is just a plant in the ground, man. And that continually, literally keeps me grounded. And it's humbling and awe-inducing.
Thank you so much, man. That's going to be our time for today. Y'all stay tuned. We have Luau Mayan, who came to the United States recently, but he's from the South Sudan, and he's got a story about being a refugee and starting his own video game company, which is centered around teaching us about the refugee experience and peacekeeping, peacemaking. So please stay tuned for that. We're going to take about a 15-minute break, and we'll be back with Luau Mayan. Thank y'all so much. We'll see you soon. What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? Welcome back. Um, what a day it's been so far. We still climbing. We're still climbing. We're taking it higher and higher and higher. We got a special guest today. I'm not exactly sure how I got to know him. Somebody linked me up with him. I don't even know. Something through social media, and then ended up like following through and looking him up, and then he had a gathering of folks from the African diaspora who were talking about things that they were working on throughout the globe, and really got inspired by his story, and learned a lot about the South Sudanese situation that I didn't even know about, to be honest. This is a big globe, and sometimes there's really no way to know what's all happening every corner. So I'm just really excited to have him here. He's got a great story, and I just want to invite him in. His name is Wow. There he is.
Hello. Thanks for inviting me, man. I'm excited to be part of this.
Yeah. It's been a great day so far. We've been talking a lot about food and our connection to that, or our disconnection to that, how it's such a necessary thing, but how it's in a lot of ways controlled and we don't have access to it, and our ability to kind of take that power back. We've been talking about spirituality. We've been talking about the entrepreneurial journey. We've been talking about a lot of things today. So I'm really excited to get your perspective and hear your story. So why don't we just start off with just your background, like, where your story begins. A lot of people might not have had the opportunity to check you out before this conference started. So why don't we just start with your beginnings, and we'll start.
First of all, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this amazing society today, because this is something that we always want to be part of. We are all individual in our different, in our individual beings, right? But it's something like we don't find something that bring us together to talk about issues that are really affecting us and things that are really very important in our society. And when you invite me, when you call me, when I connect with you, I feel like there's home. There are people that I know. There are people that have the same mindset that I'm having. To just go further, my name is Lual Mayen, and I'm from South Sudan. A lot of people know South Sudan is the youngest country in the world. We got our independence in 2011 because of the conflict. That conflict even affected my family. It's affected my family. It affected my immediate family. So my family had to flee away from South Sudan to northern Uganda. And during that time, actually, I wasn't born. I was born on the way as my family was actually almost reaching the refugee camp. So I was born on the way, a lot of people think about, being a refugee is something that it's like, especially our society now. Like, I'm just going to be relating everything to where we are today, because that's the most important thing that people have to understand. When my family flee South Sudan, and what my mother and my dad, everybody was telling me, it was not something that they designed to just leave what they love in the morning and leave, right? Some of them were my family, they were farmers. They used to keep cattle. They used to go to the garden and grow crop and raising their children. It was not and I remember my mom was telling me, before they flee the country, everybody was separated. People were just coming back home, and then there's a bomb. There is soldiers killing people. Over 300,000 people were killed. I lost two of my sisters on the way. So it was a very dangerous journey for my family, for war and everything that everybody was going through in South Sudan. So coming back, my mother was pregnant when she was actually on the way, as she was fleeing the war. My dad had to use a different route, because what happened is that they had to walk 250 miles away. That's like that. It was crazy, and on the way, I was born on the way. And I remember my dad wasn't even there, because he had to use a different way. Because if a family is fleeing the war, a man should not be there, because if there's a man, then they go into ambush, then they're going to be killing everybody. It was just crazy. And I found myself, in the refugee camp. I've lived in a refugee camp for more than 22 years of my life, and that became home to me. So that's really my background, and I'm pretty sure like we can dip into this more if you have more questions and stuff like that. Yeah. Mhm.
So you lived in a refugee camp for 23 years. What is that like for those that have never experienced it? I'm sure probably the majority of people watching right now have never experienced something like that. So what is that like?
That's a very good question. I think like living in a refugee camp wasn't a choice for us. Wasn't a choice for my family. It wasn't something that they have an idea where they're going to. So and when we look up when we think about like the refugee crisis around the world, these refugees, whenever they are fleeing the war, whenever they are fleeing climate change or anything around the world, and whenever they find like a place of refuge, what happened is that the hosting community, the hosting government would go somewhere and actually locate them a place for them to live. So that place could be a forest. That place could be like anything that has never somebody has never lived in. For like a place that is more like, I would say, for example, like a place that is really really like nobody has been settling there. So it's a responsibility of the refugees to be able to clear that land and be able to starting their life. Maybe they can build houses, grass houses, they can use tent, they can use everything. And that's how the refugee look like. It's a place that has never been settled before. So it's something that is new. It's something that is you gotta find a way to be able to put a house in your head, to be able to know like when it's rain, you have something that to cover you. And for me, like growing up in a refugee camp, like that was my life. I remember we could wake up in the morning. There's no education, no clean water, like this like even basic needs. There wasn't nothing. There's no electricity and stuff like that. Yeah.
So so when you get there, well, I mean, you were just born, so you don't remember.
Yeah.
But I mean, so your parents get there, or your mom gets there.
Mm.
Does she just start building something? I mean,
They start building life, and when we talk about building something, that's I love you mentioned that. So for them, they start building a community, right? They start building a community because all these refugees communities, some of them were displaced from the same section of the country. So some of them know each other, some of them they don't know each other, some of them like a tribe. Okay, I'm from a country which has over 64 tribes. So like it's a huge community. It's a huge community, and the whole conflict is based on the government and stuff like that. So when they go into the refugee camp, for them to begin to build something new, something, and that's why like because they don't have the resources, that's why they end up building tents. Having tents as their houses. Getting some support from non-governmental organizations like UNHCR and stuff like that. Education is the least thing. It's even so hard for someone to even think about being educated because you even don't have you even don't think about it. It's something that's very important because you are starting to build your life from the refugee camp. Yeah.
So you didn't go to school?
No, not at all. We didn't have school there.
For 23 years?
Yes, there was no school.
Okay, so how will you learn? Yeah, I mean, explain that. Like, so what were you just? How did you learn to read, or how were people just doing this in random situations, with teaching each other, or how did this happen?
Yeah, so like the best way to really answer that one in our society or like in humankind, there's something I always call human talent, and human talent, it doesn't matter where you are, right? It doesn't like this. It's a zeal that burns in you. It's something that is always there. So when I was in a refugee camp, everything that my mother used to teach me, my dad used to teach me, everything was like there was no English. I started learning English maybe like even when I came to the States here like 3 years ago. I didn't even speak good English, but like there was that mindset that I have in the refugee camp that my situation, whatever I was in, should not even like affect me. Because even the first time I saw a computer was 2007 in my life, right? Like there was a refugee registration, and then like people were like using computers to register. right? And I was like, yo, I went to my mom and I was like, what is that? And she was like, that's a computer. And I was actually, how did you even know that is a computer? She never been to school, like things like that. So by that moment, I was like, one day I want to use this. In my mind, I was like, I would love, I don't know what it takes for somebody to even use a computer, but I would love to use it one day. So over time, it took me like, around 2013, I came to my mom and I was like, yo, I want to buy a computer. And she looked at me and was like, what are you going to do with a computer? Where are we going to get the money to even buy the computer? Where are you going to find a place where you can even charge your computer? Where are you going to, not even charging it, where are you going to, like,
What are you going to do with it?
Yeah. Like all those things. And for me, like, because she was a mother to me, she never like discouraged me. She never even came back to me and like said like, I'm not even gonna get it for you. She kept quiet for 3 years, saving $300 to buy for me a computer. So one day she came to me and she was like, well, here $300. You can figure out where you're gonna buy the computer. And that moment changed me. I was like, wow. So actually that moment she bought for me a computer, I had two things in my mind. I was like, what am I going to do then? Now I have the money. She worked so hard for 3 years. Nobody in the refugee camp. I was like the only kid in the refugee camp that had a computer. So, and I thought to myself, and I was like, am I just going to keep this computer in my house? Is it a museum? Is it like something like that? Nobody's going to be using it. But I was like, I got to figure out something that at least she worked hard for me. She walked 250 miles to find us a place of refuge. She even worked 3 years to buy for me a computer. So to me, I was questioning myself, if this person can invest in me, how about me? So I had to do my own research. I found out that there was a UN center where I can be able to charge my computer, but that required me to work 3 hours per day to go and charge it. There was no internet. So I have to like download offline tutorials on my flight drive so that I can be able to, come back home and watch them and train myself. Because I didn't want to take it for granted. I haven't thought about my community. I haven't thought about my brothers. I was like, if I cannot use this today, and my mom has worked so hard, next time my brother's gonna come back, and he's actually doing computer science right now. He's gonna come back and say, hey, I want to buy a computer. And you know what my mom is gonna tell him? Like, yo, I bought one a computer, and what did he do with it? So there was this. It wasn't. I'm not gonna say a pressure. There was
responsibility
helping me to achieve the impossible. There's something that surrounds me. And that's one thing that I always tell people, that even before we achieve something, before we focus on something, you gotta find the purpose. You gotta find something that is gonna put you. If you don't have, then you're not gonna get there. So like in the refugee, I would work 3 hours per day, train myself, and then one day I came back home and there was my friend installed for me a video game called Grand Theft Auto on my computer. And I opened my computer, and you know what I found there? Like, it's an icon, and I was like, wow, what is this? Like, it's a video game. I never thought video game were created by people. I thought they just fall from heaven. Like, all those stuff, And then I start playing this video game, and then the first thing when I play the video game for the first time, my first reaction was not, wow, this is so fun. My first reaction was, wow, this is so powerful. There is connection in this. There is decision making in this. And looking back, and that's something I always tell people, that we use our experiences and our past to be able to create a sustainable future. Right? When I was playing the game, it reminded me of where I come from, a violent country, stuff like that. And I'm like, what can I do to be able to create a video game for peace and conflict resolution, a game that can be able to put people, because we live in a society today where we don't have empathy, where we don't even think about decision. Like you live in Austin, and Austin is one, like, Texas, like it's one of the most cities, like it's more into like movies or music and stuff like that. And one thing I always tell people about video game is that video games are so vital in a way that whenever you play a game, you're actually making a decision. It's like, I always say, like, when I play a video game with my friend and my friend kill my character, I'm not, my reaction is not going to be like, why did you kill my character? You know how I'm going to say, why did you kill me?
Mm.
It's gonna, why did you kill me? It's not, it's more than the character. It's me, like, because I'm playing with you. So that's a decision right there. You're already in that mood,
Wow.
right? You're making a decision. You're not like sitting on a couch and
Right.
watching a movie.
Right. You're participating. You're a part of it.
Exactly. And that's why, like, we are living in a society where, like, empathy is nothing. We don't think about other people, but we are all relatable though. We are all, no matter where we are in the world, we are relatable. But the only thing we need to do is, how do we create awareness? How do we make this society a great society? Where do we make this community a community that is more? I've lived in a refugee camp for 22 years, but I can tell you something. There's something that I miss about it.
Mm.
There's something that I miss about it. Like, people may be thinking about, like, you're in the US, you're living in DC and stuff like that. Community. I live in an apartment, I even don't know who is my neighbor.
Mm.
But when I was in a refugee camp, I knew everybody. And that actually is something that makes us happy every day.
Yeah.
We never thought about, we never care about, like, what is surrounding us.
Yeah.
There is that community that extend our happiness. And at the end of the day, you're gonna live a long life because you guys, everybody's together. You guys are sharing something together. You're suffering together. You like that. That's one thing I miss a lot, and that's a very good community.
Yeah, that's important. That's important stuff you're talking about right there. I want to take it back though real quick. I'm trying to have a concept of, okay, so how is money working in the refugee camp? Like, how are people making money? Are they leaving the refugee camp to make money, or how does money play a role? Like, how did your mom save up? Like, what is she getting paid to do?
Yeah, that's a good thing. Like, so when in the refugee camp, so most people, it depends. So what she would be doing, she would be like showing clothes. So, like, most of the people in refugee, they have clothes, and we have kids. Sometimes they will just go and play football, and then you tear your clothes, and then she will fix them up. She was a very good. She does showing, and she would do that. It's not a lot of money. Like, sometimes when something happened, it might be $1. Sometimes can be two. Like, sometimes can be even less than $1. And she was able to manage to save that. Sometimes people gain money through, for example, if the United Nations bring food, and then people will take some portion of the food and sell it out, and then, like, that's how you're able to, like, even go and buy, ingredients and things like that.
Right. So the camp camp it's like an area or whatever, a place that where these tents are and these people are living, but you're also going into other places to, markets and things like that. So there's no, like, markets. Are there markets in the camp?
No, there's no market. Actually, the refugees themselves actually try to create a way of sustainability, a way of, like, for example, we can go and grow crops, or maize, or, like, a thing like that. And then whenever you're growing those crops, you can turn them away and sell them. So there is that agriculture in the refugee camp. People who are able to, like, grow crop. People are able to, like, make different things. Tomatoes. People are able to, like, make all these, like, vegetables and stuff like that, and then they are able to, like, sell them to each other. So that's what they kind of do sometimes.
And then they're going in and out to make money. So maybe they go and they work on somebody's car down.
Oh, yeah, yes, exactly. Some, like, I would say, like, yeah, cars, but cars are not common there. Like, maybe bicycles, like, you're able to fix someone's bicycle tire,
Right. Did you encounter so you got this computer, right? And I'm assuming you're, if not the only one of a few in that camp that had one. Did you experience jealousy? Did you experience people, wanting to try and take it from you, or things of that nature?
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, that's like, there was some jealousy. There was some fear that someone is gonna steal it from me. I have to keep it very well. There was also, like, yeah, there was that fear in me that maybe someone, and even people start calling me names, giving me names, like, you're always carrying your computer in your back, it's gonna break your back, all those stuff. Like there's where that's a society. That's a good like you always have those things, but as long as you focus, you don't pay attention to things like that. But again, I'm not going to like discredit them. The people in the refugee camp were able to help me a lot in terms of motivation. So sometimes I would design something, even using Microsoft Word, and everyone was, "Wow, how did you do this? This is amazing. This is new." But it
Yeah.
wasn't amazing. But like that support was able to keep pushing me, keep pushing me. And
Right.
even when I designed my first game, it wasn't like the best game, but like everyone in the refugee camp was excited about it. So I cannot discredit that because they really helped me to motivate me to feel like I was doing something special.
Yeah. I mean, and
Mhm.
you were doing something special, like something that, I mean, your mom obviously started, but that you carried on. I mean, to walk 3 hours to get to go in and get it charged. So you're going to this other place to get it charged. Are they talking to you? Are they like, "Hey kid, what are you doing?" Or are you just how what is that like?
There was a lot of that, and sometimes like the biggest issue I used to have was like even in the church, I need to pay the money to like to charge my computer.
You had to pay them to charge your
Yeah,
computer?
yeah, yeah. I had to pay them, to charge the computer. It was so hard. So sometime I would say, okay, I don't have the money, so but I'm going to design for you something. I'm gonna like,
Wow.
like, yeah. Then it's okay. That's fine. Sometime like the worst thing would be like I would walk there and I go there and they use generators. They use like generators to like, and then there's no fuel in the generator. And then I'm gonna go coming back frustrated. I'm like, I'm not gonna go back. I'm not gonna go back tomorrow. Sometimes it's raining. Sometimes like there were those really difficulties, but I was like, I was focused. I was like, yo, this is my life. I it wasn't my life in a way that I wanted it to change my life to be where I am today. No, no, that was something that never even clicked in my mind. I was just doing something that is great for me, that is important for me.
Yeah.
So and a lot of people were like, sometimes like, yo, did you know that this was going to change your life? That you would be able to make game right now in America, or like win awards, or like be part of the industry that is bigger. I'm like, no, that was not something that I thought about. But if you keep doing something right for the people, it's going to take you there. Yeah.
So let's fast forward to you. So okay, you've taught yourself some stuff. You're doing stuff on Microsoft. You're learning. You got the flash drive. You're learning stuff. You're doing the tutorials. I mean, how do you get to then leave where you're from and come to the United States? How does that materialize for you?
Yeah, it was. It had to materialize in actually, because that's something I even think about right now, right? In a way that what did I actually do to be where I am today? And actually, because I remember when I made my first game, I tried to like distribute it to the refugees, right? There was I couldn't even put it on App Store. I couldn't put it on Google Play and all those things. Not at all, because there was no internet. So I made the game that is actually less than 10 MB, very small. It was so light.
What kind of game was it? Like Pac-Man?
Like it's something you touch the screen and thing like that. And what I thought about was I was like, what can I do to be able to like even make this game more accessible by the refugees? So I had to make it smaller and send it to them via Bluetooth.
But what are they using? Are they using phones? Because
there's a phone. There are some people that have phone. There are people that can use it because I had a phone. They can use my phone to play. So one day something just clicked in my mind and say, yo, why don't you put this game, the whole APK? I used to have a Facebook page. Why don't I upload the whole game on my Facebook page? Like you're uploading a picture. I thought of that and I was like, let me do it. I just uploaded APK and I said, hey, I made a game in a refugee camp. And then it went viral. People were sharing it. Some guy in Germany downloaded it, San Francisco. The next thing is my DM and say, yeah, like, Lord, we want to invite you to South Africa. I'm like, what? That was like 2016. And that was I want to invite you to South Africa to come and give a talk. I talk like I want you to explain about your game and things like that. And that's it.
You're like, what's the talk? What do you mean?
And then yeah, then I went there, like that's I love seeing that video though. It reminded me of how far I've come, like even with my English.
Uh-huh.
I went there, I went to South Africa. That was my first international flight from a refugee camp in 2016.
Uh-huh.
And then I came back. I went there for like 4 days. I came back to the refugee, came to my family. And then the next thing was I was invited to San Francisco to give a talk at GDC, which is the biggest gaming conference in the world. It brings over 30,000 people, And I went there, and that's it, I'm here.
So
And
from there, like you made some relationships with people
yeah,
that.
I made some relationship. Registered my company. Got a very good visa and stuff like that, and then I was able to stay here and then work hard for my family. And my family is now in Canada.
Oh wow! So you moved your whole family
Yeah,
over.
I moved my whole family, my mom, my brother,
Wow.
everybody
Hey
there.
man, congratulations on that. That's
And I mean, yeah, that's when you think about making a product about communities, product that bring people together, because society is very important. Yeah.
So your game that you're working on now, can you talk about that a little bit? What's the
Yeah,
title of it?
so we are releasing Salam. Salam is it's a game that we're working on right now. It's a high tension runner game that put a player in the shoes of a refugee. So what do you do as a player? You take a refugee from a war country to a peaceful environment. The best way to actually describe that is like playing Temple Run. So it's a high tension runner game. Your character, you have to take them to the peaceful environment. You have to give them food. You have to give them water. You have to give them, everything for them to be able to reach to their final destination. The whole idea is people to understand the journey of a refugee, because it's a very powerful journey that people have to understand. Yeah.
And is it? I mean, I'm sure probably people just like why would somebody, especially like why would somebody want to play that game? Because most of the games, right, are so violent and so like how have you found like trying to market this game, or like how did you get people interested in it? Because I feel like that's kind of a hard sell in this environment where everything is so graphic, so violent. People want to kill things. That's most of the games. I don't know I'm not really into video games, but it's either like sports or killing, right?
Yeah, we gotta create something new. We gotta bring something new. Like as a creator, right? As a creator, I can create an environment where somebody is going to live their life for the rest of their life, because I'm a creator, right? I'm designing something. I'm creating something somebody is going to be experiencing. We are a community. The video game industry is a community of people who love what to play, and they love playing games, right? So when I'm designing this game, is my main focus as a designer is like, what am I going to do to be able to bring these people to play the game? One, the story of the game is powerful, right? Second to that is the gameplay have to be powerful. Third to that is the graphics and things like that, the interaction, the UX and the UI and everything like that. It has to like come to be. I've got some really good feedback from the community and from a lot of the indie studios, and everybody is happy. They can't wait to play the game. So and that's why I'm in the game. I'm starting something new in the game industry that has never existed before. And that's something I'm really excited about, and I can't wait to see how the journey goes. Yeah.
Is that something that you want to like stick with your company? You want to stay focused on that type of game, or will you do maybe a space game or whatever, or are you going to try to do things more of a human-centered theme, for lack of a better word, or is that going to be the focus?
Yeah, that's going to be the focus of my company. We're going to be focusing on things that human connection, something that is more like, because like as a person myself, I've experienced a lot of things, and those are things that I want to tell. I want to tell them in a playful way. I want to gamify them, and those are the most important thing. And one example I always tell people is like, living in a refugee camp, there was like, there was even outbreak of cholera, diseases and stuff like that. And kids have no idea, they have no awareness of that. So, and that's something like in the future, my company can make a game about that, helping kids, understand like, personal hygiene and things like that. So it's more like, for me, that's something I'm going to be focusing in the next few years, and how my company is going to be. Yeah.
Somebody just said, as an avid gamer, I have to disagree. They're disagreeing with me, who really hasn't played video games, and yeah, I'm not like a gamer or anything like that. Games are much more in tune with human experience these days, and I think there's a huge appetite for this type of game, something new and different, slice a perspective to. That's great. I think that's amazing, because I think when I hang out with my nephews, all the games they're playing is like people getting shot up. And so, like, that's just my perspective. I love that comment, though. It definitely gives me, definitely inspires me to say that there is a market for this, because I want what you're doing to be successful. I want there to be a market for this, and that's exciting piece of information there. Because
yes, that's a very good one, and that's a question a lot of people ask a lot every time.
Right.
And I always tell people that it's not a good story that make a good business, and it's not a good business that make a very good story. You gotta balance them. When we think about game for good, we think about the stuff like that. So it's not like that business perspective of like, yes, like, how are you bringing this community together? How are you bringing this game? The people that play a game, because even without playing the game right now, like, we even have like they sign up, like people like they are interested, they want to feel it, they want to get to like understand how this work, and then from there we can always like evaluate it. And there are games that have been like this before and they have been successful. But the biggest issue is like, how are you going to sustain this, stuff like that. And that's why something I'm trying to make sure like we make this industry, we make this kind of category in the game industry go bigger, And I'm talking with PlayStation right now, and we're gonna have even the version of the same game on PlayStation as a home game. So like those things like that, we need to like it takes time, yeah.
Man, that's awesome. And you've done all this you say you've been here for 3 years?
Yeah.
Man, much respect. Much respect. Someone just said that. Aye, Bobo. Yeah, sending some love to you.
Yeah.
There's a comment here. I would love to know your perspective on the future of video game development and the role of that blockchain could have on it.
Wow, there is actually there is so much. These two things goes together, because the whole thing is like they're about experience. They're about experiences. I was in LA last year, and we had I attended a conference about blockchain. And gaming. And to me, like what I know is that these two can work together, because these are like a huge industry that are growing every single day. And as the industry is growing, new experiences come together every single day. So I feel like these two can definitely work together. And then there are games that have been successful and been integrated with blockchain and things like that. So I mean, like, it's, to me, like, I haven't like started it, but I think it's a good business right there. Yeah.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. I was just reading one of the comments. Says definitely games have moved to a more human element, not the majority, but there is definitely a market for games that center around human emotion. The more these games touch on issues of acceptance, racism, and discrimination, it becomes a cry that they are pushing an agenda. Do you agree with that?
Oh wow, that's a yeah. That's a good one. That's a very good question. Yeah, I definitely like, as I say, like, these games are created by people. They are created by different people with different mindset and different agendas. So, and that's why it's really very important for us to even advocate more and be able to like figure that kind of game out and see, because the moment we are in right now is more about like people understand really what they want. And I think like when we are able to find, and there's a whole new things in the game industry where people are now talking about that conversation right now. People are having that conversation. So it's really very important for, if you are able to identify that out, good for you, because that's really very important. And this game, I'm telling you, they are created by people that have different agendas. And yeah, definitely.
I'm curious, like, is there a time? I mean, you seem so self assured in a sense, and I know you credit your mom with kind of just giving you that, kind of mission almost, like, oh, you got me this. I gotta show and prove. I gotta make use of this. But were there moments where you felt, because I know some of my peers, they feel intimidated within this sphere. I might not have the knowledge to be in this room or be amongst this group of people. Did you have that ever have that type of feeling about yourself?
Yeah, a lot. Like, yeah, we are human. We feel that way most of the time, and like sometimes I give talks. Sometimes I get I'm invited to like go and give talk to people that like that went to like amazing schools, people that are actually doing their dream job, presidents and like people that I have CEOs, and sometimes I feel like, what am I actually doing here? What am I doing here? Like, what perspective do I have? Like, what uh, I've never been to like one of the best school. I've never like all those things I think about, and I'm like, yeah, it's fine. If they're able to invite me here, then that means that there's something in me that those are things that I think about sometime later on. But yeah, as a human, days are always like that, where you have to like feel about like, what am I doing here? These are like, yeah.
What do you feel like is the biggest challenge about, being, away from what you knew for 23 years? You kind of mentioned it about the kind of lack of community, but what are some of the biggest challenges about being here in America? The culture, what challenges do you face?
Yeah, I mean, right now I would actually like 2 years ago I would give a different answer. Now I will give a different answer as well. As you say, yeah, like the biggest challenge is the community. Like, for you to build yourself up here in America or in this space is so different. Because even for us growing up there, for us in our community, in our culture, the way we connect with people is different. So here, for me, coming in America is something it's a different thing as well, but you just kind of like learn from it. You just kind of learn from it. You just have to like adapt to the society and the way people do their things. So, and the biggest thing, as I mentioned in the beginning, like, is just the community is different, the way people talk, the way people like I think about different things are all different. I'm not gonna say like English is different, but like sometimes I can say something and I'm meaning it different way. Meanwhile, in America, it's a different it's a different thing. So like I'm trying to like adjust things slowly by slowly. But yeah, right now I'm getting used to it.
How have things like racism impacted you or affected you, or how do you feel them um, in your time here? How have those challenges? How have you faced those? Or what kind of challenges do you face with racism in America, if any?
Yeah, it's different. Like for me, like first of all, like growing up in a refugee camp, that was something that I haven't felt, because we are all we are all people. We're all the same people. We like have the same ideas from the same countries and stuff, same color and stuff like that. So the first time I actually felt about it was when I was in South Africa, and it was a different thing for me. And now coming back to America, I'm like, it's different. Like I haven't like have I. It's a very important thing to talk about. It's a very important thing that we feel. This is a very important thing. Like even in our industry, people are not like are not giving you the opportunity. They're not giving you like the thing that you deserve as a creator or thing like that. We feel them. Like we find them out. Like I became I became like the first African to ever like debut my game at the Game Award. The Game Award is bigger than Oscars. Like I became like the first person there. The reason why I'm giving that example is that why is it that like there's some opportunities that are not given to us? There's some opportunities that are not given to us, but why? Don't we create? We create. Don't we do amazing thing? We do. But like there's so many things that we can always do. But I feel in America like it's different for me. So sometimes I'm just like there, and like things that happen like in Minneapolis, like to me, like for me, like those are things that I never imagined. I've been thinking about America, thinking that those things are going to be happening. But to me, I'm actually in danger, because I'm like the same. They don't even like whether I come from Africa, whether I come from the refugee camp, we're the same people. You know what I'm saying? So it's different. So I don't really like have much there to say, but like it's a reality, and it's something that are affecting people. And it's important for me to use my platform as well to even talk about it. Yeah.
You seem to have like a really just very peaceful nature about you. There's also like kind of like an elder. You seem like kind of like an old soul, as they say. I don't know if you've ever heard people say that. Like you got an older, like an elder type of spirit. Is it? I'm gonna just ask: is there any? Do you have any issues with like anger or anything like that? Because I think, especially people in America, African descendants in America, African Americans, are really frustrated right now and angry right now. Do you feel that even with your situation of being from a refugee camp or the things that you experienced that way, did you is that something you had to deal with or overcome, anger?
Yeah, like anger is always there. It's something that we deal with as human. It's something that is we always experience. But you like, but for me, like personally, it's something that I have to like figure out. Like, first of all, like, living alone. I'm not with my family. I'm not with thing like that. But to me, I feel like there are laws of the time where I feel it that where like, and then I just let it go because I think I'm more than that. I think I can be able to like help and be able to convince myself or be able to like just see about, because my experience, you have to understand that my experience has taught me whereby sometimes when something happened to me, it doesn't matter because that's something that I've already experienced. That's something that like thing that I've been through in the refugee camp were able to shape me to be the person I am today. And sometimes I'm like, yo, no, I don't, I have to adapt to this culture. Like just because something is not right for me, I'm just gonna condone it because it's okay because I've been through something. So those are things like I'm just struggling to like just feel free because I feel like the experience that I'm having is able to like, no matter what I'm feeling right now, I feel like it's nothing. But that's like sometimes it's not the right mindset. It's reality. So I don't always have to like compare stuff like that. Yeah.
The name of your company is, what does that mean? What is how do you, first of all, is it Janub? How do you say it?
Janub, yeah, Janub.
Janub.
GAMES, Janub game. So Janub is I mean people of the south, Janubin. So when you say like Janubin or South Sudanese, the people from the south, Janub Sudan, that means South Sudan. Like it's like yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about your name? Does your name have like a meaning, like a specific meaning? Wow.
Yeah, wall is something that is more like I would say like it's something that is red, a brotherhood, like stuff like that is more, yeah.
It's something that is what?
Like a brotherhood's connection, like red, like it's a blood. It's like something that is yeah, like there's connection there.
Like kind of like family.
Yeah, family. Yeah.
A connectivity. Okay. All right, cool, man. Does that, if anyone has any questions, I'm gonna keep asking, but like feel free to share any thoughts or yeah. Someone said they can't wait to catch this.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
I want to continue. I'm just making sure people know that they can leave a comment, ask a question. What do you feel like you're most proud of at this point through all the years? Like you obviously been through a lot. What are you most proud of?
Bringing my family to Canada. Yeah, that's something, like that's I've been in America 2 years, and I was able to like get the resources to be able to like resettle my family to Canada. So that's something really good for me. What's next? I'm launching my foundation soon, and I always want to give back to my community, to the refugees. So that's something that is bigger than my company, is bigger than anything I'm achieving right now. So I always want to give back and give the technology back. A lot of people ask me today, like, Lual, you're in DC, you're doing this, are you a self-made person? Like, no, I'm not, if the day my mother bought for me a computer, right, it's a day that disqualified me to become a self-made person. And
Right.
yeah, like, and there's somebody had to invest in me. And I always have to look at that, just the same mindset and think about like there are over 78.5 million refugees around the world. And they need resources. I always tell people like refugees do not just need handout, they need opportunities. We are not here to survive, we are here to thrive. We gotta go there, we can do whatever we do. We can employ people, we can become entrepreneurs. We can make the world a better place, we can make a society today a better place. Like all those things, like anything you want, because as I mentioned before, like we love what we love, and that's our home. That's your country. That's the most first in my culture. The biggest thing that belongs to you as a person is your country, right? It's your country, and you lost it. You're no longer there. It's not where you grew up, and that's something that's in our community, something in our culture, something that was taught to us. Even if I'm becoming an American citizen today, I will never lose, never, because that's something we grew up of. And for you to lose that society, that community, and go to another place to begin your life, it's different. It's not just going there to take someone's job. We were happy from where we were, but it was a decision of life and death. Yeah, man. Thanks so much.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. This has been a great conversation. I want to ask you, like, oh wait, somebody has a question. Hold on. You mentioned you were the first African to have your game get a demo at the awards. What role do you envision yourself playing in attempting to change that, to open up the industry to more African Black talent? Great question.
Interesting. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a really good question, and that's something I'm into right now. To be able to use my influence and connect the right people in the industry, especially the Black folks who are like into the game industry. Um, I was in LA and I met with his name is Raji. He was the former president of Nintendo. He was like the first black man. Like he was like the former president of Nintendo, and all of us are trying to like bring up this association, or like just talking about like promoting our own, owning our own, promoting our games and bringing them into that platform. And the way we can only do that is by using our influence, is by repairing each other, is by like playing our own game, is by like just connecting ourselves, and that's the best way to go. That's a good question. Yeah.
And that's a great question. I got another one for you. We're talking about the future. One of the reasons that we initiated this conference is to have conversations, because we feel like, technology is continuing to evolve, but a lot of the technology is it's creating isolation. It's creating a disconnect from our environment, more specifically like our physical environment, plants. We have a lack of ability to empathize, like you said, these things. A lot of that is a result of technology, but we feel like, personally, I'm saying me and my wife, who are the founders of this conference, feel like there is a space for technology which centers humanity, which is what you're talking about. And let me ask you, what do you see in the next 50 to 100 years in terms of what you want to see built, what you want to see changed, or how you want to direct things in terms of technology or just culture or whatever, how you want to touch that?
That's a good question, because like when you look at the industry or the tech industry right now, it's something that evolves almost every month, because like we are human, we create, that's our responsibility. And for us, one thing I know is for me as a creator, or for me as somebody that is rooted into the culture, that is rooted into like my background or where I come from, I feel like it's our responsibility to redefine everything, and people and think that people think they're not bad in the culture, and we're able to like bring them into technology, right? Because, for example, if this conference could have been in person today, but because like something just happened, nobody planned for it, you know, and then how do we still keep that conversation on? Technology bring us together, but what do we talk about? The culture, the society, the things that are very important, the things that root us together, the spirituality and the things that we believe. But now as the creators, as people, we now have to think about like how, like one of my good friends was, she was asking me about like what I think about, you know, about like the culture, about like the thing that that I grew up in. You know, the things that are great that we can still keep, right? But like how do we like incorporate them? Even one example is when you look at my game right now, like everything that I'm creating is something that related to me, the character, the environment, you know, everything. Like, you know, I'm bringing it back so that it can keep my culture. You know, like it's as a creator, those are things that we can be able to do to use technology and keep our society and things that we love. That like I can tell my dad today and say maybe get rid of something, and he will never, because that's something he grew up with. But for me, it's like how can I make it more better for him to access it, but still keep it for him. So like that's the
I mean, you are in a very important place. And I don't know if maybe you wake up and you feel like that, but I think the things that you're talking about, the perspective that you're coming from, the tangible things that are just a part of your DNA, and being in the room with some of these folks and being an influencer, like this is you're in a very influential position, and I'm glad that you're thinking about things the way that you are, and it's not something that you're trying to do. This is authentically just who you are, and you're expressing yourself through these games. That's powerful. There's something that you said that I'm definitely going to take away from this, out of many things, but one of them was when you said when you were playing with a friend and they or you got killed, you say you killed me. And I think that was really powerful, because it's not, we don't, when you're playing a video game, you don't separate yourself from that character. So when something happens to that character, it's happening to you. So there's a power there that is exceptional, and you made me aware of that. So I want to thank you for that, just giving me that perspective. And I think what you're offering is definitely very powerful, man. So thanks, thanks for being, thanks for all that you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate this. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any more questions. But man, I'm just so encouraged by what you're doing. I know you were just recently given an award from CNN. Am I right?
Thanks. Yeah.
And what was that award? What is it?
So it's the CNN Champions for Change 2020. So CNN was able to select me as a champion for change. So I'm grateful, for that recognition, and I'll keep going. I would spread the good news of games. What games can do to our society today.
Quickly, can you tell us a little bit about the foundation you were saying that you're starting?
Yeah, so I'm launching my foundation. It's I'm going to be building technology school in the refugee camp. So where refugees are able to access technology, where they're able to learn and stuff like that. Another biggest thing also is I'm going to be distributing hard drive for the refugees, each family. So that hard drive is like something like this. It's a big hard drive like this. So that hard drive is, they're going to be able to like keep their memories. They're able to back up their memories, because their memories are really very important. Some of them do not know that they are not going to make it today. A lot of people ask me, do you have a picture of you when you were 5 years old? I don't. 10, I don't, because I did not have the opportunity to back them up. So my foundation is going to be helping refugees to back their memories, to back their pictures, photos, everything like that. And then in the future, they may be doing a big documentary, and then they...
Right. That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. And is that happening like right now, or is that going to start next year?
Yeah. Oh no, right now. Like I would just we're working on that right now. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, is there a way that people can like find out more about that, or do they go to your website, Luau
Yeah,
Mayan?
we'll announce it. We're gonna announce it on our social Junub Games, and also my personal social media. That's where, like, especially my Twitter or my Facebook or my LinkedIn or my Instagram. Yeah.
And your Instagram is just your name, right?
Yeah, just my name. Yeah, same thing on my Facebook page. My name. Yeah.
Okay, y'all. Well, make sure you find you find a way to help him grow what he's doing, play his game when it comes out, support his organization whenever he makes an announcement about that,
Yeah.
and let's make sure that his vision comes to complete fruition. Thank you, Luau, for joining us today. My prayer is that we continue to stay connected and continue to find ways to build. I'm not like super technologically inclined, but there are members of our community that are, and I lean on them in many different ways. So in the future, I hope that I can lean on you in some way to get some advice.
Yeah. Thank you.
And know that I'm here. My strength is definitely on the cultural side, on the community side, and the organizing side. So if you ever need any help in that capacity, please don't hesitate to reach out. And thanks again, man. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me. I can't wait. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, man.
Bye.
Peace.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. We are gonna be taking another 15 to 20-minute break. Again, that was Luau Mayan. I hope I'm saying that right. Mayan from South Sudan, who's doing amazing things with video games and technology in general. So make sure you guys follow up, learn more about him. We're gonna take a 20-minute break. We got this brother coming up next is he's one of those people that I met was early 2000s, and like he's just one of those people that like things he said are still with me today, and it laid a foundation. And things he was saying, I didn't even understand them at the time, but it's like you're growing in a certain direction and you come across them for a reason, so that it's just like a seed, planted. And I'm sure I know I've done that for a lot of people. People come up, you don't understand, you told me this, you told me that, so same way I've been that for other people, he was that for me in terms of talking about spirituality and just connecting so many things. I mean, the thing that we're doing right now, those ideas and were planted in me years ago from this brother. So I'm excited to share him with you. Storyteller, singer, these words don't even do justice. So come back in about 15-20 minutes, y'all. We're gonna have Baba Fred Johnson. Peace.
Hi, everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in. This has really been a sensational day. I think for a lot of folks, the information that has been swirling in this particular vortex that we've created for this weekend has had people really on the edge of the seats and thinking differently and concerning themselves with how we're going to proceed for the next 200 years. And what we're going to do about the community that we've been given, about the earth that we've been given, about ourselves and our souls and our insights that we've been offered to and gifted to from the universe at large. Our next guest is really magnanimous as far as his influence in Shaka and I's life, despite the fact that we've only spent a certain amount of time together. But as our Queen Mother consistently informs me and helps me to remember, think more about space than you do about time. And so that being said, time is irrelevant in the sense of the dimensional impact that one can have in influence in our spheres with each other. And I really want you all to tune in to this particular presenter. This is Baba Frederick Johnson. Greetings, Baba.
Greetings. It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I am really, really excited to have this segment with you. I told Shaka specifically, I'm interviewing Baba Fred. But he's been doing a stellar job interviewing everyone thus far today. So it's a break for him and a treat for me. And I really want the audience to get an opportunity to just get a breakdown just on your background and give them a sense of the work that you do. And then I'd like to unpack what got you to your work. And then we can kind of unfold from there. But I want everyone to get a sense of what it is that you're known for at this corridor in time.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm mostly known for being present with voice for the purpose of enriching a space, for the purpose of bringing joy and entertainment, for the purpose of creating a sacred connection, and for the purpose of helping individuals towards their personal inspiration to find their wholeness and their completeness in the world through the power of their voices, through the power of their thought, and through the power of their commitment to how they choose to serve in the world. I've been very blessed in my life to have some amazing teachers and to have an amazing life experience that really kind of shaped my path from the very, very, very beginning. You know, currently I do seminars and workshops online, interestingly enough, and I'll talk a little bit about that because at first in my mind and in my heart, I thought that was going to be a major challenge because I was one of those used to be down in front with people right in the room, you know what I mean? That was my world. Interestingly enough, I started out, I'll tell you a little bit about my beginning journeys, but I kind of started out doing musical theater. And I did spent 7 years in the military, came out of the military, had to find my voice again, went about the business of continuing to do musical theater. But because of the challenges of musical theater, I found my way, interestingly enough, into the world of classical pantomime. And truly, for me, it was one of the most important journeys that I took, the journey of silence. It was really through the experience of studying silence that I understood on another dimension how important and how powerful sound is. The great, great blessing of studying with two amazing teachers, Kwame Baba Kwame Ishangi from Ghana, West Africa, and Baba Jimo Kuyate from Senegal. And that really, really helped to shape and form my understanding of how to practically apply my life's path towards being in service to humanity.
So I'm interested in unpacking the point of silence, finding the power in sound. Mm-hmm. That sounds reminiscent to me of light coming out of darkness, in a sense, coming out of a void, if it were.
Yeah, so what was happening is in the late 70s, I was trying to make it as an actor. I did jazz gigs. I guess I'm largely known as a jazz improviser. We'll talk about that later. But I was really, really, really trying to get into theater in New York and, get into musical theater in New York. And as it still is now, it was very, very difficult for a young Black guy or woman, especially for Black men, to get roles, significant roles. It was really, really kind of a dogfight. And so I went home to visit my parents in Trenton, New Jersey, this one particular weekend. And it was a Saturday afternoon. And I said, I'm just going to take a walk downtown, down by the Capitol building. Downtown, there's a Capitol building, there's a library, and then there's the museum. And so I was kind of headed to the museum. But as I headed towards the museum, I went past the library, and there was this placard outside that said, "An afternoon of silence with Kenyon Martin, a master mime artist, student of Marcel Marceau." So I thought, wow, I knew who Marcel Marceau was because I had seen Marcel Marceau on television, juxtaposed against Red Skelton, who was one of America's most well-known sort of mime/clowns at that time. And Marcel Marceau, of course, probably the best known classical mime artist. So I went inside with no real expectations other than just to see up close, what is this whole idea of shape and form and how to move through space. So I spent an hour and a half just totally mesmerized. And I was like, wait a minute, maybe the creator has moved me into this space, because in the course of an hour and a half, I watched Kenyon Martin create 9 characters at one time, take the space of the stage and divide it up. And in each different space, he would be a different character, convey emotion, convey emotion and motion, convey stillness, laughter, joy, all of the elements that we know in our life. And so it afforded me the opportunity to understand the power of silence to communicate. So I went up to him afterwards and said, man, I've just been really, really moved. I'm trained as an actor and I have some dance training. I don't have any specific training in classical mime, but, I'd love to study. I'd love to learn. And he said, well, I was in New Jersey, so I'm starting a class in Boston, at my school in Boston in 3 months. If you can get there and get a little bit of preliminary training, come and audition, and who knows what'll happen. So I went about the business of doing that, and I was able to do that. I was able to get there. I was selected for the school, studied there for 4 years, had the first classical African American pantomime company in America. And the great thing that I learned from that experience of silence is the dynamic of silence. How much can be said in life with so little words? That the totality of our being. Right. And that was kind of my first journey into conversations around energy. But the totality of our being is communicated fully. And that's what people feel and see. Even in terms of being a singer, before that, I was one of those blazing singers. I mean, if I was in the jazz club, I was just I was coming at you hard with everything I could. When I was on stage, I was giving you everything that I could. And during that period of time in the world of silence, I understood how to make space, how to minimize, how to say and communicate so much more with so much less. And that was one of the greatest lessons that I had during that time with, nonverbal communication.
The beginning of your life also kind of parallels the idea of nonverbal communication. Also, I'm familiar with some of that background, but share with the audience what your early stages in life were like.
I will, and there's another layer to that now, which is really amazing, kind of the second layer, and this is really, so the first 5.5 years of my life, I was a ward of the state, which essentially means that I was an orphan. I was in and out of orphanages, mostly in a couple of 2 or 3 foster homes. But the early developmental years of my life, especially those first 4 years, I didn't have the consistency of being held and talked to. You know, I was kind of bounced from place to place. So in the early developmental years, there were 2 things that I was really connected to. The first one was the sound of my voice. It was my own voice and my body. You know, that the human body has 2 desires, 2 needs. One is to feel the frequency of our voice, and also to feel motion and movement. That's one of the reasons why we, as parents, we rock our children, we tap, we pat our children. So, you know, the body has that need for motion and movement, and the body also has a need for the frequency of sound. Now, most people think that when you come into the world, the first sound that you make, you know, you come through the birth canal, you come out into the world, and the first sound that you make is, but it's not the first sound that we make. When we come into the world, when we come through the birth canal, the first sound that we create is inhale, exhale, cry. So my early developmental years were really sort of a mixture of a vocabulary of frequencies of sound that I could feel. It wasn't so much about hearing, it was sounds that I could feel. Sounds that would resonate on the inside of me, that would settle me. Sounds that replaced the comforts of being held with an internal journey of feeling frequencies that move throughout my body. And that, combined with motion, is really how I found my peace. It was really how I came into a sense of knowingness, of calm. As I got a little bit older and started to make sounds aloud, you know, and tones that people were familiar with, then I became connected to the concept of singing. But for me, I lived in a frequency world. It was a natural thing. I was constantly now, of course, my voice was a lot, smaller and higher then. But this whole journey of understanding and feeling the frequency of my own voice, and sometimes it would just be I was later guided to understand that beautiful inhalation and exhalation is called the song of the breath. And it's the song that we sing from the time that we open our eyes and come into the world until we take our last transitioning breath. The song of the breath is the song that we all sing. We willingly take the inhale. Our journey in life is to understand how to steward, utilize, and be in grace with the exhale. So my journey began with feeling, and knowing the song of the breath, and being in sort of a resonant world of frequencies and vibrations that gave me a sense of calm and wholeness, and ultimately gifted me, thankfully, with a voice that became a link or a connector and a communicator, breath to breath, tone to tone, for human beings. And that's how my journey began. And I will tell you. Can I just tell you this one interesting story too? Because there's been a lot of question about music and the woman, this and that, and is music important, and is it important for us to sing? So I will tell you, sister, that after 66 years of living that life, I mean, I grew up not knowing who my mother was, not knowing who my father was, not having any sense of where I came from, because I found out that I was placed in the system at 18 months. And so I didn't know any of that. And of course, you know, I was adopted at the age of 5.5 by two amazing folk, you know, Pearl and Robert Johnson. God bless them. Thank them. I thank them for all that they did for me. And, you know, they were quite a bit older than me, so I was a handful, you know. But I came into their world. So I grew up in that consciousness, and then of course grew up and, you know, had my own children, my wife, my family. But I never knew who I was. And I will tell you that that's a really, really powerful thing. I always kind of lived looking straight ahead and defined my life by the accomplishments I was able to make, and certainly by the mistakes along the way. But that not knowing who you are, there's an emptiness that exists inside of you anyway. A beautiful outcome for this is after 66 years, this was 4 years ago, after 66 years, the governor of the state of New Jersey passed a mandate, essentially saying, because he had a sister who they adopted at the age of 2.5, and he and his sister were really, really tight. So he passed a mandate, gave it 1 year for people who had put children up for adoption who were still alive, if they were uncomfortable with some element of what they did or didn't want their child to know, you know, as a byproduct of them putting that child up for adoption, gave them the opportunity to submit to the court, to contact the state, and there would be provisions put in. But other folk who had no objection or who had passed away, they made it possible for people who had been adopted in the state of New Jersey to get their pre-adoption birth certificate. And so I was able to get my pre-adoption birth certificate. And at the time I was working in New York with at an organization called Intersections, which was the fifth ministry of the Collegiate Church of New York. And it was essentially a multi-faith, multicultural initiative where we used art, all measures of art, as an extension of dialogue to go into areas that face challenge in the world, and use that as a way of bringing people together and trying to do some measure of conflict resolution. Anyway, his wife, the executive director, his wife, and I will always say her name, Blythe Chase, well, she's a genealogist. And so one of the things that she did for the state of New Jersey, the state of New York, is to help to find the families of folk, especially of indigent folk and folk who may have passed away who are homeless, to try to find their families. So anyway, I got my birth certificate, and that birth certificate had the name of my mother, my birth mother, Lily Mae Barney, and the name of my birth dad, James Ward. It substantiated the year that I was actually born, and where I was born, at All Souls Hospital in Morristown, New Jersey. And it said that at the time of my birth, I had 3 living siblings. And so anyway, Blythe was able to plug into the system, and like miraculously, like a blessing, the greatest blessing that I could ever ask for, within about 7 hours, I was united with 2 brothers and 2 sisters who knew about me, but I didn't know about them, because my older sister and my older brother, they shared with me a picture with me sitting on my sister's lap when I was like 18 months old. And then, of course, I became a ward of the state, and we were separated. But after all these years, we were all united, and we all came together. And I'll talk a little bit more later about the power of unconditional love. But these people that knew about me and I didn't know about them just embraced me, loved me, cried over me. I have never felt anything like it in my life. I mean, it was so, and continues to be, an amazing experience. So when we first kind of got together on a conference call, I found out that they're all singers and spent a lot of their lives singing. And I shared with them, because they had said that. I said, listen, I want to share with you that there's this one song that, I heard it when I was 7 years old. I went with my mom and dad to the RKO Trent Theater in New Jersey and saw the movie Carmen Jones that featured Dorothy Dandridge and Harry Belafonte. But at the end of the movie, they said to everybody, please, we're just going to take a short intermission, and in 15 minutes, we have a surprise for you. So I fell asleep on my dad's lap and woke up to the sound of an orchestra, and the announcer introduced Nat King Cole. And Nat King Cole came out and did a surprise performance that night. It was an amazing, there I am, sitting on my dad's lap at 7, because everybody was coming to see the movie Carmen Jones, so there were no babysitters. Plus, I had a reputation. People didn't like to babysit me. That's another story. But anyway, that night, I heard Nat King Cole sing, and it just blew me away. I was like, oh, I wasn't old enough to recognize how great he was, but I saw the effect that he had on people. It was like he moved that whole room, and I was like, oh gosh, I would love to do that. And he sang this song, Nature Boy. And I listened to every word of that song, and I felt like it was like my song. I love that song. I sang it all the time, and my whole entire professional life, I have been performing that song. I've probably sung it, 8,000 times. And I started to sing it over the phone, and my sister, Christine, started to cry. And I stopped and I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry, Christine. I don't want to make you sad. I'm sorry. What did I do? And she said, no. She said, Freddie, she said, what you don't know is that Nature Boy was our mother's favorite song. She sang it all the time. She probably sang it when you were in her womb. And I felt so if there's any question, and in that moment, it was like this thing came over me like, yes, of course, because it wasn't like I had heard it for the very first time. It was like, oh man, this is my song. Right. It had to be because I heard it coming from the mouth and through the frequency and vibration of my mama as I lay there in her womb. So
I'm tempted to want to hear a little bit of it in this moment, but I'll leave
sure,
you.
I can do that. There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy. They say he traveled very far, over land and sea. A little shy and sad of eye, but very wise was he. And then one day, one magic day, he came my way. And as we talked of many things, fools and kings, this he said to me: the greatest thing you'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return. And then one day, one magic day came my way, and as we spoke of many things, fools and kings, this he said to me: the greatest thing you'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return.
I think that's a wonderful way to segue into my next question about the healing power of the voice. You've presented a fantastic foundation of it. I'd like to know more, or like to have the audience hear a little bit more about how your own voice has healed you in a variety of ways.
Yeah, I want to thank you. I want to really say that every day of my life is a journey to really work towards a continual healing process. It's a fact that the vibration, the frequencies of our own voice are felt within us before they go out into the world. And so this amazing process of breathing in, breathing out, and communicating and creating resonance and frequency is really, really important. And so our voices are so important in terms of our own health and well-being, and in terms of how we engage and impact the world. And now more than ever, this is a really, really important thing for us to understand. You are the most important person in your life. That is not a selfish statement. That is a real statement. You have been gifted with the journey of life. You have been gifted with this opportunity to walk the earth, to be in service, to learn, to evolve, to acknowledge, to grow. And this process of breath and tone and sound, resonation within us and resonation and communication out to the world is something that we do in every moment. And it is a part of the fullness of our journey. So that I want to talk to you about something called the triangle of healing. So the triangle of healing has three components. It's the one anchor, or it's the level of breath, inhalation and exhalation. It's the frequency and vibration and essence of breath. It's the frequency and vibration of thought, which is a measurable thing. And then it's the frequency and vibration of tone. So this amazing pyramid, or this triangle of healing, is really the sphere in which we can know, feel, and understand our wholeness. The frequency of breath, the essence of breath, which, by the way, is first and foremost our connector to life itself. It is also our connector to all of creation. The most sacred act, the most sacred experience that you will engage in every moment of your life, not just when you go to a tabernacle or not just when you sit in prayer. The most sacred connection, the most sacred act that you involve yourself in every moment of your life is this: the breathing in and the breathing out. The essence of life, that which connects us to life. We receive each of those breaths, and in many instances, I bet you would agree with me, we kind of take them for granted. They're there, except when they're not, except when they're challenged. And interestingly enough, we are now facing a challenge in our world with COVID-19, which has to do with our respiration, our breathing in and our breathing out. So this sacred act of breath in, breath out, is how we know the essence of life and living. The other frequency that's really powerful is the frequency of the vibration of our thinking. You know, that's immeasurable. They can hook you up to a machine and measure your brain waves. It's a frequency. And in essence, whether our knowingness and our connection to life is based whatever measure it is, we know that at some point that we are particles and waves in a state of vibration. You know, how we got here, the creation story, not talking about that, just talking about the fact that we are cells and organs, frequencies and vibrations in a state of actually oscillation more than vibration. But we have the vibrational frequencies of thought, and we have the vibrational frequency of sound. And most of us think about sound as our communicator. It's the way that we communicate with the world. Either we're talking, right? We're talking, or we're communicating, or we may be communicating with ourselves or listening to somebody, but responding in that way. Or we may be singing, or we may be shouting loud. But this whole journey of breath and tone and the frequency of the mind combine to help us align with this physical body that we've been given for the life's journey. So understand that the vibration of your own voice can truly help you to find a place of wholeness. Essentially, if you listen to the science of the Vedic sciences that talks about the energy centers or the chakras of the body, there's a whole system of our beingness that is combined with our breath and combined with our heart cells and combined with the energy that enables us to move through life, that the frequency and vibrations of our own voice can help to tune. Now, we know, some of us know from our faith traditions, that like chanting or that continuous tone, or let me ask you this question. How many of you sing in the shower? Come on. I know everybody sings in the shower, right? And you don't sing in the shower because it's the most acoustically perfect place. It's because you feel the sound of your own voice and you're singing something, you're letting sound out into the world that feels good. It becomes a part of a feel good experience. Songs that you hear that touch your heart, they stay in your memory bank and you sing them. When you hear them, you can remember where you were the first time you heard them. You can remember what you were doing, even if you were doing something you weren't supposed to be doing. It's like a part of that connection of mind, right? Mind and frequency. So there's a whole science around the utilization of our own voices. It's called toning. All right, right. And so I want to ask you to try something with me. And that is place your hand right here on your chest. All right.
Everybody out there, even if you're not on screen, we can still feel it together. Yes.
Yeah, just feel this now, Sister Kidada. I'm gonna ask you just for a minute to mute your mic, because I want you to have this experience. And if you do it at the same time that I do it, it'll throw us off. So just mute your mic for a second, okay? But everybody, I want you to try this at home. Just place your hands on your heart and just take a good breath in, breathe in, and just exhale with the tone ha, right? Here we go, breathe. Now you should be able to feel resonance. You should be able to feel your chest vibrate. I'm going to take my glasses off for a minute and place your hands over the bridge of your nose, right? Again, take a nice breath in through the mouth, and then you're going to exhale with the tone. Breathe in. Good. Now just take a breath in and breathe out. Same thing happens as you can place your hand on the top of your head. And I've got my big, my crown cap on here, but it will work and it helps to smile. And when you do this, just smile and take a breath in and say, very good. And you should be able to feel a vibration. Now, if perhaps you don't, you can raise or lower that pitch, and it will send that rattle or that vibration into that center. Now, this, in the science of toning and sound wellness, sound healing, is the crown center. And so in the crown center, this shape of tone, yi, will help to create a vibration. And again, you can raise or lower the pitch. And what happens is it literally kind of moves and resonates and rattles and awakens the energy in the crown center. This tone here awakens the tone in what we call the third eye center, in and around the nasal passages, the ears, the eyes, the nose, and the throat. Try this one. Place either right or the left hand on your throat. And this is an easy one because the voice box is here. And say, very good. And then breathe in and out. And you did the heart center, right? So this is in sound healing terms, this is the vibrational or the frequency journey behind the eye. And the heart center, the throat center, and the sixth chakra or the third eye center and the crown center really kind of directly relate to your response and your ability to find a frequency balance as you respond to the physical world. In a longer session, I could teach you to move through the whole body, but it is a fact that the frequency and vibration of our own voice can really help to resound and to help us to create a sense of balance. It's like an aerobic exercise in many ways, you know. And we know, I don't, you guys are not, many of you may not be old enough to remember, but back in the 60s, you know, there was this thing called primal scream where people would pay lots of money to go stand on the side of a mountain and take a big breath and just scream, just let that tone out. Well, this journey of sound healing, where you're really utilizing the softness and the warmth of your breath to move the tone of your own perfect, beautiful voice through your body. This is not about singing. This is all about being able to utilize your voice for your own health and wellness, and in keeping with many of the sacred philosophies of the world that say, as you speak, so you are. The frequency of the vibration of how you speak, first and foremost, about you, to you, about you, is really, really important. If that frequency is damning, or if you're downing yourself, if you're engaged in a lot of, you know, I just can't seem to, and I'm just not, that frequency, it's really, really true. You want to raise that frequency. If there's something in your life that you're in question about, give yourself the opportunity. I'll use an example for myself, as I will say, you know, I'm really living into this reality that because I've been home a lot, it's important for me to give myself the opportunity to walk more, to be more active physically. So I receive and I live into, as a matter of fact, I'm excited about really being committed to walking more, to being more in my body, because I desire for my body to be in fullness. That's the frequency of that and the energy of that and its effect upon the body is way more positive than, man, you know, I'm not walking enough, like I'm losing weight, my knees are hurting, my back is hurting. I just can't seem to feel the energy of that. I'm sure that brought you down. So the frequency and vibration of our voices, and listen, that's what's so beautiful about the history of us as Black folk. From the very beginning, from Africa, we told our history out loud. We shared our voices with the community, and to go deep into our spirit, we moaned. At the evolution of the blues on the banks of the Mississippi, we kept the narrative of our lives. The Johnnies and the Grills in Africa told our stories alive. When someone in the community was feeling down, the healers would come and place their hands, and they would, they would place hands. So the frequency of that dedication, the wholeness and healing, combined with natural herbs, combined with dancing, singing and dancing and being in the fullness of our creation. And the way that you speak to you about you, one of the hardest things for you and I to do is look into your eyes and say, I honor who I've been created to be. Every day is a journey for me. I choose to acknowledge the gift of life, and with every breath. And don't allow yourself to say, yeah, but, you know, Baba Fred, you sing and you can do that. No, listen, to be able to speak aloud, hearing and feeling the frequency and vibration of your own voice, and knowing that the frequency and vibration of your own voice is the first step in the wholeness, healing, and full participation in your life's journey, knowing that every breath that you are given gives you an opportunity for vitality, and recognizing now more than ever that the frequency and vibration of our breathing in and breathing out connects us one to the other, that the frequency and vibration of our voices calling forth our wholeness, calling forth our dedication to one another, calling forth the realization and the proclamation that all of creation was created to be free is one of the most important things that we can do for the self-preservation of ourselves, to know and feel the power and the pure frequency of our voices, to aliven ourselves, to breathe in every morning when you take your first step and you put your foot down off the bed, to breathe in the essence of life and be in a place of gratitude for that, and give yourself permission to say, thank you for this day. No matter what the rattle in your brain of what you got to do today has to do with it, know and acknowledge that. Like when I was that little bitty dude, didn't know nothing else but just but creation guided me to keep on keeping on, because there's healing, and our ancestors knew that. This is a foundation of who we were. Before folk got together to talk about the business of the day, they aligned their hearts. They spoke together, they sang together, they danced together, they ate together, because we need to feel the fullness of community. Because community is not an intellectual thing. Community is the coming together and the communing hearts and minds in the fullness and wholeness, first and foremost, of ourselves individually and then collectively. And the moment that you open your eyes in the morning and breathe in that conscious breath of the day, you agree to be on that sacred journey as you sing the song of the breath over and over and over again.
Ashe. Your last statements made me think of a passage from Dr. Patrice Mallardomé's book, or perhaps it was a lecture of his, and he talked about the women in his village and how they would sing before they would do any of their chores. And it was almost like they were waiting for an energy to arrive. And if the energy did not arrive, they just didn't do their chore. If that was making pots that day or whatever it was set aside until that frequency arrived in order for that work to be completed accordingly. And it's very different than, the context that we live in now, which is just like, it doesn't matter what's going on, you got to get it done. And that can create a vibrational distortion, because if you're not well, then no matter what it is that you're doing, you're putting this, the non-wellness into your efforts. And how far can that actually go? What can that actually penetrate? It's very telling. It's very, very much about the parts of the imagination that we want to kind of get people to shift in the conference this week. Is like, well, what is work? What is the work actually? What is the valuable work, and what part of it is the most essential component for us to give our imaginations over to give our intentions over to, and what needs the most nurturing, the most nutrients? Is it the grind, as people say it is, or is it this vortex within that needs its own space and time? It needs to be cultivated, and it is the primary thing to give energy to, so that it can have the proper kind of output.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know it's very, very important to cultivate what I call the inner garden. And I think that is the lesson that I learned in those early years, is my remembrance of all of that. And I can't remember it all, but I was very much connected internally. I was very connected. I was really connected internally. And I find now my greatest enrichment personally is when I give myself permission to step back and really go into that. And that's our work. Our work now more than ever is to really be about the business of caring for ourselves, be about the business of acknowledging the importance of what I call the temple of our being, that we've been given to be in this world, to contribute in this world. And you know, there's an old adage that says that the longest distance traveled is the distance between the head and the heart. And if we take a look at where we are in our world now, there's a lot of head talk, there's a lot of head conversation, but there's not a lot of heart talk. You know, there's a lot of conversation presently about the importance of reigniting and reawakening to the power and importance of our humanity, to recognize the importance of human life. Where we find ourselves now is we're in a place where human life doesn't seem to matter. So on that journey, and so I submit to my brothers and sisters here that the journey begins with really, really understanding how important this journey of life is, how important your connection to that is, how important that you breathe in, take in the fullness, and keep a sense of calm. That doesn't mean, you know, I know a lot of calm warriors, but you keep a sense of calm and wholeness from the inside out, from internally out. You know, that
the most potent warriors are the calm ones.
Yes.
Look out for.
Yeah. Baba Ishangi said to me one time, he asked me, he said, Frijan, he liked to call me Frijan. He said, Frijan, when you breathe, where do you breathe from? And, you know, so I had all this acting training and, you know, musical theater training and sound and silence training. And so I said, well, Bobby, you know, I breathe from my diaphragm. You know, I take in a breath from my diaphragm, I breathe from my diaphragm. And he said, okay, he said, that's interesting. He said, when I breathe, I may sneeze, excuse me. When I breathe from the edge of the universe. Excuse me. And everything between the edge of the universe and my breathing in, I become a part of. So I breathe from the edge of the edge of the edge of the universe and recognize and know that the fullness of creation I receive with every breath, and I am enriched. And as I exhale with love and fullness, with the knowingness that my thinking, my being, and my doing reaches not just as far as I can see, but reaches to the edge of the fullness of the universe. Now that, for me, it was really important because it moved me beyond just kind of breath in, breath out consciousness to breath in possibility, breath out possibility. And I want to submit to you that these are not like just metaphysical philosophies and ideas. It's really important for us to understand that with every breath we breathe in, the fullness of the lineage of who we are, all of the ancestors who have come before us, all of the knowledge and wisdom that exists in the world, and that the fullness of your presence, not just how you speak, but the fullness of your presence radiates out from your heart and out from your body. In scientific terms, they call that heart coherence. You know, it's like the energy of the body is just not right here. You know, they've measured it, that the energy of the heart moves out somewhere between 7 and 10 feet away from the body. That's why if you're like in a circle of folk and you're all vibing together, you know, like, you know, you say, man, you know, I feel you. And you know what that is. You know, when you feel someone else, that's real. Right? That's a real thing. So in terms of taking a look at the ancient teachings and combining that or applying that today, my thing is really endeavor to be the fullest of your beingness as you possibly can be, because our moving forward in the world is not all just about what we're going to do. No, what will create transformation and transcendence is who we choose to be in the world. And that beingness begins with the nurturing and, you know, have a deeper relationship with your breath. Understand that every breath is a gift. Every breath in, every exhalation is a gift, this perfect circle of breath in and breath out. Steward how you think and understand and listen to your inner conversation and sweeten that conversation. Sweeten that conversation so that it shifts from a conversation that may be a conversation of condemnation to a conversation of affirmation, a conversation of possibility, a conversation of growth and fullness and development, so that the concept of saying I am is not just a power statement, it's a statement of reality. I am flesh, bone, blood, breath, air, consciousness, brain. I am gratitude. I am fullness. I am forgiveness. I am mind. I am body. I am spirit. I am breath. And my breath connects you to me to you. And therein lies the unity and fullness that we need to move forward together, so that our intellect and what we choose to do is powered by who we choose to be. When COVID first hit, even before that, I was kind of the anti-technology guy. My thing was like, look, I'm an artist, I'm a healer. I'm supposed to be in the room so that the energy can flow, because I'm nothing really, but the energy can't flow through me through some screen. How am I going to do that? I can't be who I need to. I can't be my work on the screen.
Right.
And then COVID hit and I had no choice. And I remember the very first day that I was involved in a Zoom call where people said, would you do a sounding meditation for us? And in my prayer and meditation, I just said, may the frequency and vibration of my voice just be in oneness with this perfect moment. And I went into that meditation and I did this toning meditation. And when I came out of it, I took this full deep breath and I realized, wow, I could feel the faces. I could feel the people that were there in that Zoom call, about 14 folk. And I realized that we've been given technology to afford us the opportunity to expand our ability to touch each other, to take the best of what we know and share it in new forms so that we can continue our journey of transformation.
I think a lot of people feel pretty resonant with that statement at the moment. So many of our day-to-day live things that we did in our life, from our schooling, from all of these different things that were beyond the scope of our imaginations. Now we all have to connect this way, and there must be something for us to register with that, just that major movement of all people having to move in that direction. And I think you really nailed it on the head, hit the nail on the head. I guess that's the phrase. And I think that's wonderful. I think we only have a few more minutes, although I could just listen to you talk all day. I can hear you sing all day. I think everyone is just a bit mesmerized by your emission right now. But I want to encourage folks, if you have any questions, go ahead and put it in the comments so we can put it up. And while folks are doing that, I would love to hear a sounding meditation or a sounding offering for our audience this evening, and for myself. And I'm sure that's a gift to yourself also. And I'd love for you to explain the instrument that you've brought on screen also. You had a chance to tell me a little bit. I think that would be a great education to the audience also.
Sure. And I want to... Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Can you hear my granddaughter screaming in the background?
Yes, it's wonderful.
So this is a chordophone. So it's one of the stringed instruments that comes from the stringed family of West Africa. I was introduced to this instrument by Baba Jimo Kuyate, of course, who was the 149th in the lineage of his Jolly tradition, his Jolly family. And he was a phenomenal healer, teacher, and, he was a Jolly. And he introduced me to this instrument and introduced me really to this tradition of really sharing the vibration of meditative intention in its wholeness and connected to the whole tradition. It's very similar, if you were to look at the Indian tradition, to the tambura, which accompanies the sitar. And so these chordophones can accompany the kora, the 21-stringed kora. In this perfect moment, may we be of one breath together, recognizing that with every breath we receive, we are gifted with the treasure of life. So I invite you, if it feels right, and feel the essence of your breath, and breathe fully in and feel the grace of life enfold and enrich you in this perfect moment now. Oh, our Creator, by all names known and recognized, touch us, guide us, forgive us, and continue to bless us with life. May we be thankful for this opportunity to be together. May we be thankful for Chaka and Kidada and their wisdom to call us together. May we be thankful for Queen Mother and all who come to this gathering to share. And may we be thankful to all who come together to this gathering to hear and be in the oneness of this intention. And may we forever be joined in the breath unity. And we pray in each of our individual ways that all will transcend, so that we can know the wholeness of this life's journey. Each of us, all of us. Kulele amula, kulele amula, kulele amula, kulele amula. I breathe with you. I breathe with you. Ashe, 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 Ashe.
Ashe, 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 Baba. Ashe, Baba. I give thanks for that. My headache's gone. Yay. I almost don't really I would actually prefer us to just have a moment of, I don't want to disrupt the emission there. I would rather just have us have a moment of silence to just let it breathe for a second. If everyone want to just join us in that. Awesome. Our friend Shaka joined us, is on screen with us right now.
Shaka.
My brother. Yes. Oh, I can't wait to see you again, man. I know we're seeing each other now, but we got a lot of things to do together, man, and I'm excited. I'm excited that you guys are just a part of this in your way. That for joining us from wherever you're at. This has been so healing for me personally all day. It's been like, cleansing waters all day.
Yes, sir.
I feel like when I step away from here, then I'm like, oh man, all this other stuff come up. But like when I'm just in here with y'all right now, this has just been amazing, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your gifts. Thanks to all that have tuned in. We're so blessed to have you, man.
Well, and we're really blessed that the two of you had the vision to do this and put it forth to make it happen. And what I want to suggest is that we do continue to keep this network open. I think the sum total of what everybody is sharing is so very, very important, and a continuum of that is a big part of what we need. So yeah, absolutely. I'm honored to be a part of the journey. Thank you.
This is just the beginning of some ideas that we have. We're laying the groundwork. This is the opening ceremony. This is our initiation process, and we couldn't have had a better a leader, better Baba Lao, to take us through this doorway, take us through this portal. Everybody that's watching, I just wanted to I put a post up in the Facebook. I know we've invited a lot of friends, just sent you invites to just come and join. But if you're getting something out of this, these presentations, then I would ask that you please support the things that we're doing. It takes energy, it takes life force, and it takes a lot of planning and things to make these things happen. So if you're feeling encouraged, if you joined, possibly, we just invited you. If you're getting something out of this, then please buy a ticket or find a way to donate in some other way, because we can't do this without your support. With that said, I have to say, shout out to the City of Austin Cultural Arts Division for making this possible, because without the funding that they provided, this would not have manifested in this way. So, but just be aware that I know you guys are sitting there enjoying all this, but also that it takes your support. It takes your participation in that way. So please consider that if you're here and you just got an invite from us. There's no pressure, but again, if you're able, then please do so. It would mean a lot to us.
Well, thank you, Baba. We're coming to the end of our presenters. Of course, Baba would be anchoring our presenters for this evening. It's been a very full circle moment. Tomorrow, we're going to have Valerie Tutson. Valerie is our mentor from the East Coast that connected us with Baba many, many, many years ago.
That's right.
Yes.
And, you know, again, if you want a little more insight on Shaka and Keela, you got to meet Miss Valerie Tutson, man. Something else.
That's right.
They're getting such a, like, you know, so many of our people are a part of this. They're getting like little insights into us. These are little nuggets about us, you know.
Right.
Thank you so much, Baba. This has been incredible.
And before we log off, please let folks know where they can find you. It'll be on the ticker, but I think it'd be great to hear from you, please.
Yeah, you can find my work at daybreakawakeningcall.com. That's my website, daybreakawakeningcall.com. And also I have some folk that support me, and I put things up on Toning Wellness, which is a Facebook page. Yeah, daybreakawakeningcall.com. There are quiet callings there. There are lectures and some podcasts. And, you know, if people want to really, you know, directly be in touch as well, you can email me at fredjohnsonartist@gmail.com. So, again, thank you for the opportunity to be able to be a part of this. You guys are, you all are points of light that the world needs. And, you know, for an old guy like me to be able to hang on and be a part of your journey, man, I'm just happy to still be in the game.
We got some miles to walk together, man. I'm really excited. I'm really excited to have reached this point in life. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing. I'm so thankful. I'm so grateful.
Blessings to everyone. Blessings to everybody out there. Much love. Peace, love.
Yeah. So coming up next, y'all, we got some music. Our music section is called the Full Recovery Lounge. We're going to take a little bit of a break, but we'll be coming back with Olivia and Mars. Olivia is 5, 6,
7,
5,
7,
6,
7.
She's 7 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, okay. So she's 7, and her father Mars is an incredible songwriter, musician. They're going to be performing, and we have Mobley, and we have Maylot, and then we have a Ross performance that some of y'all might have seen during the Shift Summit, but a lot of y'all probably missed. And we're going to close it out with Ross. So, like, stick around for the performances. We don't just have performances; we also have interviews. So you'll be hearing some of the thoughts and ideas of some of these great artists. So stick around. We'll be back. Peace.
can start whenever you want.
Hi, my name is Olivia. This is my dad. We're in a band. Band is called.
I think today we're just Olivia and Mars.
Yeah, but I would just call us. We just call us Pop and Signet.
Okay, Olivia and Mars.
We're on Instagram. Okay. Awkward.
You want to start?
Yeah.
Take it.
If you wanna be somebody, if you wanna go somewhere, you better wake up and pay attention. If you wanna be somebody, if you wanna go somewhere, you better wake up and pay attention. Sing this, right? If you wanna be somebody,
If you wanna go somewhere, you better wake up and pay attention. That'll work. You warm?
now enjoy the show.
Olivia,
Yes.
I would love to know a few things. First of all, when did you start doing music?
Oh, I started since I was a baby.
So, do you actually remember being a baby and making music?
I remember that. Also, I remember saying yay. I also remember saying yay after I do music when I was a baby.
Okay. So, do you remember the first song that you sang?
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Twinkle,
of course.
twinkle. It's gotta be. It's everybody's first favorite little song that you sing.
Yep.
The first song I remember hearing you sing was a song that was on the internet. And it went crazy. Everybody loved it. It was really, really exciting. Do you remember the song that it was?
Yes, I remember that song.
What song was that?
Actually, I don't remember.
You don't remember Creep?
I remember Creep. I remember Creep, actually. When you said the song, I was, oh, yes. I know the song.
Okay.
I love that song. It's by Radiohead, and it's from my favorite movie. And
what movie is that?
I don't remember, actually.
Okay, well.
Actually, forget the movie too. I don't know.
We have to watch it again.
That's great. But it was so awesome to hear you singing that song. And you're how old now?
7. And I know all the songs in the world.
I believe that, actually. But you were probably like 4 when you did that song. Is that right, Mars?
Yeah, she was 4.5.
She was 4.5. Right.
I was totally 4.
Let me ask you, what was your surprise? Were you surprised to see the song go so rampant all over the internet, to break the internet as it did?
Yeah. It's the one and only viral thing I've had, and I post videos of us for friends and family. And I still have just strangers just watching her growth.
Yeah.
Like across the world, strangers watching her grow up. So it's pretty wild. You slip into my world. It's like you're spying on me. You slip into my world.
Slip into my world.
Falling from my head to my feet.
Head to my feet.
It sounds crazy, but instead you go around in my head. It's like you never say you were sad. You slip into my world.
You slip into my world. Slip into my world. Faceless shape from the sky. Faceless shape from the sky. It's not often you can tell that you are under a spell. It's like you'll never feel. But you fell. But you fell. But you fell. But you fell. You slip into my world. Into my world. Play with it. Go for it. You slip into my world. You slip into my world. Slip into my world.
Tell me a little bit more about your own work. I'd love to hear some more. You have really great lyrics. You know, really, really great lyrics and fantastic. You kind of remind me of, I don't want to say Dylan, but there was another artist who had a fantastic documentary done by him called Sugar Man. Do you remember what it was? Rodriguez. Yeah. I don't know if that was like an influence of you early on, or maybe that, but you're very reminiscent of Rodriguez to me.
A funny story. My roommate is actually from South Africa, and he's obsessed with Rodriguez, as in the documentary, you know. But,
and country music.
And country music.
And country music.
But no, I never listened to much of that stuff.
Right. So what were some of the things that influenced the way that you?
Yeah, you know,
create?
I grew up listening to a lot of like trip hop, you know, whatever was around in the ether when I'm in my teens and 20s.
So where did you grow up? How
San Antonio.
San Antonio,
Yeah,
really?
but
it's a big rock town.
It's a big rock town. A lot of rock.
Yeah.
Radiohead. I grew up listening to Radiohead. York. But also classic. A little bit. Also like classic soul stuff. My dad was a singer, so he listened to all the classics. He's really into like Luther Vandross.
How could you not love Luther Vandross?
Yeah, Teddy Pendergrass. So.
Finders keepers. That's my dad's sound. Getting what you deserve. Getting what you deserve. Getting what you deserve. Why you press that one like that? Rolling darkness. Finding what you deserve. Finding what you deserve.
It's cool. Play with it. Play with it. It's fun.
Finding what you deserve. Getting what you deserve.
what you deserve. Getting what you deserve. Getting what you deserve.
You deserve.
Getting what you deserve.
Sounds like Senegal.
Getting what you deserve.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome.
What's going on? I can't believe I am on Olivia's Sweet Show.
Is it really you, Olivia?
I am the host.
I've been watching your show for so long, like 3 weeks.
Then you saw the one with Rihanna and Erica Badu.
You are so right. That was a big one. Everyone was talking about it.
Okay.
What was it like meeting them? Was that fun?
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
Now, let's get started.
Okay. All right.
Now, there are going to be cool things, challenges, and fun.
Oh my gosh, challenges?
And we get to talk to each other.
All right.
Wow.
Okay.
Now, question for Shaka.
Yes. Bananas.
Okay. What is it like? Wait. So, what is it like? What is it like doing music?
Wow. What is it like doing music? It's like just having fun. You know, just playing. It's just like playing. Like, what do you do when you play? You just have fun. You get into it. It's not always, you know, you're not always in the mood to just have fun. Sometimes you just want to sleep. Sometimes you want to eat. But when you're doing music, it's like, you know, you're just trying to express yourself and have fun.
Song for the talk.
Wait, one second.
She's so sweet.
She's wrapping it up.
Watching. This is Olivia, the talk show with Olivia, starring Olivia.
She's so sweet.
And today, our star guests
She's so sweet.
We're Shaka and
She's
Key,
so sweet.
which we call Key.
She's so sweet.
Now, thank you for watching. See you next time on Olivia's Interview Castle. Bye.
She's so sweet.
I'm so sweet.
She's so sweet.
She's really sweet.
She's so sweet.
She's so sweet.
She's so sweet.
Olivia's interview.
She's so sweet.
Yeah.
She's so sweet.
And
She's so sweet.
And
Hey.
Last one. She's so sweet.
This is Livia's interview corner.
Yeah.
realness, the realness, the realness, the realness, the realness.
Yeah. It's like lightning. That's how we striking in. Mind upon eye, how we shopping it. Taller than an upper list. Move with our promises. Music is the weapon, so we polished it. Nourishment. That's what we bring into the people, man. Encouragement. From the cities to the meadows and the villages. Phenomena, we like the dawn. There ain't no worries here. Because we have no fear. Don't want no mushroom clouds up in my salad. Don't want no computer chips up in my brain. Don't want to hear the songs that's on the radio. Just want to sit by the river and maintain. Don't want no mushroom clouds up in my salad. Don't want no computer chips up in my brain. Don't want to hear the song that's on the radio. Just want to sit by the river and maintain. The time is very rare, but we can't go nowhere. We gotta stay right here, together, have no fear. Our feelings we must share, cause yeah, we know the deal. That's why we know the deal. That's why we know the deal. The time is very rare, but we can't go nowhere. We gotta stay right here, together, have no fear. Our feelings we must share, cause yeah, we know the deal. That's why we know the deal. That's why we know the deal.
Tell me I broke your heart.
You hate my art.
Put my card, shattered my mind.
Put me apart.
I'm happy that you did it because all is forgiven.
Happiness should never be a paraded religion.
I'm gonna bruise as I pay my dues. Lot of fuse under my complacent ass. Think the task, ain't no one can surpass. I live in violence, I'm excited. We not the riot, we starting riots. We all excited, we walking by it. We talking science.
Don't even try it.
Hey, I'm happy with you without cause. I'm happy with you
because I am God.
Let your stories marinate before you take a taste. Read between the lines on your face,
Space is the place for your grace. Space is the place for the time is very rare, but we can't go nowhere. We gotta stay right here, together, have no fear. Our feelings we must share, cause yeah, we know the deal. That's why we know the deal. That's why we know the deal. The time is very rare, but we can't go nowhere. We gotta stay right here, together, have no fear. Our feelings we must share, cause yeah, we know the deal. That's why we know the deal. That's why we know the deal.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
The time is very rare, but we can't go nowhere. We gotta stay right here, together, have no fear. Our feelings we must share, cause yeah, we know the deal. That's why we know the deal. That's why we know the deal. The time is very rare, but we can't go nowhere. We gotta stay right here, together, have no fear. Our feelings we must share, cause yeah, we know the deal. That's why we know the deal. That's why we know the deal. Make some noise. Nah, what you expect, huh? We off in this thing all draped up, no escape. But what we make does get their hands in the air like a fake bug. Gotta fight bugs and snakes around, but machete in hand, ready to cut them down. With one swing, yeah, one blow, get them off the wall, let them know, you see me now, you don't. This is serious. Roll with the phone with a blunt, roll with whatever you want. Roll to the rock with a foe. Only good vibes coming, no po-po. Get off your high horse. When we got work for the folks, turn it up loud in the trunk. Speakers and tweeters on bump. About to blow her. So go ahead and pull her. Then pull a little loud for the love. Make a real can slow up. One rock, swirl, double love. See me now, you don't. See me now, you don't.
See me.
See me now, you don't.
You don't see me
now, you don't. See me now, you don't.
See me.
See me now, you don't.
You don't see
me
me.
now, you don't. See me now, you don't.
You can't see me. You can't read me.
See me now, you don't. See me now, you don't.
Hey.
See me now,
You
you
don't see
don't.
me.
See me now, you don't. See me now, you don't.
You don't see
See me
me.
now, you don't. See me 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 now, you don't. You don't. You don't.
Hips is like bacon and chocolate. Rappers like basements and profits. I like you moving your coccyx. Moving around on the TV screen.
More in your mouth than Billie Jean.
Getting my cream, I live it vividly. A balanced outlook, color symmetry. My dance is motion, antidote. I laugh and joke with fancy folks. Hey, you're black and broke on Periscope. I broke the code for open folks. I wanna woke you comatose. I'm Willy Wonka, what you want?
Sweet.
The priestess that you're hoping for.
You thought you saw me, now you don't.
Hey.
See me now, you don't. 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 See me now, you don't.
DJ Zed, get it to him.
Y'all don't see me. Yeah. Come on, yeah. Take a closer look. Take a closer look.
See me now, you don't.
Don't. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? We out here shifting things, Shift Network. What's up? We out here, Riders Against the Storm. Let's go.
Hip hop is a spiritual modality, in case you didn't know.
If you didn't know.
Hey.
No more fear, heights are falling down. Out of the sky right now, I'm calling down. Powers of the Chalachi, Shaka champion, sound chief. Rocker #1, running with the key, my mouth.
Parachute to the truth, now I need a boo. Lying to yourself is something unbelievable. Paracord is something that I really need to pull up. The riot doesn't require that you are reasonable.
Woke up screaming, now I'm over that. Woke up screaming, now I'm over that. Yo, I'm over that. Hey, I'm over that. Hey, over, under, over, under, over, under, over, over, under, over, under, over, under, over, over, under, over, under, over, under. Hold up. Come now. We spitting true confession. Interrupt your Armageddon. Got fires blazing higher. Turn your hell into a heaven. Ain't looking for permission. I asking for your protection. Your discretion mean destruction. So my people keep on stepping.
It was love bottoms up, scrubbing chums up, hypnotized, living lies.
Now we both, whoa.
Oh, it hurts.
There goes the perks.
This isn't the way it was supposed to work. Oh.
Woke up screaming, now I'm over that.
I'm over that.
Woke up screaming, now I'm over that.
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 Let's go.
Over, under, over, under, over, under, over, over, under, over, under, over, under, over, over, under, over, under, over, under. Hold up. Hey. Over, under, over, under, over, under, over, over, under, over, under, over, under, over, over, under, over, under, over, under. Hold up. Yeah. Woke up screaming, nah. 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 Now woke up screaming, nah. 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 Now I'm over that. Y'all hear me though? Let's go. Come on. Hey. Let's go.
We get down by the holy water. Well, I'm sure no sweet, and if it just right, just call me Kid Dynamite. Player haters of the world, all unite. Stepping and faking and talking jive. One look at me and you'll be inspired. Bring your tambourine and your soul survive. Bust the dirt off, bust the soul collide. Best to hold on, we on a ride.
I'm in the gut.
Baby, better than butter. You can go get your mother. She will call you a sucker. Dried up on the way lover. Perpetrating your stunner. You don't know the deals that it goes to get clutter. I be providing the bubble. Bring the face in your bubble. Smoke in the face. Make you wonder how she be heat like the summer. But they never under giving the goddess the summer.
And you look great too.
What you say to? Who you pray to? We escape you. I be the ghetto superstar. Fire starter. All that gets down by the holy water. All that you know is with you right now. What you gonna do when we start that countdown? And we live on the mode, so we put on the show. All that you know is with you right now. What you gonna do when we start that countdown? Oh, we can do it below, cause we're gonna set close everywhere below.
It's unintentional, tell me where to go. All faking like a humble, creeping in the back door. All people perpetrating like it's been there before. Puffing like smoke and I don't wanna hear it no more. You know a variant, color from cold to snow. But you the fake is transparent, apparition of gold. Steady flow, spreading rumors like you Club Nouveau. But that's so passe, if you ask me. Actually, I could walk a water through it casually. Magically, turn this all around from a tragedy. Before the curtain calls to the family. straight from gravity. And all them haters looking long face, he can he get somewhere else and not secure simply. When it's time to rock a show, speed and flow phenomenal. Spike you with the holy water like some aerosol on the rock. You don't stop. 5.
All that you know is with you right now. What you gonna do when we start that countdown? All that you know is with you right now. What you gonna do when we start that countdown? And we're gonna step close up and better.
You feel it in the middle.
Right here.
You feel it in the front. You feel it in the middle. You feel it in the left, right, the middle. Feel it in the front, hey. You feel it in the middle. You feel it in the left, right, the middle. Hey. You feel it in the front,
Put your hands together.
You feel it in the middle. Oh. Feel it in the left, right, the middle. Hey. Feel it in the front. Let's go. Feel it in the middle. Hey. Feel it in the left, right, 5.
All that you know is with you right now. What you gonna do when we start that countdown? So we put on a show, yeah. All that we know is with you right now. What you gonna do when we start that countdown? One step closer, we're ready to go.
Hold on, Zach back. Hold on. Okay, when we point, that's called holy water.
It's called holy water.
That's from 2013, y'all. We wrote that song in like 2009.
We just haven't performed it in a while.
That's on an EP, just self-entitled EP, Riders Against the Storm.
Yeah.
On Spotify and all them different things.
Yeah, I guess it's been a minute since we performed it.
What we want to do is point at y'all. When we point at y'all, you're gonna say, yeah. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. I heard that through the mask this time. 1, 2, 3.
And that goes for everybody who's watching over the airwaves also. If you want to jump up, you can just do it in yourself in your living room, in your office, wherever you are. That's all you. You can feel that. You don't need a whole crowd. You can just feel it yourself. So let's do that.
Facts. Let's go. Y'all ready?
Here you go, get it.
Yeah. Janelle said the booty don't lie.
Yeah.
You ain't gotta ask me why.
Yeah.
Come over here and get your line. Baby, it's so crazy how you open my eye.
Yeah.
And it really knows so bright.
Yeah.
They can never stop to shine.
Yeah.
Every day is paradise. Whenever I can wake up in the way of the skies.
Yeah.
I just wanna be free.
Yeah.
Y'all know it's we, not me.
Yeah.
The flow, it gets real deep. Making love till you sleep. Then we living our dream.
Yeah.
Even the sky ain't a limit.
Yeah.
Two soldiers know they different.
Yeah.
Change the city in a minute, cause we spit it with a flame that'll never be extinguished.
You need my loving in your life, babe.
Come and get it, come on.
You need my love, come get your love.
Come and get it, come on.
You need my loving in your life, baby.
Come and get it, come on.
You need my love, come get your.
Come and get it.
Hot tea, frankincense on my neck, aromatherapy. I like to be to have you in my company. Hey, swing by me and we can both be peace. Receive and relate in between these sheets. But sound like a butterfly from a cocoon. Flexing on muscles like we were practicing kung fu. Vibes like the sun. Want you to pay attention to the position and expression. Giving you my arm, meditate in my direction. Black on black ain't a crime, it's a state of mind.
Learning each other.
Know you love my lover.
Come on.
It's another dimension.
Yet to be discovered. Do you wonder?
Our love is just rain and a thunder. So with the stars that's round in your comfort. So let the king heal a life in a hunger. Baptized by the honey. You need my loving in your mind, baby.
Come and get it, come on.
You need my love, come get your love.
Come and get it, come on.
You need my loving in your life, baby.
Come and get it, come on.
You need my love, come get your.
Come and get it. Y'all ready? Let's go.
2, 3, 7. Come on. Here we go.
She got the bad Yeah. Let's go. Yeah.
One more, let's go.
Yeah. Come on. Hey.
5, 6, 7, go. You need my love in your life, baby.
Come and get it, come on.
You need my love, come get your love.
Come and get it, come on.
You need my love in your life, baby.
Come and get it, come on. Come and get it, come and get it, come on. Come and get it, come and get it, hey. Come and get it, come and get it, come on. Come and get it, come and get it, hey. Come and get it, come and get it, come on. Come and get it, come on, come on. Come and get it, come and get it. Get your life, y'all. Woo. All right. Bass drop, okay. This side over here, when I point at y'all, okay, we got 4 and 4. So over here. When I point at y'all, what you gonna say is bass drop. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. Bass drop. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
That was cool.
That's cool.
All of the attractive people now in the space.
Oh, wow.
All the good-looking people in the space.
That's all right.
All our socially distanced, sexy.
That's cool. Don't worry about that.
That's what you'll feel. That's what you can actually get a t-shirt. You can say that's socially distanced, sexy. There you go.
SDS. Sounds like a mental illness over there. They got SDS. They got SDS. No. No. We don't do that. We don't do that over here. We shifting. We don't do that.
No. Okay, so when I point at y'all, okay.
Soul shot. That's right.
You're gonna say soul shot. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Sexy does not equal loud.
Oh wow.
Over here, the party's over here. When I point at y'all, what y'all saying? We good. Let's go.
When you're sexy, you don't need to be loud. Let's go.
Oh. Okay.
It speaks for itself.
Okay.
Speaks for itself. Oh yeah. If you can start down low, that'd be great. Don't mean to make it look easy. I'll be so fresh in 3D. Light on the palette like sweet tea. Roll the swagger, believe me. Gotta be, we freaking. Sound when clouds retreating. Up in the stratosphere, out of fear, but I told him about behavior. Too late, retreat to the creator. Blissful lamp with a fistful neon lights to mark the spot.
All in this cause the shit is hot. Come on.
Mechanical rapping news, I'm a attitude cause I'm not representing little rappers. No, we set the mood. Set the news. Reject the news. That ain't
bass drop
and a thong. And a song.
Bass drop
and a thong. And a song. And a thong. And a song. And a thong. Wait till I show up, give you a song that makes you feel real alive. Wait till I show up, give you a song that makes you feel real alive.
Bass drop
and a song. Bass drop. Let me hear y'all. And I'm gone, so shy.
Bass drop.
Let's go.
About to change like food hubble. Shit up to play games, I just love them more. Cause it's like in the bottle, cause I am the source. Keeping everything lit like a bug in the jaw. Stepping in the stadium, coming Barry Bonds. Better up than a cut, such chainsaw. I step it on the pavement like Billie Jean. See the sidewalk glow, what we on the scene. If you wanna see growth, better join the team. If you wanna say slow, go ahead. In the same spot, same block, no heat, no spark.
Talk about life, but you really got no heart.
No plan like a jam like an old block. Click clack, many flat got no pop. No bounce, so roll with a beat by. We the rhythm with the soul, with a new rock. Getting high, getting grown, getting too pop, getting in the air. We the blend and no stop. We the blues, we the jazz, we the show shot. We the guys who shop like an old fox. No box, no flat, we the bass shot.
And it don't quit, and it don't stop, and it don't quit, and it don't stop, and it don't quit.
Bass drop,
and I'm gone. And it's on.
Bass drop,
and I'm gone. And it's on.
Bass drop,
and I'm gone.
So shot,
and it's on.
Bass drop,
and I'm gone.
So shot,
and it's on. Wait till I show up, give you a song that makes you feel real alive. Wait till I show up, give you a song that makes you feel real alive.
Bass drop, so shot, bass drop,
I'm gone.
so shot,
It's on.
bass drop,
And I'm gone.
so shot,
And it's on.
bass drop,
And I'm gone.
so shot.
It's on.
Hey.
Take it easy.
Just rock a little bit. Just rock a little bit. Hey, hit you with that bass drop. Hit you with that soul.
And it's on. And it's on.
Hey, this one's going out to everybody that ever had to make a resume to go get some money. Yeah, somebody say, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Say, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Say, reba, reba.
Reba, reba.
Say, reba, reba.
Reba, reba.
Yo, when I step into the room and a viewer look surprised, spinning all up in my face, better look me in my eyes. sat down and asked me why I felt qualified to teach in the school. I smiled and said, ain't no teachers without students, and you went overlooked. Don't take no genius or no master to see what's in it. It's outdated like most of the folks behind the desk think they ain't gonna change. Just collect and fact check to act like babysitters in love with the rest. Complaining about youth and the lack of interest. I got a PhD, man, a circle whack rappers making something out of nothing. Economics got the master of living quick hustles to make ends meet. Because if we don't hustle, man,
we don't eat.
I went to college, Ivy League, and barely survived. Came out with honors in the bachelor's, working 9 to 5 for what? To follow orders and color in the lines. I want youth out of the box, thinking deep about your American dream.
Then over glamorified.
Then his eyes glazed over like a hostess apple pie. Started looking all confused and a little bit scared. Stood up and shook my hand with some tension in the air, but I broke it like a bottle. This is what I shared. Don't need no resume to represent me.
I say what?
Don't need no resume to represent me.
I say what?
Don't need no resume to represent me.
I say what?
Don't need no resume to represent me.
I say what?
Don't need no damn resume to represent me. Come
I'm
on.
out of credit to my race without credit.
And up to par, tax deductible, hustleable, PhD whipping up.
I say power is peace.
People say I am bizarre.
Yet desires are open to you when your
soul
soul
is
is
a jar.
sick and tired of impressing people
Just to get a good job. Come on.
Good, what is the cause? When life is lost, a supervisor overseer
That reports to the boss.
There's some people around.
Cut your hair, lay it down.
Your clothes are colorful.
Are you an African clown?
I'm a woman with your music that is hitting you down. I'm an artist with the heart of you, so from the ground. I'm alive on the problem. You can lie to the vibe.
Come on.
Can you hear me?
Kiss the structure goodbye,
When
goodbye.
it goes and it goes at the close of the century, your bank account was full.
But your soul.
A resume can never represent me.
Say
A
what?
resume can never represent me. Resume can never represent me. I need no damn resume to represent me.
Do y'all need a resume? Say hell no. Do y'all need a resume?
Hell no.
Do y'all need a resume?
Hell no.
Do y'all need a resume? Hey.
Hell no.
Do y'all need a resume?
Hell no.
Do y'all need a resume? Hey.
Hell no.
Do y'all need a resume?
Hell no.
Do y'all need a resume? Hey.
Hell no.
Do you need a resume?
Hell no.
Do y'all need a resume?
Say what?
I mean it.
Say what?
I mean it.
I say what?
I mean it. Hey, let's go.
So I'm gonna need y'all to help me out with this song too. You're gonna say when I point at y'all, you're gonna say why. All right? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, pretty simple. Pretty simple. This is dedicated to anyone who is trying to test your spiritual gangster. Like you won't come for him. But you're full of love and light and universal energy and all that jazz. You know what I mean? But you don't want to mess with me. Clearly you're under hypnosis. Maybe something is broken. You don't seem to believe you're looking at me. A woman up out of the ocean.
Come on.
Kind and sweet and lives in the breeze.
In the breeze.
A dream so sweet, no need to retreat. Your light is not here for you to compete.
Competition.
So there is no need for me to repeat. Let me hear you say why? Why are you getting into my life? Don't you see that the devil's a lie? Let me direct you to something inside. Let me hear you say why? Why are you getting into my life? Don't you see that the devil's a lie? Let me direct you to something inside.
Come on.
It's been discovered. There'll never be two, there'll never be other. Love is what covers the separate delusion that's feeding the hunger. The many pages in the book. You are the one that needs to look at what it is and how you live and what you do. Don't be confused. I am not you.
Come on.
I am a reflection, though, of some of the things you hold. Get ready to let that go.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Hey.
Life is not always easy to read.
Yeah.
So please don't believe you'll never be me. Let me hear you say why? Why are you getting into my life? Don't you see that the devil's a lie? Let me direct you to something inside. Let me hear you say why?
Why? You getting into my life? Don't you see that the devil's alive? Let me direct you to something inside. Take it back to ancestors. How did they make it? Holding control for so many generations, and now they say we free, but don't see no liberation. So great, the world imitator ignorance. So much hate makes cycles so consistent. Legacy down low from Zion to the basement. Pits up, hose down, and it's the placement. Turn on the radio when every flow is basic. Turn on the radio when every girl is naked. Gotta do the math, living out of the self. Because before we was niggas, we was something else. Before we was dragged here, we had a mental health. And now we feeling the losses and the cost of the war. As the forces divide us from the greatest we saw. Gotta get back in, cause we out of our mind. Too busy rush around, gotta get organized. Like why? Why are you getting into my life? Don't you see that the devil's alive? Let me direct you to something inside. Let me hear you say why? Why are you getting into my life? Don't you see that the devil's alive? Let me direct you to something inside. Let me hear you say why? Why are you getting into my life? Don't you see that the devil's alive? Let me direct you to something inside. Let me hear you say why? Get down, get down. Are you getting into my life? Don't you see that the devil's alive? Let me direct you to something inside. Hey.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's a fairly newer song.
This one's called Magic. Let's go.
Yeah, we're here for the magic. Y'all here for the magic, I'm sure.
Magic.
Energy, memory, let it be.
Magic.
Frequency, get with me, we can be.
Magic.
Galaxy, fantasy, let it be.
Magic.
Destiny, ecstasy, let it be. Energy, memory, let it be.
Magic.
Frequency, get with me, we can be. Galaxy, fantasy, let it be.
Magic.
Destiny, ecstasy, let it be.
Magic.
Something outside the way. Float on an open grave and oracle just quotable punches, making you no mistake. Keep the serum, got the turf nearer. Earth rhythms over broken mirrors. Go ahead and let it simmer. Suck you back to the void. I'm attacking your noise. Pump that, retract, move forward. Sleep is no refuge. I party when your eyes shut. Play with the prismatic matter.
There's your answer.
Born in Brooklyn with the concrete.
The magic man.
Shaking butts, raising up.
Lazarus.
Can you imagine it? Can you fathom it?
Hips lift.
Everything alive.
Blood pressure, debris.
As you buckle
Your knees.
transform into altar. Learn who to call up. Laws to be altered. Call for the park. Cross to the water. Gifted and awesome.
Magic.
Energy, memory, let it be. Frequency, get with me, we can be. Galaxy, fantasy, let it be.
Magic.
Destiny, ecstasy, let it be.
Magic.
Energy, memory, let it be.
Magic.
Frequency, get with me, we can be.
Magic.
Galaxy, fantasy, let it be. Destiny, ecstasy, let it be.
Magic. A teaspoon of lightning, a gram of the fire. A feather from an eagle's wing, the mane of an eye. A needle on a record in the thread of war rhyme. The cornerstone of bitter refuse the main line. The breath of an angel, eggshells and wine. Fresh is the essence in the presence is divine. The tail of a panther, the glow of a bear. Teaspoon of ayahuasca for the vision past the fair. A hidey hope from Callaway rock from Melly Mare. The razors over nail to pull the fragrance in the smell of 1,000 roses born from the concrete to air. With a million voices echoing and ready to rebel. The wisdom of the air, the soul of Mayfair. The boogie in the breaks, the strength, the cold steel. The rhythm of the saints, the chance to make it feel. The prayers, the remedies, the recipes to heal with the magic.
Energy, memory, let it be.
Magic.
Frequency, get with me, we can be.
Magic.
Galaxy, fantasy, let it be.
Magic.
Destiny, ecstasy, let it be.
Magic.
Energy, memory, let it be.
Magic.
Frequency, get with me, we can be.
Magic.
Galaxy, fantasy, let it be.
Magic.
Destiny, ecstasy, let it be.
Magic.
Life's about magic.
Life's about magic.
Find your own magic.
Find your own magic.
What you imagine.
What you imagine.
Open up and that's it.
Open up and that's it.
Life's about magic.
Life's about magic.
All your magic.
Find your own magic. Oh!
Hey yo! 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 Hey yo!
Magic.
Energy, memory, let it be.
Magic.
Frequency, get with me, we can be.
Magic.
Galaxy, fantasy, let it be.
Magic.
Destiny, ecstasy, let
some noise, y'all. Come on. Hey. Let's
This
go.
one is Black Girl Payday. You know what to do. Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what? Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday? Payday.
Who could compete? Who could compete? Look at my speech, look at my speech. I live in a bubble, I'm living above you, be mad. I'm queen of the hustle, I'm queen of the hustle, believe it. Titty stays like cinnamon cake, chocolate Kit Kat, give me a break. 15 honey, give me my money, let me escape. Visit my properties at my estate, nigga, look up the all over my plate. Champagne bread, give me my bread, get out of my face. Giving them heat, giving them heat, giving them like when I walk in the street. Taking out my minutes in the street, crack to the lemons over to my feet. I'm complete, walking into but I live in the center where everything's level, nothing in it to my mental. Color the pencil, I will turn you into blackberry juice. I know you're a seed and I will bury you. A harlot and a brawler, I ain't scared of you. Cause I'm incredible. Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday? Hey.
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday? Hey.
My intellect moves better than the best of you. Mathematic equations, I'm a spectacle. Genie in the bottle, bring the message through. Agile, magi with the milk. Mama's breasts are full, plentiful with the decibels. I'm not in the kitchen no more. Go get birth on the floor. Have my babies raid the safe. Grab the cake I baked and get a taste. I officially run the place. Let them hate, serve them face. No debate, break the base. Black girls get a break.
Hey.
Black girls get a take.
Hey.
Black girls get to jump they shit around, shake they shape in your face.
Hey.
Black girls get a break.
Hey.
Black girls get a say. Black girls jump they shit around
in your face. Ay, bobo. Ay, bobo. Ay, bobo. And we back.
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday? Payday.
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday?
Black girl, when you wake up, say what?
Where's my payday? Payday. Payday. Y'all feeling good? Hey. We out here. We out here. Let's go.
Hit a two-step for you.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
The world is watching. I'm really rocking.
We rocking.
Feeling like $1 million. Yup, I'm in the pocket. The world is watching.
We watch.
I'm really rocking.
Rock.
Feeling like $1 million now, but Molly popping. See you all up in my grill, like it's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
And you wanna break my heart, but it's impossible.
It's impossible.
I'm the man who wants
You can sit up.
Bring it back down
To the middle.
I'm a laugh out loud. I'm a touch like that. And make you drown and glitter.
Molly, 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 You thought you played me, but you play yourself. Wasn't around when I needed help. I messed around and made heaven hell. I couldn't tell, so I rebelled. Guess what now? It's so much clearer than it was before. This whole world is just a metaphor. Now all I'm seeing is these open doors. You got me wrong, so dead and gone.
Come on.
Never listen when my heart full. Never been here till the back to go. Full of root wood, that comatose, that echelon, that overdose. Don't close these walls up, gone crazy. We all lost. I lost my religion and slipped out of the track. To the window seat like Badu. Waiting words for the wind blow. In time travel to unload and reboot and no diamonds without cold. You shine out, eternal. This life just a casino. No wins if you don't gamble, huh? Male, 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 male,
I'm a left a lot of the
Let's give DJ Z-Rock a little love. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Yeah.
This song is dedicated to the ancestors.
Go DJ. Z-E-T-R-O-C. 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 DJ Z-Rock. With that hit hop. Y'all know it don't stop. We got that body rock. Everything on lock. That DJ Z-Rock. This be that hip hop. You know it don't stop. We keep the party high. How y'all feeling out there, man? Make some noise for DJ Z-Rock one time. Come on. Come on. Show him that t-shirt real quick. Show him your t-shirt real quick. Let's. Hey. Represent. Let's go.
A beautiful balanced future. If y'all come with us, and if we come with y'all. Changes fall in place when you're walking with me. Keep my eyes open to these memories. Wake up in the morning and I'm ready to see all the bridges burning to what it used to be. When you're walking with me. Dedicated, directed to an elevator, pushing a button, pushing a fader, see you later, getting a taste, staying engaged, flipping the page, isn't it great? High up the oxygen is popping, I'm opted to box again now. I move with the critical, this is our miracle, visuals told to you love that never give up, love on the back of the bus, love like you're ready to love, tapping like a socket and plug, love like a belly of grub, slowly there's no need to rush, sky's the limit, nothing is finished, you hit it, the minute you want, gave what you could, better than good, love with the wait is too much. Changes fall in place when you're walking with me. Keep my eyes open to these memories. Wake up in the morning and I'm ready to see all the bridges burning to what it used to be. When you're walking with me.
Yeah.
When you're walking with me.
Let's walk together, y'all.
When you're walking with me.
You know, sometimes people be telling you shit like, try to let them know, but they ain't wanna hear these records though. Told them we would make it, now they see us rocking coast to coast. Wrecking shows and collect that dough against the storm and we on the road. Slamming like some dominoes, ain't dealing with these basic hoes. Way up in the clouds is where you find me. They try to break us down, but we stay grinding. You wanna get it now, but it's so tiny. We rising. Shiny.
Change come and we walk and get up.
Get up, get up.
Change come and we walk and get up.
Get up, get up. Come on.
Change come and we walk and get up.
Get up, get up.
Change come and we walk and get up.
Get up, get up. Come
Thank y'all so much.
Love and
I think
light
that's
team.
it. That's it, right?
Y'all make some noise for DJ Zed Rock.
Make some noise for DJ Zed Rock.
Thank you for the crew and team, everybody who's been recording backstage, the sound, the video.
Make some noise for the parish, y'all. Make some noise for the parish.
Thank you so much, Shift Network. I hope you all have a fantastic time. We are Riders Against the Storm at RAS Hip Hop on all social media. Thank you.
You know it. Peace and blessings.
Peace.
Yes, 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 yes.